everyone! Happy Reimagine Retreat Weekend! Are you guys excited? I'm excited.
I'm excited too.
She's showing her full retreat spirit.
Yeah.
I haven't changed into my shirt yet, but it is so good to see you guys. We have been preparing and creating and just getting ready for this retreat weekend for months now, and the fact that it's finally happening and we're here with you guys, it really feels amazing. Yeah. So thank you for being here. We're really, really excited. So Tara and I are here to help you get started. So we're going to be live with you for about 15 to 20 minutes. Then we're going to put the hold video on. And Karen said, who are we? I'm Alexis.
Oh, who are
This is Tara. We have Karen in the feed. I think that's what Karen means. Karen knows who we are, so I'm assuming she's asking for you guys. But we're here to get you started, and Athena will be here with you guys at 9 a.m. to officially get the party started. So this is kind of our morning coffee break. I've got my coffee. Dave made this for me. It was very sweet of him, and he put it in my favorite cat tarot mug.
Yes, and Dave made mine, and it's in clear quartz to amplify.
Yes.
Well, I guess whatever I choose.
Yeah, what are you amplifying this weekend? Sorry, I put her on the spot. I'll let you know about
it wouldn't just be for me, it'd be for all of us. I think really I'm just amplifying just the best energy, I guess, for all of us. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, so to get us started, so let me start off by smudging our space. So I've got a little bit of sage here to get the party started. So with this sage, we are just clearing away what's no longer serving us. So anything that you feel isn't serving you or anything that upset you this morning, just release it into the smoke so we can start with a fresh canvas here. It's really good to see you guys too. Yes, we do have homework already, and that is actually why Tara and I are live with you here. So this Reimagine retreat journal, the tools came with the retreat, so everyone should have this. This is going to be your best friend and ally throughout this whole weekend. We have pages designed for every session we're doing with you guys today. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of our schedule of events today. So right now is our welcome in. 9 is your opening and arrival session with Athena. At 9:45 we have our drum ceremony. So we have some of our team members here. We're going to have a drum circle with you guys. We're super excited about that. At 10:45 we have our Re-Imagineering and frequency management session. We'll be calling Yasmina in, so you guys will get to talk to our dear friend Yasmina. And then at 1:30 or at 12:30 we have our lunch, so we'll be taking a break from 12:30 to 1:30. We encourage you guys to take a break, do any sort of integrating and reflections you need to do before we get started again at 1:30 for our Destiny and Desire session, which
I'm all like ready to go with my North Node in Sagittarius. So
Tara will be leading a North Node mini astrology workshop with you guys for that. If you do not know what your North Node is, now is the time to pull your birth chart. So I have birth chart examples on my clipboard here. If you don't have your birth chart, you want to go to astro.com before we get started, or at least before 1:30 when we're having this session, and you want to find your North Node. So you will see it on your chart as the true node here.
And it looks like the horseshoe. Can you see my finger right here? Oh my God, this is always so weird. Right here.
And astro.com will tell you exactly what that is. So you really want that information from your own birth chart in order to fully participate in the session. If for some reason you're unable to get it, we still encourage you to join in, listen in, have fun, and you can do it later.
And don't freak out if your chart looks a little bit different than that one. This chart was actually run on a different program that we pay for. So just so you know, all charts look a little bit different, but the symbol will still be there.
And astro.com is completely free.
Yeah.
And then at 3:30 you will have we have a tea time and hangout session. That's kind of like a Q&A, just a chance to debrief with Athena and just have some fun.
Sorry, someone just said North Node reminds me of headphones. That's actually a perfect way to describe it.
It does look like headphones. It does with the little
just find the headphones in your chart.
We have a special visitor here. Athena's in the house.
Hi, I'm so happy. Happy to see you. So I just want to say hi. I'll be with you in just a couple minutes, but I'm leaving you in very capable hands to get you excited. And
yeah, here you come on.
Revenue. I'll see you in a minute.
So the homework we want to give you before we get started, some of you may have already done this. If you have not, you have time. We're going to give you some time to do it right now. I have so many papers in front of me. Okay. So we need you, or we would like for you to fill out in your workbook. You have, there's also this page, how to prepare for this retreat. So this also has everything you need to know. It's basically everything we went over, but if you, like me, like to have written instructions, there you go. Let's see. Oh, and then during the Re-Imagineering session, you will also be making a vision board with Athena. Well, a dream board is what we're calling it. Can you hand me, just the clippings and stuff. So what you'll need if you would like to participate in the dream board is you're going to need glue, you're going to need pictures, and that's pretty much it. So we actually did provide a full 2-page spread of photos, images, and words that we found to be inspiring. So we provided a full 2-page spread. You can actually cut out of these. We made sure that none of the important information was on the other side, so it's just these pretty blank pages. You can even use the purple in your dream board. So you can actually cut these out and use them as well. You can also use markers, paints, any sort of art supplies that you're feeling called to use. There's no wrong way to do this. And you can either use a board or a poster or paper of your own, but we also provided 2 blank pages in your dream board. So we in your journal. So we tried to set everything up with how you would need it. We also, we have clippings for Athena here. Yep. That we just got out of magazines and everything, so she'll probably be using some of these. You can print out papers, you can use stickers. We have stickers here, so just whatever. Sylvie Brewster says she's going to paint. I think that's great. There's really no wrong way to do it, so we'll go over that more when we get to that session, but just so you know, if you want to start prepping that, the pages we would like for you to fill out now are, we want you to fill out the I am and the I feel pages, I believe, and then the I desire, the I do and the I desire pages as well. And everything. Oh, okay. The my intention pages you're gonna fill out with Athena when she comes live with you at 9. But the page on the other side of this, the checking in page, this page is important. So this is how you're feeling before we get the retreat started. And then there is a reflection page for you to fill out at the end of the day. So I encourage you to fill this out now. Obviously there are no rules, so do this however feels right for you. Follow your intuition. That's just how we designed the workbook to work. The dream board is today, Robin Price. So you will be making your dream boards today at during session 4 from 1:30 at 1:30. The Destiny. Oh wait, no. I'm so sorry. At 10:45, the Reimagineering and Frequency Management session is when you'll be making those. So do we have any questions before we set you guys loose to gather your supplies and do whatever you need to do? The journal is amazing. Thank you, Sarah. We worked really hard on it, so I'm glad you really love it. We're all really proud of it here. Katrina loves it too. I'm just basking in your comments. Can someone tell me the other stones I need for the dream grid? Absolutely, Kim. So we are dream gridding tomorrow. Yes, breathing into a new you and dream state. That will be tomorrow morning. The stones that we have, can you just pass me the little selenite plate? So the Reimagine retreat tools came with the amethyst cube.
Yep.
Right here. So your tools came with the little amethyst cube, and then we also sold a separate grid for anyone who wanted to get that. And it came with aura sodalite, aura lepidolite, aura amethyst, and I believe a pink Lemurian quartz point, and then it also came with the clear quartz pyramid and 4 quartz points and the selenite plate. So if you have that, we'll be using it tomorrow.
On the canvas.
And then the tools also came with the canvas. So Athena will be gridding with you on the canvas as well. But if you did not get the extra grid, anything for dreaming, so stillbite would be good, amethyst, lepidolite, lithium quartz, and if you have a set of Chumpi stones, you can use those as well. So that will be tomorrow. Lori Michelle said, I did my IM and I feel on solstice. That's really cool. I love that. I do and I desire will be done now, but my head is not in the best place. Well, I hope you start to feel better, Lori Michelle. I hope this retreat is just what you need.
You can do your checking in page now. You don't wait for Athena. That's more of just kind of assessing where you're feeling before things get going. That's a good question. Yeah.
Breezy Ray, yes, you can improvise. If you did not get your tool set yet, if you reach out to support.sagegoddess.com, they can send you a file of the journal just so you can, only if you didn't get your tools yet. I know most people did, but for the handful of people that didn't, if you reach out to support.sagegoddess.com, they can send you a PDF file of the journal just so you can still follow along with us as we go.
There are breaks and lunch, you guys. We're not
Yes.
going straight through. That would...
Yes, we do have
Yeah.
we do have a lunch break, and we're gonna take it slow. This whole retreat is just supposed to be it's supposed to be fun and relaxing and transformative, and we're all just gonna be hanging out, and so it'll be fun. We're excited. HM Paints said, picked out my crystals this morning. Yay. Let's see. I don't really see any. Do we do the checking in page right now? I think that's the question that Tara just answered. Can we learn a shamanic drum beat, please? Athena will be talking to you all about drumming during session 2, which is our Synchronize with Sound ceremony. And just a reminder, we have the whole schedule of events is in your workbook. If for some reason you don't have the workbook and haven't received a file yet, the schedule of events is also in your retreat homepage, which Karen can share the link with you here in the feed as well. Will we be able to access this retreat after the retreat for reviewing? Absolutely, Rosa. That's a really great question. So this will be accessible to you for the rest of your life. All of the YouTube links. So we have one YouTube link for Saturday and we have one YouTube link for Sunday. At the end of the day, we're going to go in and we're going to add timestamps for each session so that you can easily go back and find each session as well, and you'll have access to them forever. If you save them to a playlist, please just make sure you save them to a private playlist. But yeah, you'll have it forever. I love you too, Jackie. Thank you for saying that. Thank you, Jackie. That really means a lot. Can you tell us where Athena got the drum she uses? She shops from a couple different shops. I believe the ones she uses the most are from Sacred Drums on Etsy. Shaman drums. Sorry, thank you. I always get that name.
I will shamelessly promote him to you today. He's a good man, and he's in Ukraine, so it'd be great for you to support his shop. Yeah.
He really is amazing, and we can share the link with you guys as well. Okay, so we're gonna let you go. Fill out your pages, do whatever you need to do. We'll be back with you in 15 minutes. You don't have to turn the stream off. Again, we're gonna be using this stream for the whole day. We have a handy dandy hold video that I'm going to put on right now. Thank you for joining Tara and I for a few minutes. We really love you guys, and we're so looking forward to you seeing what we have planned. See you in a few minutes.
Well, here we are, everybody. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right camera.
Yes, it's the
Right
one
there.
right above your monitor there.
Okay. So, hi, everybody, and welcome to our first official session of the Reimagine retreat. As Alexis and Tara shared with you, this retreat is the product of months and months and months and months of preparation. We hope that the next 2 days are going to be just a chance for you to pause and to fill your well, to fill your chalice and to really feel supported and held and inspired and encouraged. A lot of what I'm teaching you and sharing with you today, I would say, and tomorrow, most of it is material we've never talked about before. I've been working with my own healers and helpers in my life, and been doing a lot of interesting research in the process of preparing this retreat for you. This retreat was my brainchild because, and I'm so lucky because when I brought it to Claire and Alexis and Tara, they were all like, yeah, let's do this. But I think we all need a reboot. You know what I mean? I think we all need a chance to again get nourished, get inspired, get excited about life, and to think about change and transformation. Some of you have not worked with me before, and so but a lot of you have been my students for a long time. So I'm gonna kind of reintroduce myself to you really quickly, okay, in case any of you are like, who is this lady? I hope you're excited to be here. So my name is Athena Parakis, and I'm the founder of Sage Goddess. I founded Sage Goddess almost 11 years ago on July 25th, 2011. And so here we are all these years later. And it's really Sage Goddess was my hobby and kind of what I did for fun. I used to gather, even when I was a professor, which is what I did before Sage Goddess. I was a professor and a corporate executive consultant. I developed learning programs for senior executives for different global companies around the world. And so my expertise, my PhD is in educational leadership. My expertise is in change management. And so this is actually kind of going back to my roots in a way. And I actually am teaching you some material this weekend from those days, from that part of my life. The world is changing. We are changing as a species, as a society. And so that affects us on the bigger picture, the global level, right? But we're also changing internally, and we've all been through so much in the last couple of years. We've gone through a global pandemic, and that has changed the way we relate to each other and to ourselves. And so my hope is that, my intention is that you will feel different at the end of the day tomorrow than you do this morning coming into this experience. And different can mean lots of things for different people. It's a relative concept, but my hope is that you're going to look at your life differently. You're going to look at yourself differently. I'm going to get you to shift your thinking a little bit, and I'm not going to do it alone. I'm joined, of course, by Alexis, who's been with me here at SG forever, and Tara too. I think between the two of them, how many years is it for you now, Alexis? It's
7.5.
7.5, and I think Tara's at 6.
I think she's at 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can put that together. And then Claire's been with me forever too. So we're all coming to you with a lot of expertise in the work that we do here at Sage Goddess, but also with a lot of love. We all want this to be an amazing experience for you. So I'm going to dive right into an introduction. But before I do that, I'm going to clear a little energy with some sage, because that's where it all began at Sage Goddess. And for those of you who are in my Soul Shift program, you will be interested in the vessel that I'm using today to hold my sage. It's the first time I've shown it to you. I do have another lighter over there, but this is enough for now. So this is some white sage smoke. I'm going to bring this to you just to help you cleanse into the smoke that I'm showing you. Thank you, Alexis. into the smoke I'm showing you. I want you to release anything that is, stressing you out or distracting you from just fully being here in this moment with me and with everybody who's here. Right, just cleansing, clearing, releasing. over the space. This vessel I found on eBay actually, and it is from the Moche civilization, which is a pre-Incan Peruvian civilization. This was actually from the Temple of the Moon. And I felt so lucky to find it. The person who sold this was actually someone in charge of an estate sale for archaeologists. It was a husband and wife archaeologist pair who were excavating different parts of the Temple of the Moon and Temple of the Sun in Peru, in northwestern Peru. And so I was really honored to purchase this. It was an offering bowl at that time. Isn't it amazing? So yeah, you're looking at something that predates the Incan civilization. It's kind of a cool thing to show you this morning. I couldn't resist it, and the seller was so kind and sold it to me for a really good price, because most of the relics and treasures from that civilization are thousands of dollars. So this was not. So I felt really lucky. But the guy who sold it to me was really excited that it was going to go to someone who knew about the civilization, because the archaeologists who died and left all of these artifacts behind had asked that those pieces would go to people who appreciated that civilization. So yeah, isn't that amazing? So yeah, you want to get a close-up? Yeah, let me bring it closer to you so you can see.
Would you like me to move it for you?
I got it. Thank you, Alexis. Let me show it to you.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Isn't it gorgeous, you guys? You can see the faces. And it's really amazing. My daughter was studying the Incas at the end of her semester. She's in 7th grade, just finished 7th grade. And so she was like, can I touch it again? It's so amazing to know that this was before the Incas, right? And look at the faces. So anyway, I was really, really, really blessed to find that. It's amazing what you can find, or what finds you sometimes, like with these sacred tools. Okay, so let's, if you've worked with me for a long time, you know that I pack a lot into the sessions that I lead you through. So I do have a lot of notes, and I want to go through those notes, but I also want to make sure that if you have questions as we go, that I can respond to those questions too. And remember, every afternoon for the next 2 days, it's just you and me and chat. It's just Q&A. I do have things I want to teach you and tell you about during those Tea Time with Athena sessions, but there's also going to be plenty of time for you just to free flow and ask questions. I also want to encourage you to take this retreat at your own pace. It's recorded and archived for you, so you don't have to watch it all today. You can watch a little bit, take a break, come back. The sessions are kind of independent from each other, right? So it's not, if you miss one, you can still kind of dive back in. This is your time. So however it works for you is how it's going to work for us too. I know. I do. Yeah, this is the Lammas amulet. Isn't it beautiful?
So, honestly, guys, it took my breath away when she walked in the building. It was my first time seeing it.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, it is. No one's going to miss you wearing that, so we can talk about that later too. Okay, so let me dive right in with my thoughts on how to open this container in this space with you today. So one of the fundamental themes for me in developing this retreat for you, right, is that your work in life is where you are. Your work in life is where you are. So what a lot of us do when we experience challenges or frustrations, we want to run, right? We want to eject. It's a very common phenomenon, but the reality is the work, wherever you are, the work in front of you is where you're meant to be, what you're meant to be doing and focusing on. And if you try to escape it or avoid it, what happens, right? You end up finding yourself in a different place, but doing the same work or having the same conversations or running into the same challenges. And that's because unless and until you change the way you are approaching challenges and dilemmas in your life, you're just going to keep encountering them in different forms with different people. So my goal with you for the next 2 days is to give you a lot of tools and techniques to reimagine how you come to the life and the work that is in front of you right now. Because as soon as you shift your perspective, you shift the energy. When you change in your life, everything has to change, because when you're different, everybody has to relate to you differently. And that may sound silly, but it's really true, right? If you start to develop a more positive attitude, if you start to develop, and I'm going to teach you about something called protonic language today. When you start to think differently, speak differently, communicate differently, and even feel differently, the rest of your world has to change to respond to that. So it's very important that we develop some new techniques to come to old problems with new perspectives. We're going to be talking a lot about balance in this Reimagine retreat. And I think the word balance is kind of boring for people sometimes, but it really is when you think about it, it is what the healing process requires, right? We think about alignment of our chakras. What does that mean? It just means it's not too much this way, it's not too much that way, it's somewhere right in the middle. So the balances we're going to be talking about in this retreat over the next 2 days, right? And these are the principles of systems theory. That's exactly right. Balance between you and others, right? Life can't be all about you, but life can't be all about everybody else. So we have to find a balance in between, right? Where you get what you need and everybody else gets what they need too. A balance between, and I'm going to teach you a brand new concept this weekend called vertical and horizontal spirituality. And this has been work I've been doing over the last, I would say, 9 to 10 months of understanding that spirituality, big picture, doesn't really mean anything. There's 2 axes of energy that we run as healers, as magical practitioners. We work on the horizontal plane, and I'm going to teach you about this later. I have a graphic that's going to help to clarify this for you too, so not to get too far ahead of myself, but there will be teaching with a more focused graphic so you can understand. But just to let you know, the horizontal plane is time, right? Past, present, future. And the vertical plane is the energy in your field and also in the universe. So it goes from root, matter, earth, the terrestrial plane, everything in the physical world, up to crown sky, celestial plane, and aligning. So this is energy, and this is time and matter, okay? And right here in the middle is you. You exist between these 2 planes. And so one of the things I'm also going to talk about in terms of balance with you this week is the balance between those 2 planes. Being in the physical world and doing the things we have to do, raising our families and going to work and all the things we have to do, and trying to enjoy our time here on this planet because it's finite and we're human. But then also navigating and finding our balance with the spirit world, right? Where we're not focused on jobs and family, where we're focused on our own ascension process and whether we're grounded or not grounded enough, or ascending too quickly, or whatever it is, right? Muggle versus magic, I like that. So it's about finding balance between those as well. The other kind of balance that we're going to be talking a lot about is the balance between being and becoming. So many people focus on manifestation and the future and their dreams and making their dreams come true, and that's really, really important. But it's also really important to focus on being where you are and finding a way to create and experience peace in the present moment. So these are some of the poles that we're going to be talking about. Yeah, the chakras definitely are part of your vertical spirituality. And so we'll talk about all of that. But I want to give you that graphic because in my world, I don't hear a lot of people talking about these 2 different dimensions of spirituality. I hear people talk about spirituality kind of like one big topic, right? Like, oh, I'm a spiritual person. Well, what does that mean? For me, and also it kind of, people talk about shamanism a lot, right? What a shaman really is somebody who's figured out how to be in the middle of the horizontal and the vertical,
to be in this world and have a job and do the things we have to do as humans, but also to not be of this world, right? To really be actively present as well on spiritual planes, and to be able to do that well, right? So we're going to talk a little bit this weekend about how to do that. Okay, so a few more things I want to share with you. And you know how bad I am at time, so I'm gonna try to just. We have a really like structured schedule, which is great because we want to get all of our sessions in. But if you see me looking down to the right, it's because I'm trying to also keep track of time too. Okay, so it is time, in my opinion, to align to your destiny. That's what this Reimagine retreat is all about. It's time to align to your higher purpose and your higher calling. And I don't think there's ever been a more important time for that work than this absolute very moment. I think we are all being called to higher service. And that looks different for each one of us, but it, as I've been saying for the last couple of years, it's all hands on deck, you know? And what I love is you're going to take what I share with you back into your life and incorporate it in ways that make sense for you. And that's going to look different for every single person who's here, right? So there's no one size fits all way to integrate the information I'm sharing with you. I want you to make it personal for you. You know, this is a chance for you to go, so what does that mean for me? Constantly reflecting back, what does that mean for me? And part of what I want to inspire you to do is to understand more about your essential self. We're going to talk about heroes this weekend, and we're going to talk about sages this weekend. I'm a big fan of Joseph Campbell, as you know. His book, Hero with a Thousand Faces, changed my life. It's the most pivotal book I've ever read, even to this day. And for a lot of you, it was a really defining book as well. If you haven't read it, you know, it's definitely part of my Athena's required library for life to understand me anyway, and kind of how my teaching developed. He really inspired me and shaped a lot of my thinking. And so we're going to talk about what it means to be a hero in your life, your own life, your hero, and also what it means to be a sage in your life. So, what does it mean to be wise, and what does it mean to ultimately understand that you're the one who's going to save you? You're the one who's going to heal you. You're the one who's going to create transformation in your life. And you don't need anyone else. I mean, you don't even really need me or this weekend. I'm just here to kind of inspire you and give you new things to think about. But ultimately, the power rests completely in your hands. And there's nothing that's impossible for you, right? Anything that you want to experience, anything that you can dream is possible for you really is. It's a matter of letting go of fear, finding some divine balance, and then making conscious choices in alignment with what we're going to be calling your essential self. This is your time and space. This journal is your touchstone. I'm sure Alexis and Tara mentioned that to you in their introduction. Okay, so we're going to be constantly coming back to this journal. And I want you to turn to page 10. And yours isn't paginated. You might want to paginate it, but since it isn't paginated, the pages I'm talking about are the pages that say My Intention, and then there's a blank page over here with your dragonfly. The dragonfly is so important because the dragonfly shapeshifts. It changes over its life. Its colors change, its patterns change, its size changes, right? It's a magical creature. It doesn't even seem like it's from this dimension, right? So one of the things, as I'm talking right now, I'm going to keep talking, but I want you to take a few minutes while I'm talking, and I want you to write some intentions here for this weekend, for your time with me and Alexis and Tara and Yasmina. And I would love for you to have two intentions. Now, you know me, I'm never really going to tell you what to do because you have to do this in a way that makes the most sense for you. I would love for you to have a personal intention, you know, what you want to experience this weekend. And then I would like for you to also have a collective intention, an intention for how your work this weekend might serve your family, your community, your partnership, your relationship with your significant other, if you have that in your life. So one for you and one also for you plus, like one for you and how this work might serve the other people in your life and your community too. So that's why we left you a lot of space. Some of you you know who you are, need need a lot of space. We don't want to hold you back. But the quote here is really important. Remember that changes take place on the energetic level before they manifest in the physical realm. Write down one intention for the retreat and one intention for your life in a sentence or less in the space above. But again, if you feel the need to write a small novel here, I won't judge you for that. This is your space, right? So I'm going to keep talking, but I would love to see you writing your intention or your intentions. I want you to think about this weekend what your operating system is. You know, we talk about operating systems when we talk about computers, right? Like what system is running the show. But each one of us has operating systems too. And for a lot of people, the operating system that's running their computer is an old operating system. What got you here in your life may not get you where you want to go next. You know, what made you successful up to this point may not be what's going to make you successful in the next phases and stages of your life. The tools, the strategies, the coping mechanisms, some of which may be functional and some of which may be dysfunctional, have to be examined, okay? And so what I'm going to try to inspire you to think about this weekend is identifying what that operating system is. You know, well, I've been in survival mode, right? My operating system has been just get me through this. For a lot of people, it's been that way, right? So survival mode can be an operating system, right? Now we want to get you into thrival mode, right? We want to get you into flourishing and thriving. Another, you know, fear is a very common operating system for people. They operate on the basis of fear. So, well, what if I don't do this, then that? And if I do this, then that? You know, they're constantly sort of like weighing all these variables, and they make their choices in life based on fear more than on courage and faith. And so if you've been working with a fear-based operating system, I want you to get into a faith-based operating system, and constantly ask yourself who's running the show. A lot of times too, and this has been the case for me at many points in my life, so I want to share this with you. I have an inner child, a little Athena, a very small Athena. You know, I would say ages 3, 4, 5, right? And she still has tantrums, and she still, you know, feels like I was a middle child, so I got kind of sandwiched between my older brother and my younger sister, and so I often felt like I didn't have a voice. And so I have a little tiny Athena in me who still feels like, hey, I need attention, you know, like somebody look at me, because it was always either, you know, the older sibling or the younger sibling. And then I have a teenage Athena who's a rebel, right? And she just wants to, she's double fire, she wants to burn shit down, and she wants to, you know, rebel yell. Sometimes those two are running the computer, and I can tell when my burn it down teenager is running the show, I can tell, right? Because she's looking at everything like, that's wrong, and I don't like that, and why is that like that, and you shouldn't be doing that. I'm raising a teenage daughter now, and so I see a lot of this in her too, right? And then I can also tell when little tiny Athena is running the show, you know, because she's just like not speaking up because she feels like there's no place for her, right? And then I have this Athena, right, who has wisdom and education and support and community and family, and I can tell when she's running the show, right? She's more grounded. You need to figure out who your people are. And I'm not suggesting that we all have multiple personality disorder. That's not, you know, in any way what I'm saying. But we do have these iterations of ourselves. And sometimes they come forward more than others. That shitty teenager in me can often show up as my shadow, right? And if I let her run the show, she can create some ruckus, you know, she can, and she kind of enjoys it. And so I have to say, no, you're not running the show, I'm running the show, right? And so let's think this weekend too about a new operating system for you. And as you write your intentions on these pages, maybe give that new operating system a name, right? So this is like operating system 5.0, right? Yeah, no, I know. And those of you who have teenage kids, this is probably landing really differently for you because you totally get what I'm saying, right? Let's rename our operating system and think about what it looks like. The last thing I want to share with you in this part of our introduction is that one of the authors I really enjoy, and again, I will give you some book recommendations when we're done with the retreat this weekend, and as we go through, I'll probably be giving you some as well. One of the books I really, really love, I brought to show you. It's a little book, but it's power-packed. I'm going to be teaching you a lot from this book this weekend, so you don't have to run by it. I'm kind of giving you the Cliff's Notes version. But the author is Etherton, and it's called Protonic Speaking. And one of the things that Etherton talks about in this book is that you have something called a reticular activating system, an RAS. And what that means is you're going to see in your life what you expect to find. So if you grew up thinking that people are unkind and unfair, and if you grew up with abuse, you're going to see your life through that lens. Another way of thinking about this that Dave always uses, which I think is so wise, is to a hammer, everything's a nail, right? No matter how kind someone is to you, if you think that the world is unkind and not operating in your favor, you're going to look at all of your interactions with people as if they're out to get you, okay? That's an operating system too. So what I'm really asking you to do this weekend is unplug from all of this. Literally imagine taking all the plugs out of the wall. We're going to unplug that old shitty operating system. We're unplugging our old RAS, our reticular activating system. We're going to stop looking for the same things. If you really want to change your life, you're going to have to change what you look for. And I'm telling you, it will be the hardest thing you do. It'll also be the best thing you do. You can see examples of this all the time, right? Like when you're having problems in your relationship with your partner or your spouse, and they're doing certain things and treating you certain ways, even if they stop behaving in those ways or treating you that way, anything they say now, it's like you have a frame on the picture, right? The partner could be saying something really kind and really helpful, and instead you're like, well, he's saying that, but I'm sure he's expecting me to do something else. And it's like, that's on you. That's not on the partner. That's your reticular activating system. That is your operating system. That is you and your programming. You have to take responsibility for that and decide. And I would love for you to decide it right now and make it part of your intention. Can you do this with me? Because I'm going to do it with you too. Everything I'm teaching you this weekend, I'm committing to it as well. So I'm not over here preaching this and then I'm going to go live some other way. And I've been doing this for months, and I've been really testing how it works, and it works. It really will shift your perspective on your life, okay? Start fresh now. Delete those hard drives. You know, if you've had problems with your teenage kids and you guys are in these dynamics, if you've had problems with your boss, if you've had problems with your partner, if you've had problems with your siblings or your parents, just agree just to clear the cache, you know, and just now we're gonna change that reticular activating system, and we're gonna start looking for something positive and giving people a chance to show up in a way that is new. And you will not believe what happens when you do this. When you decide to look at someone without all the old imprinting and all the old baggage and without all of those old perspectives, you free them. You liberate them to actually become someone or something more positive in your life. And the response from people, because they can feel it when you no longer are projecting what you think is going to happen or you think they want, or well, they used to do this, and you know, people don't change. People do change, and a lot of times we give people the freedom to change when we let go of some of these assumptions that we built into our operating system. If your operating system isn't working for you, it's time to change it. And think you signed up for this retreat because it isn't working on some level. It may be working for you in certain ways, but it may not be working for you in other ways. So I'm going to say a couple of other words about protonic speaking. As you speak and as you think, so you become. Now, this isn't unique to Etherton. Etherton, in my opinion, borrowed that from the ancient Greek philosophers. Your words and your thoughts are very powerful, okay? The idea of protonic speaking is that you start to speak in an affirmatively positive way, okay? Now, I don't want to suggest that we now have to go through life being, there's this catchphrase kind of going around these days, toxic positivity, okay? And I know that people are skeptical when people try to be positive in their perspective and in their communication, because we can't be positive about everything all the time. But I will tell you something, it really does work. It really does work to frame things in a positive way, because your words create a vibration. Your vibration creates your reality. Your vibration creates your reality because your vibration emits from you. It leaves you and it goes out into the universe and starts to attract whatever is on that same frequency, and it brings it back to you. We live in a dynamic feedback loop. You can't see it because it's not something you can see in third dimension. You would be able to see it if you were in a higher dimensional reality. But I am telling you, if you think negatively, if you project negative energy, that is exactly what is going to come back to you. And it won't come back to you usually in the original form, but it will come back to you in some other form. And that's when people come to me and they're like, Athena, I don't know, I just feel like maybe I've been cursed, like just everything is going wrong, and it's like one thing after another. What's happening? Their operating system, now they're expecting negative things to happen because it's been happening, and so now they're just expecting that to continue. And so by expecting it and by speaking to it constantly, they are now, that is the entire frequency around them, and it will perpetuate until they shift it. So I am going to be talking a lot about protonic speaking and positive communication, positive mindset, changing your operating system to be looking for what's good, because that is part of how I believe we can reimagine our life in a new direction. Yasmina, well, I'm sure we'll talk to you today, right? When your landlord comes to you and says, I'm so sorry, this place you've been living for the last 10 years, I have to sell it, and you have 60 days to find a new place to live, you can look at that and go, holy shit, where am I going to go? Or you can look at that and go, holy shit, I get to go on an adventure. One would be fear-based and the other would be excitement-based, right? Like now I get to kind of recreate my living space, and I get to find a new place, and I get to meet new people. Or I can choose to look at that and say, I'm devastated. I literally don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know where I'm going to go, and go into fear. And then fear creates more fear, and it just, you know what I mean? So that's when the operating system takes over. You have power inside you as a creator. It is very important for you to know that. And your words, images, and thoughts activate the energy around you. They manifest your reality. The protonic, the author of the book, Etherton, he calls it wit. Okay, words, images, thoughts. This is what you have to change. You have to change the words you speak. You have to change the images in your mind, including the images you take in through social media, through television, through news, and you have to change your thoughts, how you think. When you change your words, your images, and your thoughts, you change your reality. The other thing he will teach you, and we'll talk more about this as we go through this weekend, you need to use very precise language. The universe doesn't function well with ambiguity. The universe is very precise, it's highly geometric, and it's incredibly organized. So if you just say, I want to be happy, that's very different than saying, I want to feel financially stable, I want to feel secure in my relationships, and I want to feel at peace and in comfort in my body. That's my definition of happiness, right? So rather than saying, I want to be happy, and then going, why am I not happy? The universe is like, well, but what, The universe wants to bring you what you want, but the more precise you can be in your language, the better. So the last piece of work for this session for today is this page right here. You get to put some stuff in the trash. Dave would tell you, I know I'm a few minutes over time, but we'll stop in just a second. I love trash day. I know it's really weird. I really get excited about it. I am not a clutter person. I'm a very neat, tidy, maybe it's my Venus in Virgo. I don't like a mess. I don't like clutter. I'm kind of a minimalist. You wouldn't know it by looking around here, but I kind of am. So what I want you to think about as part of your change process, and this feels very important to tell you. When I started this process, I felt that the most important thing I could do would be to make my world just a little smaller, okay? Because before you make things big, you need to make things small and call things in and get things organized and tidy. That's part of what this weekend is about, tidying up your thoughts, tidying up your language, tidying up your relationships, right? Tidying up what you expose yourself to in terms of imagery and thoughts and input from the outside world. So I want you to think about who or what is lighting you up or bringing you joy. Because part of what I've done in my Reimagine process is I've put way more energy into what I listed here. The friendships that are really bringing me joy, the hobbies that are really bringing me joy, the little things that bring me joy. I want you to write those here. And then I want you to write down 3 things that aren't bringing you joy, that you need to leave behind, that you want to give those to the trash raccoon right here. See him? And you can draw them here. He's ready to take it. He doesn't want you to carry a bunch of shit around. It is okay in the process of reimagining to let go of old ways of thinking, old ways of being, which may also include letting go of some relationships and friendships in your life that maybe you were holding on to for reasons that weren't serving you anymore. You will also find as you go through this process that people will vibe in and vibe out. Some people will really vibe with this new you, this reimagined you. And some people will feel like, she's not the same person anymore. She's not quite as codependent. So, she's not, giving as much to me anymore. And those relationships are usually relationships that need to be let go at some point anyway, right? You want to put your mortgage in the trash? I want to put my gas tank in the trash. I'm trying really hard not to drive very much. It's so scary every time I go to get gas. I'm so overwhelmed. And I'm almost 50 years old, so it's like I've seen a lot of things come and go, but whoa, right? So you don't have to put people in the trash, but you can if you want to. But, I also think this is a really good opportunity also to kind of redefine some of your relationships and to be honest and say, I really love you and I love our friendship, but one of the things I've noticed is I'm always the one to call you. You know what I mean? And I would love to feel more exchange. I love our friendship, but I've noticed you only call me when you need something, you know what I mean? Which is okay, but, I also would like to feel like you call me when you want to share some good news and so part of this is about boundaries and asking for what you need. And a lot of us struggle with that, because we're conflict avoidant but in the process of not doing what I'm saying right now, you end up in a place where you don't feel served and held, where you feel resentful, where you feel tired, because it's all going out, but it's not coming in. And then if you do this work and you change your frame of reference, right, you change your operating system, you're going to start attracting people who are going to vibe in alignment with where you're intending to go. And so part of this process is going to be automatic anyway if you really commit to these practices. At first, you're going to have to try to do this. It's going to be conscious. Eventually, it won't be. It'll become a habit. And you'll see these things unfold naturally in that way too. So, with that, I am coming to the end of our first session together. We're going to take a little break, not too long of a break because I went too long. And we are going to get really active. We're going to do some drumming and start to talk about sound. And that's going to move the energy, kind of break up some of the energy in the room too, get your blood flowing. So can we take 5 minutes and switch around, and then we'll be right back, everybody. Yay! We'll see you soon.
I'm putting you guys on hold.
You're on hold. Hi. Fancy seeing you here.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. I'm really excited about this session. I'm excited about all of them. And they're all different, you know. But, you know, drumming is such a core part of my practice. I drum every day. Even when I'm not drumming with you, I still drum. And it's one of my favorite things to do. And I will tell you, when I first started drumming, a long time ago now, I don't even know how long it's been. And be careful with drumming. It's addictive, and all of a sudden, a lot of drums end up in your house. I always tell Dave, I don't know where that came from. But Velislav in Ukraine sure does know where they came from, and my Etsy account would tell a different story. Anyway. Drumming is an ancient practice, and it isn't owned by anybody. You know, every culture, every civilization has had some kind of drumming practice. I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about shamanic drumming, which is drumming intended to take you into something of a trance state, okay? And there's lots of different ways to drum. I don't think there's a right way and a wrong way. One of the things, I'm going to show you what an uncomfortable drummer looks like, and I'm going to show you what a comfortable drummer looks like, because I think the most important thing is for you to have confidence, right? Some people hold a drum and they're very, very stiff, and you can tell like they're not comfortable handling their drum. The drum is meant to become an extension of you. So when we drum, what we do is we focus energy, we raise energy, and we move energy. When you drum, every system in your body responds to it and reacts to it. It improves your circulation, it lowers your blood pressure, it softens and sort of eases your central nervous system. You know this, right? And people love to hear drumming, and I think you should drum for your family and have drums at home. And there's lots of different types of drums, different types of hides. And so I also think it's fun just to experiment. There are vegan drums. I have a beautiful vegan drum. The vegan drums tend to not have as much of what we call a gong sound. It doesn't tend to have that kind of depth of intensity of vibration, but that's okay. You know, some people feel really strongly about not working with animal hides. Every animal hide drum I've ever worked with, the hides have always been sourced ethically. And in indigenous traditions, it's actually really important to use all parts of the animal so that nothing goes to waste. So it actually can be quite a beautiful thing to work with an animal hide. So what I want to say, and then I'm going to talk briefly after. Actually, I'll share this with you now. Oh, the other thing I want to tell you is drumming brings you into present time. I think that's my favorite thing about it. When I'm drumming, I have to be right here. I can't be worried about tomorrow or regretting yesterday. I'm fully in this moment. And so much about, for me, spiritual practice is about coming into present time. Again, we're going to talk about this later with horizontal spirituality. There's past, present, future, but really the only thing you have is this exact moment that you're in right now. And so drumming for me is a very embodied way of being fully in this moment. Now, I do want to mention to you, and we have a handout for you too, of all of the what are called solfeggio frequencies. The solfeggio frequencies came from a Christian hymn that was sung by John the Baptist. They originated around 1000 AD. They most of them reduced to 3, 6, and 9, which are magical numbers in sacred geometry. Nikola Tesla is famous for saying, if you want to understand the universe, you have to understand the numbers 3, 6, and 9. And I could do a whole weekend retreat just on 3, 6, 9 and sacred geometry, which maybe we'll do that at some point, but I don't want to get too far off of our schedule for today. But some of my favorite solfeggio frequencies, and I'm missing I think there were 2 parts to this. I have 174 to 432.
I gave you the second page.
Which is okay, because I'm not going to go through all of them in detail right now, but they are on your handout. So just so you know, they range from numbers in the 100s up to, I think the highest we have is 954. We'll find it for you. And so this is different than drumming, okay? Because some people don't drum, don't like to drum, don't want to drum, but still want to work with sound and frequency. Oh, thank you, Alexis. 963. So, and the solfeggios also align to your chakras. What I like to do, okay, this is not in your journal, Annette, Chastain, so this is a separate handout.
It's in the retreat homepage.
Yeah, it's on the retreat home page, Annette. There's going to be a few additional materials that we've designed for you since we finished your journal. And so what you can do is print those out, and then you can add those to your journal or just look at them separately, but they are there for you, okay? What I like to do, I know it's kind of a hack, but I like to go to YouTube and just search. Let's say I want to work on love and tolerance and compassion and communication and open my heart chakra. I would just go to YouTube and search 639 hertz. There are, and you're going to find dozens, hundreds of recordings, and most of them are 6, 7, 8 hours long. What I would encourage you to do while you're going through this transformation process, okay, I would encourage you to play these at home even when you're not there. There is always vibrational music playing in my house 24 hours a day. I have a Sonos system at home, and so you can connect that to any, of the, apps that you like to use. You can connect it to YouTube, but you should always have just at a low volume the solfeggio is playing. Funny story about this, and then we'll get to drumming. When we first adopted Bodhi last year, Bodhi has like separation anxiety, and when we would have to go, somewhere and we trained him, I noticed a complete difference in his energy. If I had the solfeggios playing, he would so like calmly go into his crate and lay down, and we would go, and there was no, drama. If I didn't have them playing, his anxiety when we would leave and he would be in his crate was palpable. And so I always tell people, like, your animals respond to the frequencies too. Remember not to play it too loud because animals' hearing is different than ours, so you don't want to like turbo blast them with the solfeggios. It could probably be kind of scary. But you'll find your favorites and then just bookmark them. You can make YouTube playlists of your favorite solfeggios. So anyway, even with your children, right, you can play low-level solfeggios in your children's, like in the nursery, if your baby's having anxiety at night. It really helps, okay? So that's another way to work with sound. Now I want to teach you briefly about shamanic drumming. And this drum was made for me by a woman in the United Kingdom, and I love it so much. If you were ever in my old classroom at Sage Goddess, you've seen it because I had it there for years, and I love it so much. Okay, so when we drum, I want to show you what a nervous drummer looks like. A nervous drummer will usually strike just the middle of the drum, and it will look like this. You can kind of tell that they're like, okay, I'm drumming, right? Like, but then you can start to relax into it, right? One of the things I want you to learn with your drum, the different parts of your drum have a different sound. Really want to get to know your drum, and you want to get to know which parts of your drum have the tone or the resonance that you're looking for. Usually for me, you also don't want to beat it too hard. A nervous drummer will be like they're in a parade, right? We're not in a parade. Okay. Okay, people aren't marching to your beat, right? So we don't have to do that. What I recommend is start with the heartbeat, what a lot of people call the mother beat, okay? So, and that is just the heartbeat. And the shamanic beat just builds on that. Is a downbeat. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. like you have it? You feel like you have it? So again, we're not in a parade, right? We're not. I just can't, I can't. But and it's sweet. You got to start somewhere, right? But if you're parading, you're not shamaning. So if you ever forget, go, okay, I remember. I got to go to the heartbeat, right? So by downbeat, I mean it's like you're going a little deeper, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not. Now you can do that. Some people will do a trance beat. They'll go. And there's no difference. But what I prefer, what softens my central nervous system, is having a downbeat, a stronger beat on the 1, and then 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Now Vanya's asking a critical question. How do you talk and drum? It's really fucking hard. Okay? It took me years to be able to talk. Yourself going, okay, I gotta stop talking and go back to the mother beat. The more you do it, the better you're gonna get. And that's why I'm saying I do it every single day, and I've been talking and drumming every day for years, so you'll get there. Okay, don't get in your head, just let it flow. The more you think about this, the more it gets weird and you start going back to the parade. Okay, so now we're all gonna come in and drum with you for a few minutes. I've got Claire and Tara who are going to join me. I'm gonna have some fun. So in a drum circle, the leader of the drum circle, yeah, it's like zilling and belly dancing. It's really hard till it's not. Right? Let me go over to this side. So I'm gonna establish the mother beat, and then in a perfect world, people kind of feel free to start to riff a little bit, right? They start adding in their own beats, and some people will do double time, right? So I'll show you what that looks like. Once they establish the beat, I'm going to start to double time, which means I'm going to fill in the gaps between the beats, which will kind of increase the frequency of it. You're just going to start to feel your heart race a little bit. The one thing I forgot to tell you, at the end of a shamanic drum journey, there is something called the callback, okay? And that is so that if you are in a trance and you're in La La Land, okay, and it's if you are in that place, it's very harsh when all of a sudden the drum just stops. It's like you need a gentle kind of return back to 3D from wherever you flew away, okay? So people do the callback. It's a callback to your soul, like, hey, come back to the room. We can't live in La La Land, right? So the callback for me is just the it's just a triple beat. And most shaman will do it 4 times. And you see me do that too. And that's honoring north, south, east, and west, right? So when you hear and the beat is not continuing, that's the callback. That's the reminder to your soul, like, okay, we're coming back now. Can't live in La La Land. Okay? Are you ready? So I'm going to start with our heartbeat, then I'm going to go into the 1, 2, 3, 4 with the downbeat on 1. That's going to lead us to our harmonic, and then I'm going to kind of riff a little bit to see if I can take us into a more complex beat. And then they're going to follow me. You'll start to notice when I slow it down or pick it up, right? If you get everybody in the groove together, it's kind of a sweet thing. It becomes its own alchemy, right? And then that's how you know we're moving together, because we're in that same vibrational flow. And then I will start the callback at a certain point, and then they can also echo the callback, or they can stop playing at that point, and I will just finish the callback for you. And we'll talk about sources for drums too. We do have a few that we recommend. You'll find a lot of them on Etsy and on eBay, but we have some favorites.
I'm
Okay.
gonna try to do a good job.
Yeah, you're gonna do a great job.
David tells me nobody wants to hear you drum bake.
Just don't be in a parade. You know,
If you keep saying that,
you're never gonna look at a parade the same way, everybody. You're gonna be like, oh, those poor people, those are not shamanic drummers. It's okay. You have to start somewhere. Okay. You ready? Now you can either drum with us, or you can lay down and relax. And this is your retreat. So if you want to drum along, great. You want to lay down and go somewhere to Funky Town, that's great too. We have until what time? This is till 10:30.
We're making very good time, so
Okay, good.
we have until 10:30.
Yeah, and so then we can maybe do some Q&A and maybe pop up the Etsy link for Shaman Drum, and you can poke around his website. My drum is out for delivery, my new one, my new moon drum. He made me a big
Ooh.
black
Exciting.
gong drum with a huge malachite kind of like cabochon on the back, but it looks like a shield. So at the new moon, you'll see it.
Somebody did ask to see the back. They want to know how you're holding it. So most
Yeah.
drums have a little thing to hold on the back.
Yeah, it's like this. So usually they will give you this. This is a little bit more of a complex one. Usually it's just 4. But what's nice is it allows you to spread your fingers around it, which distributes the weight. Because it can get heavy after a little while. I will tell you that you do want to have some good arm strength to do this. I lift free weights every other day, little 5-pound weights. I have a little like routine that I do, and I can show that to you. But it otherwise, if you drum a lot, and your arms will get in better shape too. What's nice about drumming is it tightens up the little funky flabby thing that we tend to get here as we get older, the little like loose chicken skin over here. So if you drum a lot, because it's putting tension right in that place. You see where my arm is shaking? It puts tension right there, so it kind of tightens up your little flabbertons that happen right there. If you don't have flabbertons, you're so lucky, but I would have flabbertons if I didn't do what I do.
I would love an Athena workout video. Jazzercise.
I can show you. I have my little
You
routine.
have to wear like a little leotard. And
I'm thinking
tights
let's
and,
get
like,
physical.
Let's get physical. And you can use little canned like vegetables. You don't have to have free weights, but I got my little 5 pounds on Amazon. I keep them in my bathroom. Okay, your little tricep chicken wings flabbertons. Okay, ready? This got weird for a minute, but it's gonna get weird over the 2 days. It's us. Okay. So here we go with Mother Beat. Just connect. Just feel. Shake those. That's the ultimate. Don't shake it like you're at a parade. callback. Just a gentle return. What is the name of our band?
I was just gonna say.
Not to take us out of the serious moment, but every time you bring it back to the heartbeat,
Yeah.
it reminds me of Johnny showing Baby like the rhythm of the dance in Dirty Dancing when he's like goo goo, and it's so romantic. It's every time goo.
I wasn't coming up with a romantic name. I was going to call it like the Screaming Shaktis or something like that. I don't know. Screaming Shivas?
I like that. Screaming Shivas.
Yeah.
Next time we have to add some voice, not words, but like we'll have to add some.
Yeah.
A rattle too. I realized we didn't have a rattle. I should have brought mine in. That was fun.
I want to have T-shirts made for our band.
I know, we do.
Okay,
Screaming
I'm into
Shaktis.
it.
Well, and I will say too, like, you don't have to use your beater. And
Usually don't.
I usually
Oh.
use your hand. Sometimes it's nice in a drum circle because it's a little bit more of an intense beat when you're playing with your beater, with your striker. But it can be really nice to use your hands, you know.
Or if you have a big drum like mine, it will take over if there's a lot of just small or more quiet things. So
Yeah.
be mindful.
Yeah.
It's a bossy drum.
It's a bossy drum.
No, it's true, right?
It's a bossy drum.
You can just your nails on your, just like.
Yep.
This one's a pretty good nail drum. This is the soul shift drum.
Mm-hmm.
It makes like a.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really
I
nice.
wish I had thought of that.
Or even just dragging across it can be a good.
It's beautiful. It's great. Yeah.
Now we're getting into drum ASMR. I don't think that's what anyone did before. Or maybe you guys did.
It's very like it's sensual. It's a sensual experience, you know. So it's like this is why. And the more you do this, the more you kind of, you know, inappropriately fondle your drum. You know, but the more you get comfortable with it, and the less, you know, in the parade you are, right? You're in the parade when you don't feel comfortable with your tool. Once you make a relationship with your drum, and it's nice too, like you can write messages to yourself inside of your drum. I haven't written any in here, but I have in other drums. Or like, you know, important dates, or like this is the day I first played my drum, and then this is the day I first, like, you know, felt this part of the relationship with it, because ultimately your drums, I hope, will be things that you pass down, you know, one day. They're important to you, right? So I'm so glad you guys enjoyed that.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us do that with
I'm so glad you guys were here for it. I thought it was really beautiful. And you could see how we were no communication, right? And yet full communication, right? We absolutely knew what was happening between us at any given time. And part of it is like we all know each other really well and work together a lot. So, you know, we have a you know, a nonverbal form of communication that we've established in different ways. But I would like to take some time, since we have some time, to answer some questions that you have. The Etsy shop, I've bought drums in different places, and I will tell you, I've had real good experiences on Etsy buying drums. So I would say, if you find a drum you really love, you don't have to always get your drums from the same drum maker. They can be from different people, and you know, you're doing what I do, which is, and you know, I shouldn't do it as much as I do, but you're up late at night and you're on Etsy, and you know, you're poking around and you find a beautiful drum and you're inspired, and you know, everything about the drum feels right, and you feel connected to the shop owner and stuff. I would say go for it. Drums like this one tend to be in the, I don't know, 3 to, okay, cool, thank you, yeah. 3 $300 up, I would say. If you're going to have someone make you a custom drum, that's going to run you around $1,000, $1,000 to $1,500, depending on how much time they're putting in. The woman who made my colibri drum, the hummingbird drum, Katie Janelle, who's really talented, it took her about 6 months to do my drums. So I also didn't give her any time frame or any direction. I just told her whenever it was ready, I was going to be really happy. So I think she put me between other projects, because when I'm working with an artist, I don't like to tell them what to do or how long it should take. Because as an artist myself, I really love it when people just give me freedom. Velislav, who owns Shaman Drum in Ukraine, is my favorite. I do have a favorite. I've never worked with drums like his before, and part of it's him and the energy, and he comes from a line of drum makers, so it's kind of it's a trade, it's a skill, it's a absolute artistry, and they've mastered every aspect of their craft. They are expensive, they'll range anywhere from, again, you can get a smaller one. I don't like small drums, so I tend to go with 22, 24 inch drums, and I do like a natural hide. Yeah. So if your drum is dry, I have found I've been very lucky. I really haven't had to worry about my drums being too tight or too loose because of fluctuating conditions. Where I live in Southern California, we have quite a bit of humidity, and so my drums don't tend to really dry out. And I'm also careful about temperature control in the rooms where my drums are, like especially at home. I have certain, I don't let the temperature go above or below a certain temperature, which I've noticed keeps my drums in good shape. I don't have a good source for drum repair, but there might be people in the feed who do. So that's what I would say, is maybe somebody in our community can share if you've got somebody great online who allows people to ship drums and can repair them. Yeah, like Danusia said, I think it is in his blood. I think it absolutely is. So I like bigger drums, but it is sometimes nice to have a smaller drum. That's why I love the Soul Shift drum, because it's portable. I have actually, I had 2 of the Soul Shift drums, one at home, and I have a second one that's in my trunk of my car, because sometimes I'm places and people want to drum, and I want to drum, and so it's just nice to have one that you can travel with you. It's lightweight, right? Yeah, there is another drum maker on eBay too, and I'm blanking on the name of it, but I will look it up for you. And that's another person who makes the sort of the gong type drums. And I just like a bigger, deeper, more resonant sound when it comes to shamanic drumming. Yeah, and I think that's a great suggestion. If you can send if you're having problems with your drum, it's probably best to reach out to the person who made it, especially if they made it by hand, because they're probably going to be the best source of guidance in terms of how to fix it. Judy Walter says if you're in Florida, there's a drum medic, which I think is really awesome. But I'm with Deborah. I think I would probably send it back to the person who originally made it and see if they can do it. Yeah. Vartra too Vartra's my favorite on Etsy for rattles. Holy shit, Vartra's rattles. So thank you for mentioning Vartra. And Vanya, it'd be totally cool if you could just pop up a link to Vartra's shop, because Vartra is just an amazing soul. Tara made her drum in a drum making workshop. Tara's drum, I think, is a 24 or 26 inch. That's a big drum. Yeah, I've never had any trouble with animals chewing on my drums. But it is always good just to if you do have a chewy dog. I'm so lucky Bodhi's not a chewer, but if you have a chewy dog, it's probably good, because they'll want to chew on the sinew. And then best paint to use to decorate it would also not be my expertise. I can tell you that you can use your flash tattoos to decorate your drums, which is really fun. And so what you do, if you want to put flash tats on your drum, you take your drum and you put just a little bit of water on the surface of the drum itself. Just a little tiny bit, like a spritz. And then you take whatever flash tattoo you want, you turn it upside down, but the surface of the drum needs to be wet or it won't adhere, but not soaking wet, like just a little moist. And you put the flash tattoo upside down, put your washcloth over it or your moist paper towel, but leave it for a little while. It takes a little longer to adhere to the drum than it does to your skin. And then you'll have flesh tats on your drum, which is really cool. And I love the my Remo drum. Candace is mentioning that. My big frame drum, the one I always use at the full moon, that's one of my favorites. And those are pretty affordable. I think those are around $100, aren't they? You can find those. You can find them on the Remo website, or you can find them on eBay. That one is a 26-inch, I believe, my big Remo full moon drum. But that's just one of my faves. I know it's super basic, but I just love it so much. So I would say experiment, and then you're going to find that you like certain drums for certain things, right? The one I just bought from Veleslav is for the new moon. I bought a black drum. I haven't had a new moon drum. I figured, well, I have a full moon drum. It'd be really nice to have a new moon drum. So it should be here in time for our new moon ceremony next week, which is really exciting. So yeah, so crystals, flash tattoos, I love it. Emily says she's got all the things going on hers. So I would love to see pictures of your drums too. So please feel free to share those. Yeah, and so Remo's a great place to start. We were gonna partner with Remo at some point. I should ask Dave whatever happened to that. We were gonna partner with Remo, and because we could print Sage Goddess art onto the frames, but I don't know, something must have happened because we haven't done that yet, or maybe we just kind of lost track of all of that. Yeah, so Vartra is an artist on Etsy, amazing soul. These are just people you'll fall in love with, you know what I mean? They're just good humans, amazing art that he does. And his rattles, I've worked with a lot of rattles in my life. I've never worked with rattles like Vartra's rattles. There's something incredible. Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I was saying that earlier, Colin. Every drum maker I'm recommending to you is very ethical in how they source the hides and all of it. So, and it's always good to ask. You know, you're always authorized to ask where your hide comes from. So, yeah, we will put links up, and Vanya's here, and she knows Vartra. I believe you know Vartra personally, don't you, Vanya? So Vanya can pop the link up too for Vartra's Etsy website. And just tell them that all the crazy ladies at Sage Goddess sent you. Oh, very cool. Yeah, they do have them in different sizes, for sure, for sure. So yeah, so we'll get you Vartra's link for the rattle place, because it's definitely his Etsy is. And listen, his Etsy is a dangerous place. If you end up leaving with just a rattle, I will congratulate you. Because he does jewelry and earrings and, oh my God, all the things. So I want to say congratulations, and also I'm sorry for referring you to Vartra. Because he makes smudge fans, and just like, it's one of those things where it's like, oops, and then that fell into my cart, and then oops, that fell into my cart. These are the places where it gets really dangerous. So all right, so we're going to take a break once again. Are you guys having fun so far? We're having fun. We hope you are too. Next up, it's my friend. We're going to have to change our lighting a little bit and move some things around. So, oh yay, there's the link for Vartra. So you can go shopping while we change our lighting and get ready for Yasmina. So excited to bring you my girlfriend today and spend some time with her too. All right, you guys. So we're going to switch to commercial, and we'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes.
See you soon, guys.
Get ready for commercial.
a little bit. Okay, so our next session, everybody, I'm really excited. When the idea to bring this retreat to you came to us, one of the first people who came to mind for me is someone you're about to meet. And her name is Yasmina Rossi. So I just want to say a couple of things briefly about Yasmina before we call her and bring her in. Yasmina Rossi is an international model. She's been extremely successful in her life and her career. I found her on Instagram and started following her, and she just inspired me on every level. And so I reached out to her on Instagram. We became friends, and we're not just Facebook friends or Instagram friends. I've actually spent time with her. I went and spent a day with her up in Malibu at her home before she moved to the Yucca Valley, which is where she is now. And she's just moved this week, so this is all kind of in progress for her. So I'm sharing you with her because, or sharing her with you, because I believe that part of how we reimagine our life and part of how we evolve is that we find role models and we find people who inspire us, and they pull us toward a newer version of ourselves. And I will tell you, Yasmina is who I want to be when I grow up. She's so vital. She's so beautiful. Her attitude is so amazing. You know, she's been through a lot in her life, as we all have, but she takes lemons and makes lemonade. And she really, really believes in healthy living, clean eating, in spending time in nature. And I'm sure she's going to tell you about her journey, because that's part of our conversation today. We were laughing so hard because both of us are going through a lot of transformation right now in our own lives. And I said to her, isn't this so perfect for a conversation about reimagining your life? Because we're both kind of going through these transformation stages and processes. So she's a mom, she's a model. She's one of my favorite pieces of wisdom from her is she taught me that actually taking pictures of yourself and the selfies and all of that is art. It's about bringing beauty forward. We shouldn't be shy. We should be sharing our beauty and sharing what we love and sharing what we know, and that's how we inspire each other, and that's how we keep the magic alive and stay youthful. And she's done it all in such a natural way. So she inspires me every day. Right, Circe? She inspires me every day. I hope she's going to inspire you too. So with that, we're going to dial her in. Now, I will tell you, when she and I chat, we're both fire signs. She's a Sag, right? Sun, I'm Sag Moon. We just go with the flow. So we don't really have an agenda for our conversation today, but I do want to focus because you're going to be making your collage while we're talking. And so I want you to feel free to be collaging while she and I are chatting. There isn't going to be a time where we go, okay, ready, now collage. You can be building your collage the whole time. And I will tell you, I have a little picture of her on my altar at home, because she inspires me to keep going, and she inspires me to think about beauty and magic. And I don't know, I just find her incredible. She's such a gift in my life. So there is a little picture of her in your workbook, in your journal. If you go to this page, there's a beautiful picture of her, so you could actually add her to your vision board if she inspires you the same way she inspires me. Yeah, she sure is a Sag. Only a Sag could do what she does. She has all that fire energy. So whenever Team SG is ready, we're going to dial her in and bring her to you. Yeah. And there'll be time for you to ask some questions, but I think you'll fall in love with her too. And so you can follow her on Instagram. That's where she does most of her work. And if you haven't followed her on Instagram yet, I would really recommend it. She's very active there. I look at her stories every day, and
Yeah, she just inspires me to be a more natural version of myself. And I also, for me, I'm always looking for models of natural aging. I want to age naturally but gracefully, and she's been such a mentor for that for me. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping that you're going to find her exactly the same way. Well, thank you for that, Jacqueline. I love being your mentor. And I think each one of us, and I'm sure you are mentoring lots of other people in your life too. You know what I mean? So each one of us has to find mentors, and then we end up mentoring people on our path too. And it's all part of this, how we get each other through, right? And totally, Stacy. So you can do your vision board right now, or you can do your vision board later. You don't have to do it today. And that's why I just want to remind you of that. So the workbook pages for this particular session on reimagining your life, if you want to be filling in your journal.
Yasmina just needs a couple more minutes.
Totally
so Claire's going to call her in 5 minutes and bring the phone in when she's ready to go.
Okay, so let me bring you back to the journal, if I can. I think this is a great time for me to recenter you on where for this session, if you want to be keeping up with the journal, here's what we recommend, right? On this page, which says, what do you love? These are, love you guys so much. I love you. You are one of the things that I love. Love is the closest thing we have as humans to magic. I really believe that's true. So I would love for you to take a few minutes here, maybe even now while we're waiting for Yasmina to come on the line, and write some things that bring you joy and bring you excitement and bring you love and bring you encouragement. And then on the other side of the page, it says Re-Imagineering and frequency management. Yasmina is all about frequency. And I'm going to ask her to speak about frequency today during our time together. But what I put here is this idea of entrainment and role models. When I feel like I want to make a change in my life, but I'm not exactly sure how to do it or what it should look like, I ask myself, is there somebody else in my life who's already done this or done something similar, somebody who could inspire me on my path? And then I entrain to their energy, meaning I try to line up my frequency with their frequency, if that makes sense. And it's not something that you think about, it's something you feel into. So like one of the most beautiful things for me was driving to Malibu and spending the day with Yasmina in her home, and she made food for me, and we had tea together, and we went and sat on the beach and took pictures together. It was one of the best days of the last year of my life. I didn't want to leave when the time came, but we were both yawning, and I had a 2-hour drive home. But she's definitely that for me. So one of the things I want you to think about are, who are your role models, and how can you take the qualities in your role models that you really love, right? So for me, for her, it's her beauty, it's her grace, it's her adventurous spirit, it's her positivity, it's her absolute natural way of living and being. Those are the things I admire most about her. But I love how excited she gets about change, because most people are afraid of change. She's not. She's like, come on, let's do this. So how can you merge these attributes that you admire about this person to create a truly connected new you? And remember that the universe places people in your path. I mean, was it an accident that I found her, on Instagram and YouTube? I don't think so, right? I'm wearing one of her shawls today. Whenever I feel kind of like not in my power, I grab one of her. I'm lucky enough to have a few of her cashmere shawls, and she's gifted me a couple as well. This is one of the ones that she gifted me. And I wrap myself up in her shawls when I'm feeling not myself, So it's about thinking about ways to bring people's energy in, and knowing that I think when we find them, it's always divinely guided and inspired. And there she is!
Oh my.
Okay.
I am in a mess.
You look
Part of the
beautiful.
process,
It is part of the process, and you do still look beautiful, my darling.
I don't have the best light because it's very hot outside and there is wind a little bit. But I can show you, because people are gonna understand that when we decide to make a change because we feel that we have to do it,
Yep.
It can be a total change. You know, I was
Yes.
living on the beach, and now it's where I live.
Total change.
Oh, wow.
Total change.
So, from 75% humidity, there are baby kales running on the land. From 75% humidity, when I am at 20, and my body, it's very hard for my body, very, very difficult. So I'm gonna go back in the area that is cooler, and we're gonna have this discussion. So you see, it's about, I knew it will be hard in the desert because I've been many times for like stay of 2 or 3 weeks.
Yep.
But and every time I was like, oh my goodness, my face is totally destroyed. My body needs time to be acclimated because the dryness. I'm really not used at all about that. You know, I live. You know where I live. I live. So it's quite challenging. But the beauty really bring me up all the time when I'm down a little bit because I do all this by myself. So it's quite difficult sometimes.
Just so you know, Yasmina, it looks like I'm not looking at you on the phone, but I absolutely see you. So I'm looking at our audience, but I see you. So I just don't want you to be distracted by that. Yeah.
Okay, it's not so easy because I love to communicate with eyes.
I know. Is there a way for me to be able to look at her? But
We can't have you looking at her and also have the them be able to see her. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
So the way we have it right now, Yasmina, actually I can just the way we have it right now is that we have a camera set up pointing at you so that our community can see you on YouTube.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So you're facing the same direction that Athena is facing. That's why she can't.
We're both looking at the camera, but that means I can't look at you.
I understand.
But the way our community is seeing it, so the way all of our retreat attendees are seeing it, is that you're looking at them, which is also very important because they're the ones getting the eye contact and everything.
Yeah. So as you know, Yasmina, today's session is about Re-Imagineering, like reimagining your life. And I was telling them it's the perfect time to have this conversation because I'm going through change and transformation. You're literally in the middle of it. And I also mentioned to them one of my favorite parts of our conversation when I was with you in Malibu just a couple of weeks ago was about frequency. You know, it's about taking care of your frequency, minding your frequency. And I'm sure you're thinking about that right now too, right? Like, where is your frequency and how do you maintain, especially through change?
I don't even go through that because I'm so busy dealing with things that I am impressed about the energy I have. I'm awake at 5 o'clock in the morning. The desert is more energetic than the ocean. It's quite really interesting. So I know by going with the flow that I can say my frequency is high.
Yeah.
And because of the energy I get, but in fact I overdone things, and I hurt my back yesterday. Me would never have pain in my back. I felt so powerful that I raised something and I hear a big crack, and it was like, wow. So this is also showing me that and I had the message before raising that thing. My higher self gave me a vision and a message to use a board to make sliding that. But the board was at the opposite of the house. I thought I'm going to do it quicker like that.
Yeah.
But I had the vision how to have the solution to raise 140 pounds.
Wow.
But I raised 140 pounds by myself. So, as it was on the bay window, the wheels of the engine started to slide, and were not. So I thought it's going to fall, it's going to break.
Yeah.
So it was really a weird situation, and I had the vision: take the board, put it on that, but. So it's part of the process of learning, to be more and more in the present moment and to do what is told to do.
Yeah.
Take the board, put it there, you slide the thing on, everything is fine. And it's really weird because these days I felt so good in my body. Really wow, no pain, everything is flowing well, and and I'm thankful about that because I need this energy to do all I have to do. And it was fantastic feeling, and this stopped me in my process,
Yeah, yep.
Just because I did not listen. Just because and I'm aware of messages. I'm someone who is used to, but I did not listen. It's so it's that. I think what is important is to, even if it seems annoying or crazy or that, is to listen when we get an information like that.
Yeah.
And to go with that.
Yeah.
Because we are helped all the time by this. And we are so often not present to getting the message. May I get them, but I did not apply it. You know what I mean? It's that.
Yep.
And it's like moving. When we took this meeting for this session together many months ago, I didn't know. I thought going in Florida. I didn't know where I would be. I told you, it's no problem if I'm on a motel on the road. I will find a way to have a Wi-Fi. And here, 2 days ago, I had no Wi-Fi connection.
Yeah.
They came and they said, oh no, you cannot have Wi-Fi. So I had to ask for help from people who were living there who told me, oh, you can have a hotspot. So I went to buy a hotspot. And now I'm going to have Starlink. But when I came, the person before had the Wi-Fi. But it's so few houses, when they cut the line has been given to someone else.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine my thing when I say, I cannot believe I don't have Wi-Fi and it's 2 days we have the session, and it's like, so you have to go with the flow and to ask to be helped, and things are coming. Things are coming.
Yeah. I think so can you...
2 or 3 months ago when we took this appointment, who would tell me that I will be here today?
I know.
So it's really, because I never imagined I will be here. I thought live in California, be in Florida, but it's a process of investigating, searching online, seeing, feeling really what I want, what I don't want. I don't want to be in a city. I don't want to be, and realizing the most important thing for me, but Florida is flat.
Yeah.
Where am I going to do my pictures? How am I going to get inspired?
I know.
So what came to me, I'm inspired in the desert. I want a big change. It's going to be a big change. And from that time, not even 3 weeks ago, everything unfolded. Not easily. It has been by steps, with ups and downs. But everything came, and it's what I wanted. It's what I was dreaming of. So it takes, a way to be open to the things that are not planned, that are not, and the little details. The little details, when you feel something is not right, even if everything was perfect, the other location I found, comfortable, easy, bigger, cheaper. But when I knew about the utilities that I have to share with other people, me who are very cautious, and I said, no, this is not right. And from that time, I said, okay, I have to find something else. But everything was set up. I had the place I wanted. I had the apartment I wanted. $500 utility a month, it's not what I'm using.
Yeah.
So it was not right for me.
Yeah.
So this came. I just saw a picture of rocks. I didn't even saw the house.
Wow.
And I said, it's what I want. And you see, it's going in the unknown. It seems crazy, but And it's not easy. The installation is not easy. I had not be able to cook for 1 week. I could not eat anything. I cannot shower, so I put a shower outside. I adapt,
Yeah.
I can shower with a hose naked outside, and I love it. It's what I wanted to do as well. I have a fire pit. I warm, I cook something on the fire pit.
Yeah.
Just with what is there, and slowly I'm set up. But it's still boxes around, and
Oh yeah. Well,
So what else?
Well, do you remember though? We were sitting on the floor, remember, in Malibu, and you were talking about Florida, and I said, "What about Joshua Tree?" Do you remember?
Yes.
So when all of this
And
happened,
I said, no, because for me, I wanted to leave California.
yeah, I know.
And Joshua Tree was not my favorite destination for the desert.
Yeah.
So I looked in the desert I love in Chihuahua, Mexican border. But I did not find, and I know very well that area, I did not find anything. And I said, where is the desert? And like by chance, one of my followers told me, there is this friend, she's renting a house in Yucca Valley. I never heard about Yucca Valley before.
Yeah.
And I said, where is it? She said, it's close to Joshua Tree. I said, what? And I went to visit the house. I didn't like it. I did not felt right for me.
Yeah.
So this is how it started. So the collective consciousness is also at work,
Yeah.
These followers told me that. I discovered Yucca Valley I never heard about. And here I am 3-4 weeks after here.
I know.
Yeah.
I just want to address some of the questions in the feed. So I'm seeing people asking if they should be working on anything right now. I also want to address, I see a lot of you giving ideas on how to prop this phone up. It's okay. We can't put it up something big behind it because then it'll block the camera and Yasmina won't be able to see Athena, but it's fine. I'm fine.
Yeah, thank you for your patience. Yeah, so you can be working on your vision board right now. While we're talking, I think, tapping into the energy, Yasmina's energy, which, like I said, for me is such magic, and tapping into the energy of the conversation, which is, the message she and I are sharing with you today is go with the flow. And you have to, and listen to your intuition, because it's always guiding you. I think one of the things I hope you see and feel in Yasmina is she's such an adventurer, and part of it comes, she's traveled all over the world. So this is not someone who's afraid of change or moving or transition, physical transition. But the resilience and the absolute, like, even now in the middle of, like, her back is hurting and she's showering outside and she can't cook her food, you know what I mean? But she's here and she's smiling and she'll figure it out. She'll land on her feet. And so I think for a lot of you who have been afraid to make big changes, because you don't know, and you want to choose a path of safety, one of the things she reminds me is you don't always have to choose that path of safety, that sometimes the path of adventure and being willing to just go and see what happens, and that there's, Yasmina and I spent hours talking about how this is magic. Like, when you let go and you just say, I'm going to surrender and just go with the flow, helpers appear on your path and things happen. I mean, it's like, you leave space for magic to happen when you do that.
Yeah, it is, because first thing, the most important, is to go inside of yourself, in your heart, what would make you happy. Me, it's beauty, I do my pictures, I love rocks, I love cactuses. I know this. My ideal will be Baja California, where you have cactuses on the beach.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the next step. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is, for me, it's an experience, maybe for a couple of years, maybe more, I don't know. But I was really excited about that. And I'm still really excited, even if it's not easy. But the first thing is go in your heart and feel what will make you, like, excited, happy. and go for it. And also, we spoke about that with Athena. What is important is to consider some words of the vocabulary differently. Meaning that, for example, in my vocabulary, there is not the word worries, or scared, or wonder, or like fear. I can feel fear, but I use it as a friend and as a tool to be more centered.
Yep.
So it's all about this presence to yourself, and this is going to guide you because we have this inner guide. The physical appearance is just a tiny part of us. So when you go beyond, we don't, because these words are connected to frequency that are very low. So when you take off these words from your vocabulary, you can be aware of fear, no problem, observe it, see to what it's related, what you can do with that, what you can do to don't be in that situation. Maybe as about vision board, you can imagine this written and you cross it. You don't want that. You send it to your subconscious to be able to get this message that you don't want this thing. And like this, you feel already immediately great, better, not under worry or this kind of thing. But this is really, really the base is to go with your heart, feel what makes you happy. This is because we came here as soul to have an experience in this physical world. So we have to have this. For me, it's about enjoyment. I cannot go with something. I cannot be with things that are not about enjoying pleasure. Beauty is really what makes me feeling the most in balance, because for me beauty is a direct reflection of the divine essence on earth, the harmonious balance and all that. So I love to work with things at my way. Maybe it's not beauty for others, but for me it's important that it be like that. And when I see this balance outside of me, I feel balance inside. When I see this beautiful outside of me, this beautiful landscape, it feeds me and it's connected to my way of being beautiful. It's like it's feeding me directly.
Yeah, no, and it absolutely makes sense. And it's, when you start, we were talking about this earlier, when you start from your heart and you ask yourself what will make you happy, sometimes it's right away fear. You know what I mean? Because you think what would make you happy sometimes is totally different than where you are. So sometimes that can mean changing your relationship, changing your job, changing your, you have children and and there's all these things. And so then people go, no, I can't do that. Because if I pursue this, then that, and they start talking themselves out of it, and they start living smaller life. And so,
Yeah, it's that when I went through my first divorce, I was mother of 2, very young, and I never worked outside home. But I was clear with myself I could not continue with man. It was me.
Yeah.
It was me, and I took the decision, and I never worked before. I had no incomes. But it was in between stay with a man I was not going well with, and I was feeling like shrinking and unhappy, or going through the difficult process of divorce and facing the unknown of income. I was just starting modeling, like one job in a year, it was really like jumping in the void. But I had a half day, I can say, of concern and like, not panic, but really wonder what I'm going to do, how I'm going to do that. But the fact to be in touch with that feeling very hard inside of me made me able to be more in touch with what was right or not right for me, no matter the process. And after that half day, it was clear I was going to divorce. And it was clear that things will fall into place. This was in 1988. I did my first job in September 1988. I did a second job of model in January, February 1989. And from that time, the universe unfolded because I was going with a flow that was translating inside of me in this. The process will not be easy, but what I want is that.
Yeah.
And that year, 1989, I worked so well. It was like mind-blowing to me what happened that year. And this, in a way, showed me, and even before that, I had other experiences where I had to make choices when it was not easy, but going always to what makes the heart beating, really. And with all these experiences, I realized that I have to go always with what makes me happy, even if the path is not easy. And this worked.
Yeah. And that's what you've always done, right? I mean, through every part of your life. Yeah.
So I started working modeling, like the very difficult side of it, like fit model, very hard. Like 10 years of that, I was able to feed my family. I was working very, very hard during collection, like 4 or 5 months a year, non-stop, on high heels, standing all day. I was dying, but I was so grateful. This is also something that is very important, gratitude. Here, every single day, I use water that's for dishes or to drink or to take shower. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is a real luxury to have water in the desert. And I'm grateful. Gratitude is really, really important because it's reconnected you to that thing that make you take this decision and make you in that flow. And for me here, it's the most important thing is water. And I'm grateful to have water from the city that is coming here. And I was washing the tiles yesterday and I said, wow, it's fantastic. I have water to clean the tiles. I grew with my grandparents without running water.
Yeah.
So I know how it is precious. And when you are in that, it's wonderful. It's a luxury, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
So this is, it has been a very long journey as model that has been always better and better until, for example, when I changed from fit model to model on magazines and for catalogs. I worked a lot with Japanese. I went in Japan. I traveled a lot, but after I did another big jump at 45 years old when I arrived in New York knowing nobody and left everything in France. And I knew that Ford Model Agency wanted to work with me. But I arrived in New York, nobody was knowing me. I signed my first lease for 1 year, paying 1 year in advance of rent because nobody was knowing me. And I was at Thanksgiving Day 1999, so 10 years later than my first divorce, in that apartment, penthouse in Wall Street, with nothing. That was fantastic. Now I have too much things. And signing a check of 1 year of rent. And it was raining. And I was saying like, wow, rain is a good omen. Wow, it's fantastic. I was able to do that.
Yeah.
And I started again. And now I have too many stuff.
Yeah, but you have beautiful things.
Yeah, but it's like... This is my dilemma. It's about stuff. It's about material things.
Yeah.
And all the things I like are heavy. Sculpture, stones, crystals, minerals. You saw some of them. It's a disaster. So the moving has been epic. The moving has been chaotic with these people. It has been a disaster. But I'm here alive. So you see, it's like at 45 years old, I totally changed my life. But like 3-4 years before, I was not happy anymore in Paris. And I looked somewhere else. I went living in South Africa that I loved a lot.
Yeah.
And because it was nature, it was the ocean, and I loved it. But life decided differently because I could not get my work visa, so I had to go in a way where I could work.
Yeah.
And Ford was okay to give me my visa for 3 years, and I took that, and after they sponsored me for my green card. And now, who would tell me at that time I will be American citizen? So you see, it's like, it's fantastic, you know?
Yeah.
And just because following that could seem crazy, and my daughter, she's 47 soon, and my son is 50, it will be 50 next year, yeah. My daughter was, are you crazy? You go in South Africa, it's dangerous. She came and she saw that it was fantastic. When I say I live in New York, are you crazy? It's dangerous there. She came and she said, wow, it's great. I said, yeah. And now I told her I live in the desert. She was like, she did not say anything. She knows I'm remote, isolated. I think she knows now that I will deal with that. You know what I mean? I said, you come, it's fantastic. She said, yeah, I'm coming.
That's good. So is she coming to see you?
She's gonna come, yes. She's gonna come soon with her girlfriend. Yeah, they're gonna come.
That's good. So she didn't tell you were crazy this time.
No, I was expecting that. But she said, wow, this makes total sense. I say, wow, she evolved as well. Yeah. No, because everything, Los Angeles, there's the gangs. I say, I'm not in Los Angeles, I'm in North Malibu, there is nobody there. South Africa, imagine Cape Town, 5 o'clock, you know, at that time that we had to stay at home.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
5 o'clock is when the light is beautiful to do pictures, so I was outside, never had trouble. So it's that. But if I don't feel to do something, I don't do it. Yeah. Even if people say, oh, you should go there or do there, I say, okay. And suddenly I don't feel, I don't do it. You know, it's that I don't do it even if I can deceive someone. Yeah. It's difficult because you know that you're going to deceive someone who is expecting you. Is what happened with Abigail in Australia 3 years ago. Yep. Was going there I was invited by her to stay with them. 1 week before, I said, I'm sorry, Abigail, I don't feel to come. And I canceled the trip. Yeah. And we were excited about that, making chocolate together, you know, doing skin product and things. I didn't felt it. And it's the week that came my bracelet. It's the week I had the connection to do my jewelry in LA, you know. So it's that movement, you know, that flow. And also to don't be scared, if I can say, worry about losing money, because as I canceled 1 week before, I lost money in the process. Yeah. But, you know.
Yeah. So one of the questions that one of our members is asking is, what's your best advice to get your groove back?
And first, I always say that I never give advices. I give information.
I know. Yeah. But what's your information?
Because I'm not in the skin of anyone else. It's just me focusing on beauty. Appreciation. Yeah. Bring me back on track. Yep. Like I said before, there is water wow, this is fantastic. I'm in the desert, I have water. I went down these days because it was very hard sometimes, you know. And you think you're going to have the gas, no, it's not coming, and it's delayed. You're going to have internet, you are happy, you wait for the people to come to install, and they call you and say, oh, we cannot in your area. And you are like, I cannot believe it. So you have to deal with all that, and it's not easy, you know. They bring the fridge, it's not the right one. Some days after, they bring another one, but it's damaged. So now they're going to come again next week. So it's like almost 2 weeks to get a fridge. You know, it's like everything is like... So I go back outside on the porch and I look the beauty around me. I take a tea or something I like to eat, you know, fruits. Fruits is also something that bring me happiness, you know. So I take some fruits, I go on the porch and I slow down and I stop to do anything and I watch the beauty, appreciation, and this bring me back.
Yeah.
This bring me back. This is, for me, it's my way, you know. Or I take a cold shower. This is really, I really love that because it connects me to my childhood, washing at the river and all that, you know.
Yeah.
So, and not only to the childhood, but it's connected to the frequency of the little child that is growing, full of energy. And I have the feeling when I do that, I connect to that frequency and I get it back, you know, and it's like magical. Cold shower is one thing that really helped me to go back, to go forward, to go like, you know, to be grounded, to feel good. And I can also imagine it rains all the worriness that I could have or the contrariety. And I give this to the earth and I'm grateful, you know, that I can have that water again, you know.
It's beautiful. You know, so a couple things I want to tell our audience. So she is in Joshua Tree, California, which is really beautiful. I would recommend that you Google it. The Yucca Valley area is a vortex area of energy. There's some very interesting places. There's a place out there called the Integratron, where they believe there was, you know, UFO landing, and you can feel, if you ever get a chance to go, you should go, because you can feel it on the land. I kept some small, just loose rocks that I found on that landing strip, and there's like light codes engraved on them. There's a lot of magic out in the area where she is. And the other thing I wanted to tell you is, so she's told me this story before about when she was a young girl, that she would take her bath in the river and the water was very cold. And so what she's talking about is when she feels the cold water, it allows her to reconnect with that childhood frequency of like curiosity and excitement and energy and youthfulness. And it would be interesting for you all to think about, is there something from your childhood, you know, that to reconnect? We talked about this earlier, right? With your little person, and not the sad little person, but the happy, free, liberated, joyful little person. So there's something for her, it's cold water that brings her back. What is it for you? And maybe incorporate that into your vision board. You know, for me, it was playing outside. It sounds silly, but I collected stickers, like stickers, you know, like for, you know, like you do scrapbooking now, right? It's like whenever I see things like that, I feel like that's the little girl in me. Or you know, we had swings, so whenever I'm on a swing, if we go to a park and there's a swing and I get on the swing and close my eyes, I'm 5-6 years old again, you know. And so it's I think each one of you should maybe spend a little bit of time journaling about something that activates that child frequency, because children are naturally grateful. Children are not always looking for more yet. They haven't been trained to not appreciate what they have and look for something better. They're usually happy where they are because they don't know any different. So I think coming back to that childhood frequency, right, allows you to be in that state of gratitude immediately. Don't you think? Yeah.
Yeah, and you see how the world outside connect to that, because I don't have, water in the bathroom to be able to use it as I want. So I want to buy a hose and I shower outside.
Yeah.
But when I shower outside, around me, there is life, like when I was little girl. I have turtles, I have lizards, snakes, birds, and here I am. I have coyotes, quails. There is a roadrunner that came the first day to be right beside me. It's called Oscar. The neighbor called him Oscar. And I'm like, wow, it's like when I was little girl. You know what I mean? It's like, it's fantastic. And only just that. It's so fulfilling. It's very simple fix that doesn't cost anything.
Yeah.
It can be a cloud in the sky that has a beautiful shape. And when I was in New York, I had these skies, and I was like, wow. It's about beauty, and it's really that. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And if you have a chance to look at her Instagram, you'll see what she's talking about, because sometimes she'll just take a picture of seaweed, like how it would be on the beach, but it would make like a sacred shape or something like that, or she would see the way the water would come across the sand and the water would recede and it would make a pattern in the sand. She would take a picture of that, but it becomes art. I mean, she sees her world through this lens of beauty, and she doesn't overlook things. I think so many of us, we're so busy and honestly negative. You know what I mean? We're looking at what we don't have. We're not looking at what we do have and seeing that there's beauty in it.
Yeah, because when you take time to look, when I was in New York, sometimes I was amazed by the iron board on the street. They look like sculptures.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this is so beautiful. And it's an iron board of construction on the street,
Uh-huh.
The way you are present to things, you can find beauty everywhere. And that in resonance feed you. And increase this flow of seeing more and more. And you go, when I picture a flower or cactuses like I'm here, or rock, I become that. In that moment, I am one with that element. And this makes me raise my frequency. This makes me vibrate because I'm one with the universe around me. And this makes a big difference. And it just, when I in Malibu, I had a lot of roses on my path to the beach. I had pictures of me on them. I'm thankful to the rose to be so beautiful. I'm like, wow, how can it be so beautiful? And it makes me feel like that, beautiful like that. And it's a rock, it's the same. I say, wow, and yesterday I was washing the tiles, and it's in stone, and I say, oh, there are fossils inside. Wow, this is, and it became like a game, if I can say, to wash more and more to see more of them, and it was like, wow. And
so cool.
and this is something I wanted also to bring. It's when we can take pleasure in the daily task, because we approach them with a way to play, to discover something that make it not boring, but like the satisfaction to have the joints that are black and you see them finally they are same color. Wow, this is going to be amazing when everything going to be clean. So this give you energy to go forward, like it's, and it's just cleaning the tiles. And there is a saint in France, I don't remember which one, I had some inspiration while cleaning the tiles. Because your hands are busy, you are really in what you do, and it's flowing, So it's very important to be present in the daily task. People who never clean their house by themselves, they cut themselves from something that is really precious. There is a book about Karl Graf Durkheim about that. It's I forgot the title in English. It's about how to, in a way, be in meditation through daily tasks.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I read that before being models, and these books spoke to me so much. And it's really basic because it connects you, and it shows you how you are able to do things.
Yeah.
To your inner power,
Yeah.
not just simply by being able to do things.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people say, well, I have a hard time meditating, I don't know how to meditate. And then they start and they get frustrated, they stop. And you and I have talked about this. Cleaning your bathroom is a meditation, right? Like, brushing your teeth is a meditation, and for you, cleaning the tiles yesterday was a meditation, right? Like, so if everything becomes a meditation, then it's not something you learn. It's about being aware, right? That you're already meditating.
Yeah. Athena, I
Yeah.
make with you like 2 or 3 minutes
Yeah.
because not the carpet. No.
No, you're fine. Okay, we'll talk.
No, not the carpet. Just the carpet.
Yeah, you can put her on mute for a second. So, yeah, you can tell that she is in the middle of her process, right? I hope this is helpful for you, because my intention actually was that this session would be exactly what it is, which is I didn't know where she was going to be. She's sitting up against a wall, or she hurt her back yesterday. She's 67. She'll be 68 in December, and she's moved from Malibu to Joshua Tree, which is about 6 hours, 5-6 hours difference. She's in a very remote location, but I will tell you, for me, she's one of the most beautiful women I've ever known, and I think part of her beauty is her perspective. I absolutely aspire to be like her. I really do, because and whenever I feel grumbly and negative and ungrateful and like, well, I wish that was that, and I wish this was this, and why do I have to do this, and this is so hard, I channel her. This is what I was talking to you about with entrainment. I channel her. I literally ask myself, what would Yasmina do? And I say, Yasmina would not bitch about having to do this thing, right? Or Yasmina would not complain about, not having hot water in her shower for 2 weeks, because that happened at our house, where the shower didn't work. The water was either so hot it was burning us, or it was absolutely freezing cold. Yasmina would be like, yay, I've got cold water, right? And there is but it's sincere. She's not putting on a show. This is literally how she lives her life. And so I think I wanted you to have I could sit here and tell you this stuff all day long, and maybe you'd listen and maybe you wouldn't, but sometimes it's like hearing it from somebody else who, because she has had access to luxury and beauty. I mean, this is someone who's had incredible modeling contracts with the top agencies in the world, and has been, wined and dined and stayed in amazing places and seen, and literally, I don't know that there's a place on this earth she hasn't been. Literally. I mentioned to her a remote part of India, and she was like, oh yeah, I stayed there. I was like, really? Remote, right? Like, really? So she's literally traveled the whole world, but she absolutely is here for it, and she says yes to life. And I think, thank you for that, Kaz. That means so much to me. I really, seriously, I think we do need What Would Yasmina Do bracelets. And I will tell you, is she ready to come back? Let me know when she is. We're disconnected, so should I try calling her back?
Yeah,
again,
I think try calling her back, yeah. My day with her in Malibu was one of the best days I had. And it was so simple. What we were just sharing some food and walking down. I walked down that path she was describing to you, and spent time on her beach with her, and kind of saw that, everything come to life that I had only seen on her Instagram. And that day with her kind of changed my life a little bit, even though, and it wasn't, it was exactly how I thought it would be. It wasn't like, oh, this is so different, but It was so really cool to be able to be with her in that place and just to see the world through her eyes, because she's so positive. And so, like I said, I know people are skeptical of positivity, right? And people, are all about, like, we got to see things as they are and not, sugarcoat things or look through rosy glasses. But I'll tell you something, the people like her in my life who do choose to look through some rosy glasses are the people who are physically healthier, mentally healthier, emotionally healthier, right? She's not, trying to numb out or check out. She's all into this game of life. So I feel really blessed that she and I have become friends. Yeah, and so if you have any questions while we're here, I would be so happy to answer them for you. I won't be able to answer for her, but I can probably share some of her wisdom with you while we're waiting to get her back on the call. So yeah, she is a Sagittarius. Like I said, I don't know that she could do what she's doing if she wasn't. But literally, we were sitting on her floor. It was like 9 o'clock at night that night. And she was like, nope, I'm going to Florida. And I was like, have you thought about Joshua Tree? And she was like, no, Athena, I told you, I'm leaving California. And I was like, well, and my spirit guides are like, keep talking to her about Joshua Tree. And literally, she emailed me like 2 days later with telling me that she was coming out to look at some properties in Palm Springs and Palm Desert and the whole area. So it's just really cool. I was like, I kept hearing she was not, and I was so happy she wasn't leaving California, because now I can go and visit her, and I'm looking forward to going out and staying with her in her new place.
She is not available at the moment, so
Okay.
we sent her a message and just told her to call us back when she's ready.
Yeah. So if we can get her back on, we will. And then, if not, we're going to go with the flow too. She's obviously in the middle of all kinds of different things. Well, I appreciate that you say that, Stacey. I mean, I'm so grateful that you see me as a role model. I really appreciate that. And I see so many of you as role models too. And I think we can have role models for different parts of our lives and different times in our lives. Like we can have professional role models, we can have personal role models, we can have people whose relationships we want to model our relationships after. We can have I have friends who really inspire me as parents and how they are as parents, right? And I'm always trying to learn from them different techniques and strategies to be a better parent. So and I think incorporating what you learn from people and what inspires you from people is really important. So Lizette says, how do you get the mindset to stick, though, to constantly apply what we're learning and integrating? At first, it is, at least for me, Lizette, it is very much like fake it till you make it. I hate to say that because it sounds crude, but it's really true. Like when you are trying to make a new habit or a new way of thinking or being, when you're trying to make it stick, sometimes you have to.
Hi,
she's
just
back.
a second.
Sometimes you have to really consciously, you know what I mean? Say, walk yourself through it and talk yourself through it until it becomes a habit. And so much of what we're talking about today, like positive thinking and how you talk to yourself and finding beauty in nature and things like that. Because we're talking about, Yasmina, how do you take these things from inspiration to habit? So that it becomes just part of how you do this. Like, you don't have to wake up every morning and say, I'm going to go find beauty. It's just what you do.
Yeah.
But if it's new to you, if you've never done that before, how do you make it a habit?
I don't know if it needed to be a habit. It become part of yourself. It's a way to be. You just do what makes you happy.
Mm-hmm.
And this can change.
Yeah.
Sometimes you make things that it became an habit and it makes you happy for a while, and suddenly, like maybe something you eat, you really loved it for a while, and suddenly, no, because your body and your higher self, your wholeness don't want that or don't need that anymore. And me, about I love the ocean. I always live by the water. All my life I had water view. And it's the first time I am living in a dry area. That is very hard.
There you go.
But I wanted to have this experience because in about a couple of years I may be with my son in Thailand.
Yep.
So it's going to be something totally different where I get back humility. But I want to have this experience and that beauty, that raw beauty. It's like, okay, the water, I have it. It's not so hard. I've been walking with my grandmother to the river to be washed. It was no running water, and she carries the water on her head, so I can make it like that. I will, and I'm going to investigate more because I've been to the farmer's market last Saturday, and there is a tiny but very nice organic farmer's market.
Oh, good.
And it was someone about water in the area, and I discovered a lot of things. The water basin here is really rich in minerals.
Yep.
So I was visiting the land with the landlord, and I said, "What are these pipes?" So I think it was a well. So I said, "Oh." So I was like, when I'm installed, I'm going to investigate a little bit about that. If people can come and see if the well can be accessible, reactivated, or if there is something to have water. Because now I know that the water of this area is really good. I would love to have it directly, not through the pipe of the house.
Yeah.
So I'm like evolving with that. And things can change. You have also to be comfortable. I think people have to be comfortable that what they like at once, they don't like it anymore.
Yeah.
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 There is nothing wrong with that. It's like kids, when my kids were small, they wanted to try tennis, they wanted to try basketball, they wanted to do, and finally they do it 2 months and they didn't like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my ex-husband was pissed off against them because he spent money to make them their gear and all that. And me, I was like, yeah, they investigated, they don't like it. Why are they going to continue to do it? You know what I mean? It's like, because I'm like that too. And you have to allow yourself to be changeable, to be, unpredictable, because when it's like that, it's a direct connection to your wellness as entity, to your higher self that guides you. It guides us all the time.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful feeling. I had the feeling when I started to investigate about all this connection with the body and all that, like when I was in my late 20s, I was always fascinated by the body since kid. But I started to see the connection with the body that was expressing something. And when something was not flowing very well in the body, I said, wow, what is going on there? And like by chance, this brought me to follow classes with an osteopath about symbolism and about the archetypes.
Yeah.
And this brought me to understand better that these archetypes, in fact, they are direct linked with forces.
Yep.
And just by the symbol of the archetype, it can be the tarot card or anything, just by seeing the symbol, we can connect to that force. It can become alive. We can channel that force. It's a frequency, and we can express that, or we can. It's like yesterday, Athena, you told me the wounded healer, and I was thinking of, I'm Sagittarius, I was thinking of the centaur, and it was Charon, and I was like, I'm the wounded healer.
Yeah.
But I say, wow, this is great, because it's my sign, and Charon is about healing, and I was thinking even positively, maybe I needed that crack to put something back else in order. Instead of saying, oh, I did something wrong, I was like, And you will not guess, I see now, synchronicities. I see a chiropractor in Malibu, in Agora actually, that is great. And I sent him a message. I said, hurt my back. I will be this weekend in Malibu, Saturday afternoon maybe, or I can stay up to Monday. No answer. I saw another chiropractor by one of my followers, like 1 month ago, who offered me a session. And it's the husband of one of my followers. I went there in Oxnard, and as I follow up with Jim, the one I'm seeing usually, I did not continue, and the day I had the second session with him was the day of my moving, but it's been advanced.
Wow.
So it was like, no. This man, I met him only one time, half an hour. I don't know him. You will not guess, yesterday, out of nowhere, I got a text message from him, telling me, we would love to invite you I hope we are settled up, we would love to invite you for lunch Sunday, and after lunch I can give you a session.
Wow.
And I'm like, I cannot believe it.
Yeah.
I was because I didn't know, I had just a phone number. I said, where are you?
Wow.
He said, I'm Laird. I said, what? I was like, I cannot believe, I need a session, and it comes from, and I could have a nice moment with them because I never met his wife.
Yeah.
She's one of my followers. So the universe is like bringing the right thing at the right time. And this weekend I'm in Malibu. I was not supposed to be. I was supposed to go next weekend. And I was like it was like, wow. I was like in stupefaction. I was, wow, I cannot believe this.
Yeah.
So you see, it's like, it's really, really amazing. It's magical.
But this happens to you. Remember, we talked about this. This happens to you every time.
All the time.
You take these leaps, then it's like the people find you and the magic happens around you.
Who would tell me that? Who would tell me that? Because I never have pain in my back.
Yeah.
Since I've been followed in osteopathy in France like 35 years ago.
Yeah.
It really realigned. I had a scoliosis. Everything is aligned. I don't have pain in my back.
Yeah.
And that, I was like, what is the meaning of that? And I have the feeling that it's something I needed somewhere.
Yeah.
Realign something.
Yes, that's right.
You see, in the big change. So when you can see also what is disease, that is dysfunctionment, but you can see this as a positive thing. This also makes your life more light and more free.
Yeah.
Instead of immediately going on the negatives, oh man, I'm stupid, I did that, and I was like, I cannot be real, I did something like that, why I did that? And I was like, this is quite weird, I had the message to do this, I have not done, and now I have that.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's quite interesting. And I have pain at the level of the kidney, high kidney, and heart.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, interesting, you know?
Yep.
And I go through major changes. I felt these days when I was really down, what I've done, what I've been clear with myself, what I did to come here. So I stop on the porch and I'm like, yes, I came just for that. Yeah. You see?
Yeah. Well, and the back for me is the central channel, right? That holds the chakras. So for me, back issues are always about alignment. It's always about finding the, Yeah.
And it's also the symbol of the unconscious.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a place of your body you cannot see without a mirror.
Isn't that true?
It's really, and the summum of the symbol of the unconscious is the back of the neck, of the skull, you know? But the back for me is what we cannot see of ourselves at different levels. So it's quite very interesting process. So we'll see what unfollow from all that.
Yeah, no. So one of the questions that's coming up in the feed for this session is, once you figure out your frequency, right, where you want to be, you've raised your frequency. What's the best so we talked about gratitude as a way to maintain your frequency, right? Are there other practices for you that keep you in alignment or keep you at that place? Once you get where you want to be, what's your favorite way to stay there?
I never think about that, because as I am used to do with the flow and what I like, I'm always in a higher frequency. One thing I forgot to tell you that bring me back on track when I'm not feeling good, is cooking.
Yeah.
Cooking, be excited about eating something good.
Yeah.
Cooking, if my head is full, if it is rare of something, it's difficult to meditate when you have too much things going on in your head. You have to make your hand busy.
Yeah.
So I cook, I create something good that's going to feed well my body, and this bring happiness, and this is recentering, and this bring me back on track. It's like meditation. We spoke about meditation. For me, I don't meditate. I took off this word of my vocabulary because it's already heavy of so many things, of so many people who cannot do it, you know. So I don't call it like that. I say, okay, I'm going to sit in silence. And this already expand my, I'm already, by sitting in silence, it's already bring me peace.
Yep.
And open myself to be in silence, and if we can say meditate. But it's not an act. Going in action of meditation is already doing something. So it's very difficult to don't do anything where your goal is to meditate. So for me, I sit in silence with the goal of doing nothing. Just sitting in silence. And I can feel my body, I feel my breathing, I feel my body, the respiration. I concentrate on my respiration, on the flow inside, I bring on my forehead, my vision there. I envision my pineal glandula. I have the feeling when I breathe, it's stimulated. I feel a little tingling. I breathe more and I feel tinglings in my feet and hands, and I stay on these feelings. And when I go on these feelings, it's by the body. For me, meditation, if we can say, it's by the feeling in the body, the senses. And when I'm there, after a moment, I don't feel my body at all. It's like my whole body is breathing. And in and out, it's the same. And it's pleasant. It's really good. It feels like, and I want to stay there. But I've not done it something special as meditation. I just feel with my body. It's the body is fantastic. It's about the senses. And sometimes vision. Since I'm here, I have more visions.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was surprised the first day I lie down in between two boxes, unpacking and making the cabinets. And when I lie down, I say, what is that? I was like, immediately on my purple, because I see purple. When I'm centered, it's purple. So I was immediately there, that is right now there. And so I started to have images. That is rare. I don't have a lot of images. But I was like, wow, it's full of elementals here. It's very strong energy.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the things too, if you don't love to cook, one of the things that you might enjoy doing, especially those of you in this community, I really recommend that you start to build like an herbal apothecary. Have different herbs. Grow your own herbs if you can and dry them, right? So, and easy things like parsley, basil, lavender, rosemary, easy things to grow. dry them, and then make some tea. You know what I mean? And add your own loose, get yourself one of those strainers that's like a little cup, and let that be your way of cooking or keeping your hands busy. If you don't want to make a meal, cooking doesn't have to be a meal. It can be making some tea for yourself, especially, you know, with herbs that you dry yourself.
Yeah, it can also be just preparing a nice plate of fruit, but it displayed nicely in a nice plate. It's not cooking, but it's making something beautiful and good for the body.
Yeah.
It's art, you know, it's art. I cannot cook and put this like that on a plate. I have to display it nicely to fulfill my senses, you know, my vision as well.
Let me just, I forgot to tell you this when I came to see you. I'm so glad this came up so I can tell you this now. One of the things Yasmina inspired me to do, I always had like one set of dishes. I'm a very simple person, so I always had one set of dishes. They're not fancy. They're just kind of like the dishes, right, that you use every day. Mm-hmm. But she has a lot of really beautiful like pottery and special dishes. They're different, you know, but they're beautiful. So after following her for a while, I bought myself a few things, handmade, you know, but pretty, you know. And so my daughter, who's 13, I noticed after a couple of weeks, every time I turned around, she was eating on them. Aww. Okay, these special dishes. And she said, you know, it feels so much more special to have my apple on this plate, cut up my apple on this plate, than just to put it on a whatever, or in a napkin or whatever. And so I showed her some of your videos on Instagram. And so she's so inspired. So now she will go online and she'll send me a link and say, could you get me this special plate or this special plate? And she has her own drawer with her own little plates that she uses. And so you haven't just inspired me, you inspired her too. You know, that she likes to have that.
Yeah, you know, when I did the garage sale before moving, a man comes with his 2 daughters, little girls, like 5 years old. Mm. And one of them, I had some little purple plate with gold around for sale. Mm-hmm. She went straight to that. She wanted that. She took the money from her wallet. She paid. She was so happy with these little plates. She was like, you know, and it's a simple thing, but it makes a big difference.
It really does. It does. And it's so sweet because I thought, well, maybe, you know, I was going to be the one to enjoy it. And she and I didn't talk about it, but I noticed she was using it every day. You know?
I'm going to show you. Yeah. Because maybe she's going to start to make ceramics.
She would be very good at it, I think.
Oh,
look at this.
Lovely.
Yeah, they are everywhere. These are ceramics I made. Look at that.
You make them?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Look at this. Look at this here.
See,
some has been broken, but this is the ceramic I made. Mm-hmm. And most all of them, not the gold border, but all the other one, yes. Wow. And these. And I'm using them every single day. And ceramic is one thing that is fantastic. To ground you, to make you in meditative state. Ceramic, making pottery, it's really fantastic. When it was 11 September, I was in New York, living close to the World Trade Center area. Mm-hmm. And no work for 9 months. But I was in Greenwich Village every single day at the studio. And this helped me to stay sane.
Wow.
In the city.
Yep.
In that place and I was going walking because it was no transportation. Mm-hmm. I was living just beside. And this helped me to go through that, to these 9 months without work and in this condition.
Wow.
To go at the studio, and I sold a lot of ceramics. And in the garage sale, I sold a lot. I'm very productive. It's a problem. Because I have too many things and I love each of them. It's art.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. It's beautiful. Yeah.
it's my dilemma with material world. I would love to be free as a bird, and I see the bird. I'm so happy. I see Oscar coming. He has nothing, just
Oscar.
himself, and he stays beside me, and he's, it's a weird way to speak.
Yeah.
Like, I cannot believe. I would love to be like that, and I'm with all this stuff around. This is the dilemma of my life. It's that.
Yeah.
But I have the feeling that in seeing positive, it's part of the incarnation process.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Because I would be too disincarnated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious about the farmers market there, because I know how much you love the Malibu farmers market, and it's like one of the best in California. Did you find anything interesting at the farmers market there?
The most interesting thing, I must tell you, it was the water stand, to know about the water of the area. This was really interesting. The rest is almost similar.
Yeah.
It's the tiniest market. They don't have bread, but I arrived, they were closing. But there is everything.
Oh, good.
And it's 10 minutes away, and it's in Joshua Tree town,
so good.
a little town. It's right there. It starts at 8 and end at 1. So I arrived at noon. It was windy that day, so they have to work with this wind.
Yeah.
But I will find what I need. I'm not worried. Tomorrow I will be in Malibu. I'm going to go to my farmer's market
Oh, good.
there.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll have to stock. So you have to stock up on your jam and all the things that you love up there.
Oh yeah, this one was the apricot one was so delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna do my stock tomorrow.
Do you guys have any questions that for Yasmina before we go? Because I think we have about 10 more minutes together. Let's see. I'm so glad that you guys are inspired by her today, because she inspires me every day. And you have to, if you follow her Instagram, you have to look at her stories. Her pictures are beautiful, but her stories are kind of, it's almost like walking through each day with her. She kind of catalogs her journey through her days, and so you'll get to see Oscar. I got to see Oscar the first day I saw the story. The jackrabbits are really cute.
It's in my highlight as well.
And your highlight too.
For Cavalli, so maybe we'll see Oscar there.
Yeah, he's so cute. Karen was asking if you're planning to move again, and you had mentioned your son in Thailand. So did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so this is a beautiful story as well. When I was 16 and a half, I became pregnant. I knew it immediately, and I knew it was a boy. As I was minor, and I was fearing my father, and all my friends were getting abortion. Me, I didn't want that at all. I was so amazed by my body to carry life that I hid my pregnancy for 5 months. And now, 50 years later, it's my son who is offering me the opportunity to have my house, my first house. He was there last week. The permit of the house has been deposited. Wow. And we're going to start the work end of the year. So this means that in 1 year and a half, it's going to be done. And this is by my son, that if I did like my friends, would not be here today.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, this is fantastic. It was hard. This was a hard decision. When I had 5 months, my pregnancy. My ex-husband was not coming with me the weekend when I was going home from school to tell my parents. I had to face alone that situation. Wow. It has been really hard. But I knew what I wanted. I didn't want to don't have this life. I didn't want to have this baby. I wanted to have it. So, and it was really a really interesting process to go through that so young. And at 20, I had my daughter. And at 20, I had 2 children. And it was not difficult for me because before being pregnant of my son, I took care of my little sister, who was 15 years difference. My mother was in hospital, and I took care of the baby for like 6 months. So it was not difficult. But it was like a very difficult time to go, to be at school, pregnant, nobody knew, and to knew that I will have to face my parents. You know, it was quite very hard. But here again, I knew what I wanted, and now I was like thinking, it's amazing that I never had a home for myself. I never owned a home, and now it's by that human being that I'm able to have a home. You know.
Yeah.
So I told him when I sent him the pictures of his, I said, "Mom, I mean, it's fantastic. This is what the native Indian American were seeing when they live there." I said, "Yeah." And I said, "You know what? If business is good, maybe we can keep this and be here part-time and there part-time."
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, you know, evolving. I sent this, we'll see. I already asked my landlord if she was selling. She doesn't. But who knows? So now I'm going to be here to investigate and visit lands, and maybe to be able to have a land here, because I love this country a lot.
Yeah.
I cannot see myself without being cut from this country.
Yeah.
So maybe this will be the way. Who knows?
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. And he yeah, and someone was asking about the orphanage, and you and I were talking about how if you're in Thailand, you're closer to
it's fantastic.
the orphanage. Yeah.
I'm closer to the orphanage, to the artisan. It's for me. I can develop even more easily my product and my creation with them, and I will be there. I could go and stay 2 weeks, 3 weeks, months in Nepal, and be there. And yeah, this is fantastic. So it will be easier, much easier than from here, for sure.
Yeah.
And I will be close to the Middle East that I love a lot, you know, and to Japan that I love a lot, and to Australia as well.
Yeah.
So it's like it makes sense in a way. And I never thought about Thailand. I never been there. And when my son been there 2 years ago at the beginning of the confinement, before the confinement, I was supposed to go there 1 week in vacation, and I have not done it, because the day before I was going from Dubai to Thailand, like by another synchronicity, quite amazing, I am in Abu Dhabi to visit the museum, and suddenly I hear someone asking me in French, "What are you doing here? Where are you?" A guy from our tiny island in Corsica who knows my son was in the museum. And I said, "But why are you doing this?" "I come from Bali."
Wow.
I come back from Bali, I go back to Corsica. I say, "Oh yeah, Michel is in Thailand." And he told me, "Take care, they close the border."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So I contact my son, I say, I cancel the trip. I cannot miss Saudi Arabia trip. I wait since 10 years
Yeah.
to risk to be stuck in Thailand.
Yeah.
So I canceled my trip and I went in Oman. This was like that, like totally not planned. And I stayed 1 week in Oman. My followers helped me. One of my followers who is in Oman, an architect, she said, "Oh, if you come in Oman, I would love to be your guide." I contacted her. I said, "I'm going to stay 1 week in Oman. It was not planned." She said, "Okay." So she brought me an adventure, and we had such a nice time. It was fantastic. So I had the best of that, just because I was also able to go against the plan I had. I was happy to go on vacation with my son there, but being centered, I felt it was not right, and this messenger came. Can we imagine the possibility of someone from our tiny island
Yeah.
be there in that huge museum? You have maybe 12 rooms, it's enormous. And to see me and telling me that, it was like, but it was very interesting, because when I prepared that trip, that I said I will never travel in 2020, I told myself I don't travel in 2020. And when he said, "We go in Thailand, do you come?" He knew I was excited about that. I said, "Yes." I planned the trip in 1 week. I said, "Oh, Thailand, I'm close to all this. I'm going to go in Saudi, I'm going to go in Qatar, I'm going to go." I could not take the flight easily from one country to another. And when this has been cancelled, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I should go, arrive in Qatar, and see things, how they will come.
Yep.
Go in Dubai with my friend there, and see. And I said, now I understand why I could not plan this ticket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it was not making sense. So I had to lose money to change the ticket, to stay in Oman, from Oman to go in Saudi. And it's okay. It has been fantastic.
Yeah, those pictures in Saudi Arabia are some of my favorites.
I was dreaming of that trip since so long time.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know 12 years ago when I've been in Dubai that woman in Saudi could not drive.
Mm-hmm.
And me, I said to a friend in Saudi, I said, don't worry. I rent my car at the airport. I do my life.
Yeah.
And I discovered on Facebook sometimes later that woman could not drive.
Yeah.
Wow, you should think I'm crazy.
Yeah.
And I told him one day I'm going to go in Saudi, I will drive. And I've been in Saudi and I drove. On the land, I wanted to be in this Alula.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to go in Saudi because I saw one of these monuments.
Yeah.
I said, wow, what is that? I want to see that. I want to do picture with that. And it was Alula, Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
And it was not even open to Saudi people 5 years ago.
Wow.
Amazing. It's an amazing place. It's unbelievable. So, and there I've been also helped by followers and collaboration, and I didn't pay hotel, and because I made pictures for them, and everything has been fantastic. I spoke by a friend of a friend in front of Saudi women. They organized a big conference for me, and it was the first time I was speaking in front of so many people, and it was fantastic, really fantastic. So, and this is just because there is no fear, or no fear to be judged, or no fear, just to enjoy the ride. You know what I mean? Just to, okay, I'm going to speak in front of people. When I saw the room, I say, wow, this is, and I say, wow, it's fantastic. And it has been really amazing, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You, a couple of you asked about food, and I wanted to tell you that you should really go to her YouTube channel. She has done some of my favorite videos of yours on YouTube. I love your food video. She has a whole video on hair.
On skincare,
and
skin.
A lot of what I know about exfoliation, I learned from one of your videos, because she teaches about like dry brushing and exfoliating your body, and she has a lot of tips for maintaining your physical health. So, the only thing I'll tell you is once you start, it's really hard to stop. I remember one day I was like, I think I watched 3 hours in a row, and I have to go to work. But you'll get hooked. But she will tell you in the video that she doesn't tell anybody how to eat. Like, you kind of have to listen to your body, but try to eat whole foods. And she really eats very seasonal food, like what's kind of fresh and in season, which is why she goes to the farmer's market a lot. So, but there was a question. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a political engagement to go to farmers market. It's supporting farmers. They work so hard. Every time I go in Oxnard, I see the workers in the field. I'm like so thankful to them. They work hard, you know. And it's supporting small communities. I think it's really, really important.
Yeah.
And it's my political engagement is about that.
Yeah.
And also in the video, what you have to know is that these videos are not planned. They are spontaneous in the moment when I feel to do it. There is nothing that is prepared. So sometimes I don't have the right words, especially with my English vocabulary that is limited. But it's me. I'm like that. So you go with that, or you know, and I love to do that. I'm speaking like if I have friends with me, and I cannot plan. I cannot prepare something. I cannot take, record and post after. It's impossible. I cannot. It's just for me when I am indirect. like that in
Yep.
live video, I'm really with the people in the moment. And sometimes I say, oh, I forgot that. I forgot. Okay, I'm going to do another one. No problem. You know, it's like, so it's a little bit chaotic,
Yeah.
but you will find something.
Yeah.
I'm sure you will find something.
Oh, there's
What
always,
can bring you
there's
to
so
something
much.
else. Yeah.
There's so much in those videos. So I think people should have a little marathon of your YouTube videos like that. Those are some, but you will find them. There's videos I haven't seen yet, so you'll find so much. And another question that came up, and I know we kind of addressed this already. What the question was, what tips do you have for reimagining your life? I think the main one I've gotten from you today is to follow your heart. Ask yourself what will make you happy, and go for it. Right?
And also, I'm excited because maybe I'm Sagittarius, I'm on this energy, want always to know what is after the next turn and the next corner. About not being scared of the unknown.
Yeah.
This is very, very important. If you're attracted by something, you have to be really with yourself. People, when I've been in Yemen some years ago, in Socotra, I've been there because I saw a tree. I didn't know where it was. I saw that tree, I felt in love. It was on Facebook, like 12 years ago, 2011, 11 years. And I was like, wow, I want to go and picture this tree. And it took me a while to find where it was. And when I saw where it was, I said, I'm going to go. And people say, are you crazy? It's the beginning of the war in Sana'a. And I said, yeah, but this is Socotra. It's an island. It's not. I was the only tourist, female tourist. It was 8 Australian people, men, who were gliding there. And I was the only one. And it was fantastic. It was the best time to go because now it has been, and it's still being very difficult to go.
Yeah.
So it's that you don't listen to others just said, oh, you don't go there because it's like that. You have to listen to what is right for you. And it works. It's not because someone say, oh, you don't go there because there is that, but you will not do something you feel you're right for you to do or you would love to do, you know?
Yeah.
You have to experiment. And if you are in a weird situation, you're going to be in a weird situation. I arrived at the airport, not the big one of Dubai, the other one who goes to that destination.
Yeah.
And it was long. And the guy said, you know, you have the choice. So we refund the ticket. Or because we don't have a plane coming from Sana'a to the island. We don't know when we're going to get it.
Wow.
So I said, okay, let me feel 5 minutes. And I said, no, I'm here. I'm going to go for it. So we stayed 3 days on the mainland without knowing when we're going to go to the island. And suddenly they arrive, we go to the airport. So I have to pack fast. But it was nice to be in Mukalla, to be on the mainland as well. It was interesting. So you see, you really have to be in the present moment and wait the pro and the cons. I didn't want to spend 1 more week in Dubai. It was more exciting to go there, but I didn't know nobody. And I could have my ticket refunded, and I said no, I go. And it has been really well. It has been really amazing.
Yeah.
So
it worked out.
It worked out. You have to be really present in the moment.
Yeah.
And this is something you train yourself by the daily task.
Yeah.
You are present in what before can be heavy or boring. You found interest in it. And when you are in that, you could be surprised about things that come to your mind, new idea, inspiration, things. And this makes you to be more and more present. And being in the desert obliges you to be present.
Yeah.
When I shot in the desert, often barefeet, naked, you are obliged to be vigilant and present, not by fear, but you never know. You can have an insect or you can have
a snake.
yeah, I never saw one. I've been so many times. I saw them in Malibu, but I never saw rattlesnake in the desert when I shot there.
Yeah.
So it obliges you to be very present, to see, to feel where you put your feet, and this is a good exercise.
For sure.
To really be with the land and be present.
Well,
and this can become an habit after you say about habits.
Yeah. This has been a really incredible session, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart as your friend for doing this under challenging circumstances. We knew it would be challenging. We didn't know how challenging it would be, but you were the perfect person to speak to this today, and everything you shared is so valuable. So I treasure you, and thank you so much for taking the time.
It's me. I treasure you. It's me. I'm really, really thankful. Really thankful. I'm speaking a lot. I'm like, but I'm so passionate about this life process.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Well, you've done it beautifully, and I can't wait to come and visit you.
I'm excited about having my friends.
Yeah.
Here. You can stay overnight, and we can have this sunrise hiking directly from the land. It's fantastic, yeah. Yeah,
I said I want to come and stay with you, but I need to stay overnight because I don't like to drive in the at night. And she said okay, and I said great. I'll bring my sheepskin rug and I'll camp out on your floor.
There are 2 big beds here and small ones.
Oh, good.
I'm a bed addict, so I love beds.
Yes, me too. And your bedroom in Malibu is so beautiful. I can't wait to see what you do there. So
I'm far away to do the interior design. I have so much to organize before. I think in 1 month everything will be done.
Yeah.
But I think all next week I will have to continue to organize that. He came for the stove, finally it's not working. He has to come back Monday, and everything is like that,
Yeah,
So, okay, everything gonna come in its own time. It's a big change, like what we are facing in the world right now. There are changes for people around me. For almost all the people I know, they go through big changes because the world is changing. So the energies are different, the frequencies, if we can say, are different, and it's a time of change. So we have to embrace that. We cannot go against that.
I know.
It's really amazing what is going on, and it goes very fast.
I know.
I will never imagine that I will find a place for middle of June. Never.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it has been so fast, and things are accelerating. So as things accelerate, we are also, we have also to face, as it's changing, it changes our habits, we can say.
Yeah.
So we have to face also these big changes and these difficulties that are coming with in the material world because it goes too fast.
I know.
So there are these difficulties because it goes very fast. So we have to, I'm gonna sit on the porch and watch the rocks.
Yeah. No, really. Yeah, that is an even bigger invitation to be here in this moment.
Yeah. I cannot do more. I have parts that are missing to mount my cabinet. I can have them online. I'm gonna order. I will have them middle of next week. I wait.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lie down. I'm gonna maybe do some more pictures, and I'm gonna see what is coming. Just go with that flow. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmina. This was lovely. Everyone is saying thank you so much, and they find you so inspiring.
To all of you.
Yeah, you have a lot of new friends and followers now, Yasmina. So, love you. Stay safe and well, and we'll talk soon.
I'm gonna take the road now. I'm gonna hit the road to go in Malibu.
Oh, good. Well, safe travels out there. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk soon.
Have a nice weekend,
Yeah,
everybody.
you
yeah.
too.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
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 Bye. I just love her.
That was really, really beautiful.
I know it was a little tough with our technology, but I really hope, like I said, I really hope that you enjoyed that conversation and saw in her what I see in her. You know, she has just been such an incredible source of wisdom, and really interesting how she came into my life, and our friendship got so deep as my mom was transitioning. Although I don't see her as a mother figure, I see her as like my older sister, my older, wiser, more beautiful sister. But she definitely has been there as sort of a maternal source of wisdom too. And interestingly, she lost her mother about a month before I lost mine, 2 months before I lost mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Fascinating how that happened for us, and we've had so many conversations about it. So definitely follow her Instagram. She's very responsive to messages. She makes these beautiful shawls. All the shawls are the solid colors, no, but the pattern shawls that she does are all her artwork, and then she gives the artwork to the orphanage, and then they get the yak cashmere and they make it in her pattern. So a lot of it is her artwork. And there's one called the Hands, and it's all of the children in the orphanage. It's their actual handprints. So that's one of the most beautiful shawls that she's done. But you'll enjoy following her, and you'll find her very inspiring. Well, it is lunchtime, darlings, and so we are going to be on a lunch break. You can continue to work on your vision board now. Of course, you can work on it anytime you want, but you can continue to work on your vision board for now. We will be back at 1:30 with a session that's going to knock your cute little socks off. Me and Tara are going to talk about the North Node and your Dharma and your destiny. What are you here to do? And really give you a lot of clarity. I think there is no finer astrologer in the world that I've ever worked with than Tara. So for you to have a private lecture on the North Node, honestly, is worth the entire price that you paid for this whole 2 days. Okay, so buckle up, get your notebooks ready, put your thinking caps on, go get some food and whatever you need. And like I said, I hope you're continuing to enjoy this experience, because I'm having fun bringing it to you, and we're having fun being together with
this
you.
is nice.
So I hope you sense how much we're enjoying it for you. All right, so we'll see you.
Have a good lunch, guys. See
I know,
you
yeah,
soon.
she does need a massage.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay, guys.
We'll see
I
you
appreciate
soon.
it.
Yeah, we'll
Bye.
see ya. Bye.
now a producer.
I like
it.
this job.
Yeah,
This is
it's a
fun.
great job for you. She even gave us a countdown, everybody. Well, welcome back.
Hey.
I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I also went live and talked about our daily products, but I did eat. People were asking me if I ate. I did eat. This session is one of my favorites of the retreat because, for the rest of today, it's going to be pretty practical. The first part of today wasn't practical. It was experiential. It was inspirational. It was, trying to give you an embodied experience with the drumming, and then to bring Yasmina in to kind of get you thinking about how we reimagine and what it means for someone to actively be reimagining, which is what she's doing right now. Now we're going to bring it, down and in with some astrology, which for those of you who, most of you know Tara, by the way. She's our lead astrologer, and she also leads our entire writing team here at Sage Goddess. She's been here forever, and we're very grateful to have her. There is no better astrologer in the world. One of my very good friends who's worked with astrologers all over the world had a reading with Tara and literally called me and was like, what did you do to get so lucky to have her? I'm like, I don't know what I did to get so lucky. Anyway, she's the best of the best. So getting to hear about the North Node for 2 hours from this one is, like I said, worth the entire price that you paid for your retreat, in my opinion, and more. And so we want to start by just making sure that everybody knows where what your North Node is. She'll talk more about that. Where your North Node is, you do need to have your natal chart. We're going to switch cameras just for a second so that Alexis can show you a natal chart. Our producer is going to show this to you.
So this is Athena's natal chart.
Yeah, so take a picture.
I don't mind if you see my natal chart. I was born at 11:29.
It's like being energetically naked. That's how I look at it.
It is.
And her node is right here. It looks like an upside down horseshoe. Actually, they probably can't hear me as well.
Oh, yes, it looks like a horseshoe, or as someone said earlier, headphones, like old-fashioned headphones.
Yeah, it looks like little headphones.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
So that's what you need to know. And there you can see mine. And so you do have a North Node. We do need you to know where it is. And now we're going to tell you what it is and what it means for you.
Yeah. And we're going to have conversation about it, so I'm not just going to talk the whole time. And we have plenty of time to be interactive, so if you guys have questions, Alexis is going to help with that piece, but please, jump in. First of all, in evolutionary astrology, which is just one of the different types of astrologies, there's tons of them. And we specifically work with the soul's journey. And part of working with the soul's journey is looking at the south node and the north node of the moon. So they're technically the lunar nodes.
Yeah.
They're not bodies in the sky. They're mathematical points. So, for example, you can't go find your north node. It doesn't exist somewhere. This has to do with mathematical points in the moon's movement, and that is way too technical. We're not going to get into that. If you're interested more, you can Google it. But ultimately, the south node, which I'm only touching on briefly here, we're going to focus on north node because north node is path of destiny, path of dharma. It's really how we are unfolding I don't like the word becoming because it insinuates that I'm not what I am.
Right. Or you're not there yet.
Exactly. And so it's not really about changing, it's about unveiling more of what's really underneath, but that feels like change to us. So it just feels subtly different to me, and I think when we're working with the North Node, it really is the part of ourselves that we want to experience most in this lifetime. Mm-hmm. South Node, which by the way, when you're looking at your chart, even if it's not in the free chart you ran, the South Node is always going to be exactly opposite your North Node. So you could just draw a line straight, 180 degrees across, and you're going to get right to the South Node.
And they are confirming the true node is the North Node.
Yes.
So that is your true node.
So if this is Athena's North Node, then you would come to the one directly. I can't do this on this camera.
It's so
but the one directly opposite here.
Yeah.
So you can see.
See how the headphones are upside down on the South Node, and they're like the way you put them on your head on the North Node? and this is going to be helpful because before we jump in, you guys, the South and the North Node, think of it as one continuum of energy. It's actually not separate things. It's one energy field. Athena, you teach about polarities all the time.
Yeah.
That we experience it as opposite, but it ultimately is one field of energy.
Yeah.
So your South Node, North Node is this one big energy field.
That's right.
But you've been hanging out on the South Node side of it. That's what's been comfortable to you. And if you're into past life type stuff, which those of us who do evolutionary astrology, like, we're really into it because it gives us a lot of information about where we've been and what we're moving towards. That you can think about your South Node sign is the type of identities you created in those past lives. So for me, I have a South Node in Gemini, right? So the whatever their names were, Terra's in past lives most recently, were very Gemini in nature.
Yeah.
And whatever your South Node is, as one of my teachers used to say, when the shit hits the fan, you do your South Node, because it's the most comfortable energy to you.
Yeah.
It's what you gravitate towards. Which is why today we're not going to spend the majority of our time talking about the South Node. We're going to talk about the North Node, because that's the pull in this lifetime.
And it is your learning edge, I think. I mean, for me, it's not a comfort zone, Capricorn. I've grown into it, I would say, and I find it more of a comfort zone now, but I would say I resisted.
And it's interesting, sometimes you'll find that there'll be parts of your North Node that you are naturally inclined to do. You may not recognize it.
Right.
But overall, the default tends to be the South Node.
Yeah.
And so this idea of the North Node being your karmic path of destiny or dharma, I wrote down on my little paper here some notes for myself, but this idea, we tend to think that dharma is some lofty thing, means something fancy, and there's different ways of looking at this, but my favorite way of looking at it, Pema Chodron has a great quote, I think it's in the book, Start Where You Are, but at one point I wrote it down as I was reading, and it's now on my little workstation at home. And what she says is that Dharma is not philosophy. Dharma is basically a good recipe for how to cook yourself, how to soften the hardest, toughest pieces of meat, and how to find out who you really are. So for me, when you choose your North Node, whatever sign it's in, when you choose to be more of that energy, to choose people that embody more of that energy, experiences that are more of that energy, that's really what you're doing. You're sort of cooking yourself down to become more of this authentic, natural, recipe for this lifetime. So if that helps a little bit with the Dharma piece, it's not some big thing to aspire to. It's literally, how am I going to self-reveal and be more honest and discover the part of me I want to see in this lifetime.
Yeah.
Annette Chastain is asking for clarification. So Cancer is direct opposite of Capricorn. Yes, so you'll be able to see it on your chart.
Yeah, so if you're like me and you have North Node in Capricorn, then your South Node is going to be in Cancer. That's exactly right.
And another way, if it helps you, they're always 6 signs apart. There's 12 signs in the zodiac, right? So whatever is 6 signs away from anything in your chart is the polarity.
Yeah, that's true.
And polarity points, not always, but almost always, are the remedy or the medicine for old habits, old places we're stuck, old ways of doing things. Which is why with the South Node, North Node, it's easy to see, past to the future. But also, if you have, like me, tons of Cancer in your chart, you naturally, Capricorn is the medicine or the antidote or the remedy to too much of that energy. And so I want to say this too today. As we're going to go through North Node in each sign. But you guys, when we're talking about, for example, North Node in Aries, if you have planets in Aries, if you have Aries rising, if you have lots of stuff going on in the first house, which is Aries house, the same energy is going to apply to you.
That's interesting.
Just a little bit, a different way of applying, but you still will get a lot out of it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
They're getting caught up on the polarity situation.
Okay.
So I think if we just list the 6 pairs.
Yep.
So it is Aries and Libra are polar, are the polarities of each other. Taurus and Scorpio, Gemini and Sagittarius, Cancer and Capricorn, Leo and Aquarius, Virgo and Pisces.
Perfect. Does that help? Everybody's okay this far, Alexis?
The chat feed is a little bit like behind the regular feed
Okay.
always, so
All right.
I'll let you guys know when it's
Well, I have no problem. We have no problem backing up if we need to. So.
We really made this a spacious session because we knew you'd have questions, and so. But I think the polarity conversation is really important in general. Like I even, I'm a Sun Leo. My mom and grandmother were Sun Aquarius. So it's like I was polar from the matriarchs of my family, which always kind of led to me feeling different. You know what I mean? Like just, that's how polarity works. And yet at the same time, they were such important teachers for me because they were constantly inviting me out of rigidity and out of dominance and like looking like seeing that there are other ways to accomplish the same thing. But then that was frustrating for me, right? Because it was just like, yeah, but you guys are slow, or you're old, or you're whatever. I mean, when you're young, right? But now I look and I'm like, there was so much wisdom there that I actively have integrated into my life, that I feel blessed now that I was raised by it. I was raised in polarity.
Yeah. Me too. I'm a Cancer sun. My dad is Capricorn.
Yeah.
So very similar experience, and I think I was slow to understand how much his holding the other side of my own polarity was for my own medicine, because most of the time, because here's the thing, polarities, anything in opposition, we tend to feel like it's someone else doing something to us, right? That's the natural feel. It's coming from across there.
Yeah.
Somebody over there is doing this to me, right?
Yeah.
And instead, it's not truly what it is, but that's how we tend to be wired to look at it.
Yeah.
So when you start to realize, one, that whatever's happening over there is also part of you, then it's a whole different perspective. But most of the time, we don't want to own it. So that's
true.
Oppositions and polarities always about integration.
Yes.
And they're also about awareness.
Yes.
And the awareness almost always comes from something external to us.
Yeah.
And that's just never easy.
No.
I don't care how old I get. I mean, I'm almost getting near 50 now. You put me back in a family dynamic and I will be right back working that seesaw of, tug of war and pulling against it. It takes a lot of awareness and working. So bringing that back to the North Node, it is my belief that we don't need astrology. We don't need any of these tools to do what we're here to do. We would do it naturally.
Yeah.
But having a level of consciousness accelerates and really helps us step into it. And for those of us who want the growth, even when it's uncomfortable, that's one reason why I love astrology, right? It helps me consciously tune into this is what's going on and this is what actually I can do with it and work with it. So in some ways, the North Node, while you are naturally already being challenged, or you've challenged yourself to move towards it, the more you choose it, I promise you, your whole life starts to move in this new flow. I think about with myself, I already told you guys I have South Node in Gemini, North Node in Sagittarius. And so for me, oftentimes, I think of well, first of all the planets are just different parts of your psyche, right? So even though we're looking at a chart, it just represents different parts of you. It's not actually, it's the totally as above, so below type of thing. Yeah. So when we talk about the North Node, that's the part of me that wants to grow and move out and reach towards a new destiny. But I think about consulting it, meaning in a moment when I'm having something come up or there's a challenge or I think about my life or where things are going, I literally kind of have a conversation with my North Node. Oh, let me hold on for a second. Wherever it is.
Yeah.
Hey, North Node in Sagittarius, what would you do?
What's the voice of my higher purpose?
But to be able to start having that real conversation, if you're interested in this more, you've got to really get into that. I learned a long time ago that each sign is a domain of consciousness. So you've got to get into that domain of consciousness. You've got to start to get into that frequency. You got to start to be able to speak the language. You got to kind of know where to go. And so if you did nothing else after today, but just totally embrace or fall in love with the sign your North Node is in, that in itself would be a game changer. Truly.
I'm doing my best.
Well, me too. Me too. I have in my notes, I wrote down so to me, the North Node sign is the field of energy in and outside of yourself that you need to experience to grow. So for example, if like me and Alexis and I have we share the same South and North nodes.
Woo-woo.
If you've, yes, even the same degree, it's actually quite,
really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're exactly 18 and a half years apart, which means we're exactly at the next turn.
Wow.
Cycle.
I
Yes.
didn't even know
Yeah.
that. That's really something.
But here's what's extra sweet about it. So Alexis and I both, we want and need more Sagittarian experiences. And then we have our Sag moon.
Yep.
So I'm saying, and none of us came into this work or friendship relationship. I don't work with astrology. I don't ask people what their charts are and look what it is before I get into relationship with them. So I'm just saying that's an example of how that energy naturally attracts to each other.
Yeah.
But then when you consciously know it, even if, for example, I'm trying to keep things under control and timely, and Athena's driving me crazy, right? Because, she's off in her, well, I pay you guys to be in that dimension. I'm off in this one. But I'm saying, but you guys, the teaching moment is, I need more of that.
Yeah.
That's good for me. So when I see it that way, even when there's headbutting, even when you find, yeah. And I can't remember where this was recently too, what this came up as, but like looking at your triggers as a blessing, right? That can be and usually what's triggering you is definitely something in your growth pattern. So anyway, I just shared that because that's an example of how just for the three of us here, and even look what we get to then be part of this retreat together, and all of that's part of our medicine. It's Sagittarius, which is about journey and truth and self-honesty, and opening up this space to like really be yourself. And I'm just saying it couldn't be more perfectly attuned.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
And Karen is the opposite of us.
Yes, and Karen's South Node in Sagittarius. So all of us have this. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You can't make this shit up. That's how it is.
No, but you do. You start to, like, if you're working on that level, you do start to magnetize, the medicine, whatever the medicine is. And it's not always easy to work with it, but like she's saying, the key is to actually have the awareness. Like once you stop fighting. But it's like, it's so easy just to fight everything because you're not aware.
Or you fight it, and at least you're honest you're fighting it. It's like, this is same thing with being a victim, right?
Yeah.
There's a difference between being an empowered victim, which means I'm owning that I'm being a victim.
That's right.
Versus, and so that's
a projecting victim.
Yes, there's such a difference. So yeah. So the South Node, I just want to say this: the South Node isn't about just leaving it all behind. I know sometimes we make it sound that way because we're like, go for your whatever your North Star to the North Node. South Node is filled with gifts, right? So it's always about integration. But I want to emphasize that there's a mixed bag, right? You bring in these gifts and experiences that are meant to be brought into and integrated, and then there's a whole lot of karmic stuff, and all I mean by karma is just simply effects for actions from this lifetime, past lifetime, all kinds of things in there.
Yeah.
So please don't look at your South Node in any way as something that is like negative or to be moved
or
past.
Or a punishment.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm using my Gemini. I mean, I lead the writing team. Like, I love that stuff. It's just a matter of integrating more into a more conceptual, more room, bigger view, less nuts and bolts and things, and more kind of big vision. Okay, so, and here's the thing about South Node, too. I highlighted so I wouldn't forget.
Yeah.
While South Node energy can bring a sense of satisfaction, it is not likely to bring a deeper sense of meaning and purpose that most of us here today are searching for. If you ever ask the questions, who am I meant to be or why am I here, the North Node leads you towards those answers.
Yep.
You are the one who said a long time ago, and I wrote it down, and it seems simple, but it's profound. Just because you're good at it doesn't mean you're meant to do it. Mm-hmm. That's an example here of sometimes the North Node is going to feel really clunky. Sometimes you're not going to know, it's going to scare you.
Yeah.
You're going to, all that stuff.
It's true.
But being comfortable and being good at something, and I'm not saying it is or isn't, you got to suss it out for yourself, but just being good at something truly I have really personally learned this. In fact, sometimes being good at something just gets you stuck in a place where you can't get out of it because you do it so well that nobody wants to shift you out of it, right?
Right.
So anyhow, just saying, that is there. Does anybody have any general questions before we move into North Node in Aries?
Yes.
Okay.
So first of all, I just commented in the feed, but I'll say it out loud too. The nodes are always retrograde, so this doesn't really have any significance on your chart. Everyone has a retrograde node. That's just how they move.
Yeah.
Correct.
I also see, so somebody says, what if you don't resonate with your North Node? And I mean, my thing is, like, if you don't feel like you're resonating with it, it means you're probably doing something, I don't want to say you're doing something wrong, but your North Node, it's kind of your work in this life, right?
Okay, so for those of you who have worked with me personally, you will hear me. It is complicated. But here's the thing. I have several thoughts. One, if anything doesn't resonate with you, like truly, forget it. I don't care what teaching you're working with or what method it is. Not everything speaks to everybody. Your own intuition, when you know in your gut that's what it is, doesn't matter what I say or what Athena says. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I say this to everyone who almost comes to me for a session, right? Because
And
it's
I
true.
say the same thing to you in class. Like, it's very Buddhist, but it's like take what sings and leave the rest. Because if it doesn't resonate with you, and if you ever have a teacher who's like, I don't care if it resonates with you or not, this is your work to do, I would really want you to resist that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too, because here's the thing. There's lots of different ways of discovering and tuning in and doing these things. And there's lots of different ways of working with astrology. Not everybody works with the nodes who works with astrology.
Right.
So that would be, I think, the first thing. Second thing is, are you sure that your birth information's accurate? Now, the sign is probably not going to change, but some people that have things right on the cusp, sometimes, the minutes count. So that's worth looking at too. It's probably a longer conversation beyond that, but that's my general answer. And then for some people, and Claire's not here, but we'll just use her as an example.
Yeah.
She will tell me all the time, and I remember, especially in the earlier years we worked together, I don't resonate with and then I would point out all the ways that she was doing her North Node, right, or that it was coming out. So sometimes, here's what happens too. Sometimes in astrology, we learn sort of a cookbook or a pop astrology definition of like what a sign means or what a planet means or whatever, any type of thing, and then that's kind of where our mind sets as far as, Libra just means this, right? These 5 words and nothing else. I mean it when I say you can spend years just studying individual signs. So that's part of it too. So one thing I would encourage you to do, if you think you're into it but it's just not resonating, get a really good book. Take a deep dive, or watch someone's video. Get into the sign. Make sure.
I would say so too.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of questions, and I think maybe we can generally answer this. You guys decide. I'm seeing a lot of questions like, well, what does it mean if my sun and my North Node are the same? Or what does it mean if my moon and North Node are the same? I think it just means that you have more of that in your chart, right? Yeah,
so I know that probably everybody here, including myself, we love to get into all the specific details of our own chart. And it is an art beyond,
It's a lifelong affair.
Yeah, it really is. But I could generally say that planets that are very close to your North Node, typically we call this conjunct, which means, this is probably a little technical, but if they're within about 10 degrees, if you guys don't know what this means, you can just look at it visually if they're close to it. You can look at those planets as being real allies on your path of destiny or dharma or growth, evolutionary growth in this lifetime. So if you have, Sun in Cancer or North Node in Cancer, then you really know that your soul's desire to move in that Cancer direction is extra strong, and you have extra helpers. And it's the same thing if something's close to the South Node. You know that from a past life perspective, that planet and what it represents was a big part of your evolution.
Yep.
So I hope that helps a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It does. I see a couple of people talking about cusps. I put a general.
Oh, you know
message in
mine.
there, but I'll let, if you want to elaborate. I just said we don't do cusps here at SG.
Yeah.
If you want to elaborate in that.
Yeah, I'm like a real hard ass around this. So first let me say this. There is definitely something to be said for energy feeling different when it's getting close to moving into something else.
Yeah.
And there are actually separate books and great things that talk about like the first third of each sign, the middle third, the middle, and then the third. But astrology is exact. You are either born in a sign or another sign. It's down to the degree in the minute. So you could have a sun at 29 degrees, 28 minutes, Sagittarius, and you are a Sagittarius.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's right on the edge. People work with this stuff differently, but most of us, at least in my greater astrology community, there's a reason why you're born into that sign. Now, I would absolutely say if you're at the very end of a sign, if you believe in linear, which would get me in a whole other conversation, then you're really trying to wrap up that energy field and move into another one. And if you have something at the very beginning, like I have, my Venus is 0 degrees Cancer.
Or like my moon. Right.
Yeah, exactly. 29 degrees Sagittarius. So we would call that a critical degree, which we would say means that you doing that moon in Sagittarius, you're really trying to extract the last bit of wisdom. It's almost like you're on the precipice of moving into a new cycle. But so it's almost like a double down effort around that energy.
But then it shows up as a support to that North Node in Capricorn. Right, yeah.
That's right.
So I don't know if that's helpful for you to see, but on my chart, she could show you that. Like,
Yes.
my moon is, you could say it's cuspy, right? I mean, it's on that last degree, but with a North Node in Capricorn, I'm meant to succeed in areas of the occult. Like, these are partner energies.
Absolutely, which means you take all this sort of business entrepreneur type energy of Capricorn, but it is linked, or I think of this sometimes as like, imagine like arms linked, like your North Node is like linked up with that moon in Sagittarius. It's like, well, we're moving this way, but
together
I'm getting you there. That's how it is, right? Exactly.
Yep. Yeah.
I saw a really interesting question from Luna Logan.
Okay.
Darn it, I lost it in the feed. But she said, does the time of year of your South Node or your North Node impact your work? So I'm guessing, I guess they mean, if say we have North Node in Sagittarius, do we do better work during Sagittarius season?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
Like, is the energy stronger there for us? Because I know my sun is in Pisces. Pisces season is my favorite. Like, not just because it's my birthday, but I love that time of year. I love the energy. There's other seasons that I'm not as comfortable in. So I'm wondering, South North Node, is that a similar thing?
Yeah, I mean,
correct me if I'm wrong about your question.
well, no, it totally makes sense. Correspondences are correspondences. So if you want to play around with words around that can be the season of your destiny, right? If that's, if that feels good to you. When something is in its own natural anything, there's a resonance, right? And so the things that are happening during Sagittarius time, which is literally the bridge between fall and winter, that has a big piece of the flavor. So absolutely, that's a good thing to add. Thank you for that.
I think that's very interesting. I've never really thought about that before.
Yeah, and they responded. They said, same for me, Sag North Node, and I always look forward to that time for growth. Okay, so cool. That's a really good question.
Yep.
If your South Node and Rising are the same, can that go against your North Node, meaning you'd have more work to do to grow into your North Node?
I don't. So, any of us could use our own energy to be our own worst enemy. But the energy that you're born with is exactly what you need, or the closest that you could choose with what was available when you came through to grow the way you need to grow. So everything's working together. You can think of your chart as like, I sometimes think of it as like a symphony, right? Or a moment, right, when all the music's happening, all the parts are playing. When I see things that link past life energies, so like the South Node, with current life things, especially like the sun or the rising sign, it shows to me that there's something of the past that is clearly still trying to be moved forward in the present, right? So again, we're not, and this also can be the case if you have like, I hope this is not too complicated, but say you have the South Node in Sagittarius in the 3rd house. Well, so the 3rd house is Gemini's house, so you've kind of got a polarity already going on in there. Whenever I see those types of things happening, I feel like it's even more of a double down on the need to integrate the energies between the past and to the present and to the future. And for me, the past and future always converges in the present, so it's even more of a signature of pull it all in now and work with it in a new way. It may mean, for example, that the rising sign has a lot to do with just how you show up, and sometimes like I've learned that it's like your coming out party. So if you do your rising sign, it's like your own, whatever your own version is of coming out of the closet if you let go of your past patterns.
I love that.
And so but so maybe if your South Node is in the same sign, you just need to do the South Node in a different way. Maybe you chose one particular focus of that stream of energy, and you missed the other 80 degrees. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does. Ginny was specifying when we were talking about Sag North Node season, basically. Yeah. She was specifying that it would be when the node is in that sign, not when the sun is in that sign. But I think it
both
could be
apply.
Either.
I would say that too.
So the thing is, if you want to play on words, if we're using the word destiny for North Node, season of your destiny, if you want to take sun, then that would be the season of your purpose. So you can you can just take keywords for any planet and just play around with it that way. Yeah. But you can see how whether it's the season of your purpose or season of your destiny, I mean, it's a similar flavor.
Right.
Yeah.
They're complementary to each other.
Yeah.
I see it. I often feel contempt for my North Node based on people I know with it as a sun sign.
Yeah. Good. So they're good teachers for you. And you don't have to do it the way they do it. And it's even more of a invitation or even an initiation into, how do you want to express that field of energy? Everything has a shadow and a light. Everything does. And it's interesting how some of us get more awareness through seeing what we don't want than what we do want. And
so true.
There's ways to look at that in the chart too, depending on what kind of aspects you have. But yeah, I totally get it. And there's certain things about Sagittarius. My partner has a stellium in Sagittarius.
Oh.
And I love him, and he is wonderful. He has a Pisces moon and a Cancer rising, so it balances out. There are times, man, I hate that Sagittarius in him.
Yeah.
And it's funny because it triggers in me because I know one of the things that I want most for all of you, for all of us, is just to be who we are. But when he truly does his Sagittarius, you guys, there's moments where I have to question, do I really want that?
Yeah.
Because I say that, and now I just want to tell him how to behave.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if that helps, but that's how it kind of plays for me.
I see a lot of you guys, they're all asking how to book a session with you.
Oh,
we will absolutely give you guys the information, but we're not going to do it yet because we want you to stay here. We want to promote Tara as much as we can. We will give you the link, but just stay in the moment and focus on this for now.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure you have it. I'll add a link to her website in your homepage.
And you guys, in the meantime, so on our Sage Goddess website, Athena has an awesome video on every sign.
Yeah.
On my personal website, I also have a free video on every sign, and I also have one for every planet. So when we get done with this today, there's a lot of stuff you can do for free just to start. And so I would encourage you, it's getting a session is great. Like I'm clearly I'm a big fan of it, and I do it for myself too. But I just mean you don't have to wait for that. There's a lot you can do now.
Yeah, and it will take her a minute to get to you. So be patient.
Yes, because I have to. I work more than full time here, so
I keep this lady busy, but I do recommend it though. I mean, it really is. She just gives you so much insight and clarity, and also it's important to know kind of like I'm entering my Chiron return, so it's probably time for you and I to have another conversation. But in fact, I think I'm entering it this week. It starts. Good times. And we were talking about Chiron return.
Healing times. Let's just say.
Healing times, not good times. Healing times. They can be good times. But anyway, so we do recommend it, but it is good too for you to kind of get your legs under you first, because the more you know about the planets and about all these things, then when you go into your reading with her, it's all going to make so much more sense and so much more quickly. You know what I mean? Versus like going in kind of cold, then you're going to have to get up to speed before what she shares with you really makes sense. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they're saying that Athena is giving off share vibes today, which I think is a very high compliment.
Thank you.
And then they're also asking to see Tara's shoes.
My shoes?
Yeah.
My shoes?
The shoes are cute.
How am I going to get... Can you see them? These are my shoes. Please.
And
You
then,
guys of all the...
Hey, do you want to see my shoes?
Anything else we can show you?
they're asking about we're not going to go too deep into this today, guys, but they are asking about what the house the node in means.
Yeah, so here's what I can say. We don't know for sure what's going to come next year, but we have some plans to do some more basic astrology, and there's so many little bits and pieces. Today we're not going to get into the house as well. What I will do, for example, let's just start with North Node in Aries now. I will tell you that the first house is Aries house.
Yeah.
So if your North Node is in the first house or in Aries, you will have some similar energies. Houses... But here's the only thing that I caution, and I know this sometimes causes confusion, but if you're into this, it will definitely make you sound smarter when you have a conversation about it. Signs and houses are not the same. They're related archetypes, but they're different. So when you're learning astrology initially, it can be very easy to think, oh, the first house is just like Aries, and there are lots of similarities, but there are also quite a bit of differences. One of them is that your sign, or the signs in your chart, that's actually kind of what's coming from inside you. That's your motivation. So we sometimes say you are your signs and you do your houses, because houses show where things are happening and the types of activities. Subtle difference, because if I'm an inner artist or I'm making art, they may look very similar to you or to me, but I just want to say that to you because I wouldn't be doing a good job if I didn't let you guys know that there is delineation. That being said, you can get a lot of the same information by just thinking about things in the first house have an Aries vibe, because they do. Because the first house, I don't care what sign is on your personal first house, the first house is always Aries house. So whatever you have in your first house has a big infusion of Aries energy. Okay, are we good, Alexis, to go into North Node and Aries?
Yes, Teresa Jolly said even the explanation of why we aren't covering that explains a lot.
Okay,
so
good.
I'm glad we did that. And I
Good.
think we're good to move on.
I love that when that happens.
I'll stop you guys if we have any other.
Okay, good.
questions.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, if anybody has North Node in Aries, we may not take it right while we're talking, but any little input of here's how it feels for you or here's how it is for you, so useful, because one of the best ways for us to learn astrology is to observe and get feedback from people that actually embody the energy.
Yep, I like
and you may use a word that we don't use that will help somebody else connect with their energy, right? I won't always get all the words in despite my effort.
Yep.
So
Yep.
North Node in Aries, destiny of independence. So Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, and we sometimes call it the sign that's I name myself. It is truly about discovering who you are for yourself, acting on your own behalf, initiating what you want, being in contact with your authentic desire, spontaneously moving forward into life. So when you have North Node in Aries, it's very much about stepping into your independence, giving yourself permission just to do what you want to do instead of do you think it's okay if I do? That's the South Node Libra. South Node Libra default is the we.
Isn't that interesting?
Yes, Aries is the me. I always think of them as the me, we.
Me,
We axis, right? And so, anyhow, so you really, any situations where that test your courage, making the first move. If you have North Node in Aries, it's great. Even when you're super uncomfortable, if you want something, man, go for it. I promise you, even if you don't get it, you will feel so good just for making that move.
Totally.
And sometimes, Aries also is the sign of the pioneer. So it's kind of going somewhere first. There's a sense of adventure to it. being, you know,
like
kind
that
of
too.
blazing your own trail. Yeah.
And if you,
Yeah.
even if this isn't you, you may know someone
Mm-hmm.
who has North Node Aries and kind of just be like reflecting on like the people I know who have it. Like that's absolutely them.
Yeah. And so, for example, and those of us who have Aries, right? What's your
Mars,
Mars and Aries?
Yeah.
I have Aries rising, right? So we, in our own way,
my son's Aries.
yes. So we, in our own way, you can see we're both like, yeah, because we both have even our own space of like, yeah, you go do it, go do your thing,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yeah.
It's, you can be such a champion for yourself and for other people in your life just by knowing where their North Node is, because you can celebrate that part.
Yeah.
So back to the North Node and Aries. It's also just raw life force. Aries, we sometimes, there's no, it's not refined. It's not about, that's Libra. So if you're moving from the South Node in Libra, sometimes there's like this horror of like, oh my gosh, like I'm going to make a mess of it. You know, it's going to be ugly, whatever. It's going to be abrupt.
It's crude. It's not beautiful.
Exactly.
It's not smooth. It's not balanced.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's part of the experience, is just letting yourself see what happens. I think of Aries oftentimes either as a 2-year-old or a teenager, because it's that drive, right? Think about how a 2-year-old, like they're going to do it for themselves. Aries is that way. Even if someone tells you the stove's going to burn your hand, you don't know if it's actually going to burn your hand till you do it. And even more Aries, 2 months later, it might be different. So, you know, you want to test it out again. Aries is about doing, right? It's not about overthinking. It's not about overcomplicating things. It's a straight arrow of energy forward that goes.
I call it trust but verify. Like my son, my son wanted me to order. We ordered groceries on Instacart, and there were 2 things he really wanted. It was like a protein powder and something else, and the items didn't arrive. And he was just like, I said, you know, when that happens, it's because they don't have it, right? They can't like produce something at the grocery store that they don't have. And he actually like was like, thank you so much, and then actually continued on to open up the app and just confirm that the grocery shopper said they didn't have it. And I'm like, do you think I'm lying to you? Like, why would I make up a story about protein powder or whatever? He's like, and so it's a total trust but verify program.
So this
But if you know that, you don't take it personally. Like, if I didn't realize that about him, I would have been like, listen, you little jerk. You know, like, I'm telling you they didn't have the thing. But instead, I'm like, here's my ear. Go ahead, check the app.
Well,
You know
and
what
it's
I mean?
almost like, fine, you need to do it yourself. I get it. You know, and even if they fall down, even if the whole thing gets messed up, there's something about, it's also like the sign of, no, I'll do it for myself. I don't need help, whatever, you know, I got
want
it.
my own.
Yeah.
I want my own. Yeah.
And you can think too, also you guys, Aries is about the warrior, so this North Node in Aries is really about bringing out your inner warrior, which doesn't have to be a physical, although physical activity is usually really good. Even competitive things are good, even if you tend to not, it can really help you get into that space. So in particular, you're learning assertiveness and independence, which often involves letting go of dependency on relationships, which is reflected in the Libra South Node. It's not easy. When you're used to always deferring to someone else, or when you're worried about making someone else upset or disappointing them or losing connection with them, it can stifle that inner desire to go after what you want. And if you're just aware of that, you can kind of have some nice self-talk with yourself. Oh, I'm over deferring again, or oops, you know, I'm worried about, and that in itself, you know, can really make a shift.
It prevents the resentment and other things that come along with that too.
Yes. So, power word suggestions. Some of you have already heard this if you were here. Alexis and I did a little sneak peek. Power word suggestions if you have North Node and Aries. Action.
Yep.
Initiate. Lead. Courage and adventure. And some of the crystal allies that you can work with are sunstone, opalite, and charoite. Any
I like
other
that.
ones you can think of? Charoite is a warrior stone, so
It's warrior, it's courage. I think for me, Aries is so much about being direct and being,
oh my gosh,
you know, like when they have their mindset on something, they're just gonna do it. So I'm also thinking like, although it doesn't seem like a tough enough stone for them, but like a fluorite, you know what I mean? Like just that like kind of laser
good.
kind of like,
or optical calcite, maybe, just like kind of lasering in on those things.
This is out of context for here, but in esoteric astrology, Aries is very much linked with Mercury. So they're, which I don't know if you know that.
No,
but,
I didn't know that.
Which is why many times we talk about Aries, even though it's a fire sign. It's also, there's also a very mental energy to it.
Yeah, and they do overthink. You know, they still should think more before they do think sometimes.
Well, it's an interesting combination for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad that's helpful.
All right. Anything to add, anybody, before we go on to Taurus, Alexis?
No.
Okay, cool. North Node in Taurus. This is destiny of self-worth and self-sufficiency. So now we move from fire to earth.
Yep.
And we didn't mention this, but from yang to yin, or from masculine to feminine. So whatever Aries initiates, Taurus has to stabilize. So we sometimes use the example of literally Aries, the pioneer, goes out and finds the new land or whatever. Taurus has to like build the home and dig the well and find all those pieces, right? So there's this deep drive with North Node and Taurus to do it yourself, be self-sufficient, be stable, make your own living, right? So many people with North Node and Taurus have spent lifetimes overly dependent on joint resources, right?
Yes.
Or other people's, and not just money-wise, but emotionally, right? So there's this whole piece of self-sufficiency. Taurus is also very connected with the physical body, so sometimes it's even learning to be in your body. Because South Node in Scorpio, it's very watery, it's very kind of out in the mysteries, kind of in the soul realm, and then to come into North Node in Taurus is like literally in the flesh.
It's anchoring it.
Yeah. And so a certain level of not just grounding, but full embodiment. So even learning like how to kind of work with that space. So some of the growing can be through learning to simplify. So we said it's complicated before. That's the ultimate Scorpio phrase. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Taurus is all about simplification.
Yeah.
So North Node and Taurus, right? It's about figuring out what you really value, what's really worth your effort, what you really want, what your real needs are, and you get to that bottom line. And you don't waste a bunch of energy getting sucked into emotional drama, right? Going up and down in extremes, dealing with all kinds of, overwhelming things that overwhelm you, which can be another South Node in Scorpio.
Well, also, I think Taurus, because of the South Node in Scorpio, feels a bit of like been there, done that when they move into those patterns. And I've seen North Node in Taurus really resistant to overly dramatic relationships because it's like there's an intuitive kind of knowing that doesn't work for them.
So depending where you're at, sort of in your own growth, whether or not you've already made the shift or not, you know, some people come to see me and they're totally still in the drama.
Yeah.
And it even takes a while just to become aware of, wait a second, you don't have to keep
doing that. Yeah.
The other thing with Taurus in general, anytime Taurus shows up in the chart, it's about finding some peace. It's finding inner peace and it's finding external peace. There's a certain level of just chill out. Taurus, I think about animals that go back to grazing. I think about this a lot.
That's interesting.
Because you know how, imagine, right, that, I don't know, the zebra's about to get eaten, right? And so it's doing its thing to get away. Animals, they just shake it all off. And then they literally go back to eating.
Yeah.
That's one of the best gifts of Taurus. It doesn't get stuck in the fight, flight, freeze.
Yeah.
It does, which can be
Scorpio does.
Yeah, and Aries does too. There's a number, but they're both Mars ruled. Both those signs are, both of those do that. So Taurus is about, okay, what do I actually need to do to self-preserve, self-generate, and kind of keep myself in this place of security, comfort, and beauty, right?
And beauty too.
Because Taurus wants to be surrounded by pleasant things. It doesn't want to have a bunch of mess. And Scorpio loves the mess.
Yeah.
So, things you can do. As we talked about, simplify, get grounded, meet your own needs, create beauty, whatever that means to you. Just take it easy. Honestly, that can be like the number one thing you do. Build self-esteem and love and care for yourself because you're worth it. I want to say this is really important. Anytime Taurus shows up, especially in a South Node, but anywhere in the chart, there's automatically going to be something to do with self-worth, self-esteem, self-value. And oftentimes there's feelings of not having enough or not being enough. And so those two are very interrelated. Taurus is ruled by Venus. Venus as an archetype doesn't do anything to earn love. It's about inherently being lovable or worthy. So those are always big pieces of Taurus too.
Somebody did say, they said here in the feed that they don't like being in their body. They don't feel comfortable being in their body, especially because they have gained weight.
Yeah.
And I think I experienced that too, but I think there's medicine for that in the energy of Taurus.
Oh, lots. And sometimes, this is going to maybe sound weird, I have a bunch of my own body issues. So for me, it has a lot to do with the functions of my body more so than other things. But that it has actually been, it's funny, I was thinking just recently about all the things I was able to move through or overcome. And that's one that still sits with me pretty personal. So it's a different version, but I get what you're saying. Sometimes when we need more attention to our body, we create uncomfortable situations subconsciously so that we feel our body more. And I know that that can be unpleasant, but if you can even look at that as a gift, meaning even if you're not feeling good about where it is or what it is, you're in the right classroom because you're in there with your body, even if it's uncomfortable.
Not true.
So, yeah. And yes, absolutely, Alexis, like that part of the medicine of Taurus is to find a place of comfortability in your own skin. Yeah.
Yeah. Self-acceptance. Now what's interesting is I find for, I get comfortable, speaking of being comfortable in your body. But,
do you want your poof, Athena?
Huh?
You want me to put your poof in front of you?
No, I'm actually happy being kind of cross-legged, but thank you, I appreciate it.
Let me know.
I just don't want to be doing a little
A flash.
show from here.
A flash dance.
Wait for Scorpio for that.
I'll give you a few minutes. Scorpio's here for it now. But ultimately, Taurus can be a good teacher of that too. Once they, I guess it's that way with every North Node. It's like once you kind of master your North Node, you become an excellent teacher of that medicine too. Yeah,
It's really true. Because whenever you're moving on your own evolutionary path, you are automatically then embodying those same things. And it's not even just that you're able to teach and talk about it, which is great, but
you're living it.
You're living it and you emanate it. So there's something about even just, this is why I was saying at the beginning, and maybe I should have fleshed it out a little bit more, to use another Taurus word. When I was talking about choosing experiences and people and things that embody the energy of your North Node, part of the reason why I'm saying that is, yes, to observe and learn, but part because they literally, by transmission, by their emanation, they share that with you.
Yeah.
That's the thing with most teachings, even when someone like me is running their mouth for hours, I think that the bigger part of the teaching actually comes through what emanates through that person.
Oh, interesting.
It's a big part of it. There's a connection between them. And so that's why, being around Taurus type people that are really, rock solid in their Taurus in a way that you're like, wow, that is so beautiful, so grounded. How's that person so comfortable in their own skin? How is it that I watch them, be this way? Or being places in nature that feel very Taurian, right? Or doing things that are just Taurus in nature will just naturally, is osmosis the right word? Literally, will just, you take it on.
Yeah.
It's a gift, but you got to choose to be in the presence of it. And then another good word for Taurus is also about learning to receive.
Yeah.
It's receptivity too.
Yeah.
Crystal allies for North Node and Taurus: Mukite jasper, green aventurine, and yellow fluorite.
It feels accurate to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a nice
Feels
combination
really
of the
good.
different things. Okay, North Node in Gemini, destiny of open-mindedness. So North Node in Gemini ultimately is about being as open-minded as possible. And what I mean by that is letting go of old attachments to what you think what is true, what is right, what is wrong, kind of all the South Node Sagittarian type things. And it's about being open to looking at the multiplicity in life. We talk about Gemini as being duality. I don't disagree with that, but I prefer the word multiplicity because to me, Gemini is not just about this and that. It's about all the options.
Yep.
And so this is really about looking at new ways of learning things, being curious.
Yeah, and flexible, which sometimes is the learning edge for the North Node in Gemini. Yeah.
Yes, and this being able to look at all the spectrum of gray. You know, instead of the Sagittarius, it just is this way and I've always known it. We don't need to talk about it. And if you don't get it, I'll just say it again. This time you'll hear it. You know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the different language.
Yeah, it's like a Gemini. The other cool thing about North Node in Gemini is that where South Node in Sagittarius oftentimes holds lots of intuitive wisdom and they've been kind of all out gathering all kinds of knowing and things, Gemini is the language. Gemini is about language and translation and interpretation. So it oftentimes is the ability to bring that higher or greater, I don't mean better by those words, I just mean that a bigger space of vision and being able to conceptualize something or being able to grasp a bigger philosophy and then to pull it down in a way that you can give it words so that someone can understand it. Because sometimes that Sagittarius gets stuck in a place of knowing and they get frustrated because they don't think they should have to, how should I have to talk about this? People should just get it. You know, there's that feel. But it's a true gift to be able to take that knowledge and be able to share it and communicate it.
And be able to translate it. Yeah. It's a perfect combination when you think about it, because Sagittarius is the really that quest for truth and wisdom and knowledge, and then Gemini gives it a vehicle for expression. And in its highest evolution,
And Gemini fact checks the shit out of it.
Well, which Sagittarius doesn't want. It's like, listen, just take my word for it.
I know. Yeah. But here's the thing, and maybe Sag is usually right. Intuition's really good.
Yeah.
But when you come in with North Node and Gemini, there's something about poking holes in the things that you think is what they mean or how they're supposed to be or how you're supposed to do it. So to your point, flexibility is huge. Beginner's mind is when I give to this. Yep, 100%. And so, you know, the growth here can really accelerate as you use your words and your voice, whether it's, you know, written or spoken. That can be really helpful. And so my notes here were your path is integrating intuition with logic. In the past, you relied more heavily on the former, meaning you just sort of trusted your gut sense of things. And sometimes the facts and proof do matter. And that's sort of what this is here. And so this is a great position, though, when you come into a situation, right, where someone's telling you this is how it is, or this is the archetype to stop and say, wait a second, I want to talk about that more. Let's look that up, right? Let's talk about different options. Let's see how that can be done, because
it's always been done that way doesn't mean we always have to continue to do it that way.
100%. And always with Gemini, it's a shift in perception or a shift in perspective that is needed. Somehow, the way your story, in quotes, the way you're telling it, creating it, is ready for a shift. All right, so the stones for this one.
It's fun to think about, and we're not going to go there today because we just don't have enough time, but at some point we will, I'm sure, down the road, like career options for these things. You know what I mean? Like, well, these are people who are going to want to innovate, you know? Like, I mean, I own a company, and so, like, and even as a professor, like, I would teach some core principles or even something, you know, scientific, really, and you'd have students with who I'm sure had this profile who were just like, you know, resistant to that, you know, and just wanting to, almost for the sake of doing it, to question or to you know, and again, other profiles are going to resist that if you're not aware of what this is, rather than looking at it and going, let's be curious together, which is actually the right response. We may end up coming to the same outcome, but let's just sit and be curious together. Part of this is learning how to be in relationship with people and not be triggered by how they come, you know what I mean, to the conversation 100%. With you.
And even when you recognize sort of how you need to grow, like, for example, it's helpful for me sometimes to say to people in my life, hey, it's really important for me to trust my intuition. It's really important for me to find my own truth, right? That can help other people understand why I am being so seemingly rebellious, you know, about not. But you see, so it can really, really be helpful that way. All right, so stones for Gemini: Amazonite, sapphire, and blue opal.
I like those options too.
Okay, North Node in Cancer. This one, destiny is emotional stability and finding home within. So North Node in Cancer is the call to dive into the world of emotions and become emotionally stable within yourself. Mm-hmm. And it also...
Yeah, we're good.
Perfect, thank you.
Such a good producer, Alexia.
It also...
being a producer. That's fun.
So it also is simply just allowing yourself to feel.
Yeah.
So South Node in Capricorn can be really focused on what needs to get done, very practical, wanting to be efficient, and oftentimes doesn't have time for emotions because, one, they don't get things done, they get in the way, they're not rational, right? So why would I feel them? And North Node in Cancer is all about stepping into that feeling center. So everyone, with these placements is going to be at a different place with it. But with this one, to me, even, I just think, to feel is so important. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't give you power words, did we?
No, but maybe we can
Okay.
come back and do those at the end.
Let's do that. At the end, we'll recap with all the power words. So
It reminds me of a meme
don't feel
I
it.
saw on Instagram that said, I think I sent this to you, Alexis. It says, it looks like a circle, like almost like an AA meeting, and people are sitting all facing each other, and somebody says, let's talk about how we feel about feelings. Here, I'll go first. I hate them. For
I'm
Capricorn.
sure, yeah.
Did I show that to you too?
No, but that's so fitting. It's perfect.
I'll go first. I hate them.
One of my best friends years ago, he and I would do readings together on lunchtime when we worked at university.
Oh.
And I remember one time I started talking about feelings and emotions. He's a Capricorn. He looked right at me and he said, "Why on earth would I do that?"
Yeah.
It was it was no joke.
Horrifying.
And and almost laughing at me, for how silly I would think it would be
Because it's
to
so
do
irrelevant.
it. But when you have North, it's yes.
Yes, but here we're talking about something
Yes.
different. Yes.
So it's important to let feelings flow and to flow with your feelings. Another thing is that North Node in Cancer, oftentimes you will gravitate or you will attract experiences with family, ancestors, and where you come from. And that can be biological or spiritual. So please think beyond just this mortal ancestry line you have. That's part of it for Cancer.
Yeah.
But Cancer is deeper than that. Cancer ultimately is about finding that sense of home and belonging for yourself. For some people, they do that with their biological family. Other people, it's their spiritual practice. Cancer is really about consciously forming the self-identity. We don't talk about this as much with Cancer, but it's so much what it is. It's going inside yourself to feel what's there, to explore the mysteries, and then literally consciously deciding, this is me. This is kind of what my edges are going to be. This is how I'm going to go forward. And until we do that in life, I've shared this with some of my clients too, so some of you may have heard this already, but it's like, and granted, we're always shifting, so nothing's static, but when we don't have any definition sort of for what we are or who we are, life tends to just kind of put us wherever. It doesn't quite know where to put us. So we end up in to me, like weird relationships, weird jobs, weird situations, and we wonder why it is that things don't feel like a fit.
Yeah.
But when we self-define, when we sort of take that, what I would say, that ego self-development step of saying, look, to the best of my ability, this is me, and this is, how I feel about me, and this is how I want to be me, then it's like we automatically fall into place.
Yeah.
It's almost miraculous how it happens, but Cancer is an inside job. You will, and I got lots of planets in Cancer. I don't care how much you try to make it about the outside world. I don't care how much they contribute. It is an inside job.
It is.
Yeah.
But the beauty of that is the absolute mastery of the inner world that Cancers have. Like, I find myself jealous of that because it's just like they have that inner self-awareness, and it's just so powerful. And it often comes across for me as maturity, even in somebody who's young. Like this, if it's well developed, comes across as like, this is somebody who knows themselves really well.
Yeah, and one of the classic lines we use for Cancer is, until Cancer learns to feed itself, it feeds off of the environment. When it learns to feed itself, it feeds the environment.
Ooh.
And it
I like that.
But
that's a process.
yeah, because Cancer is so prone to be, it's defensive, it's sensitive, it's self-protective, it's all about, oh, what, she hurt my feelings. I'm saying this because I know I have it in me. But at the same time, that to honor that part in yourself, to still have the feelings but not make them or put them on somebody else, that's part of the thing. Because to your point, when someone's really in their Cancer energy in a comfortable, healthy way, they are the most empathic, they are the most caring, they know what you need.
Ironically grounded too for a water placement.
And this is because, and I share this all the time too, because the great blue heron is my favorite archetype for Cancer. And if you look at them, they're almost always solitary, right? And so, and their feet are anchored through the water into the ground. Cancer is water, but it's bedrock underneath the water.
Yeah.
So this is the thing about emotional self-sufficiency is like it's having your own ballast, it's having your own grounding.
Yeah.
So all these things are in here.
Somebody asked they asked what it means to them if they're a Cancer South node, which I think is an interesting question because then they can kind of think about
and
get there.
Honestly, and we're not going to go back through the whole 12 and South node. We will talk about it a little bit more when we get to Capricorn.
North node.
But all this stuff I'm reading for North node, you can just apply it to South node and just imagine that was what you wanted to do in past lives. That was your past life self. So all this stuff we're talking about now is what comes most naturally to you.
Yeah.
So that's actually a good thing to bring up because everyone can be, when we're reading your opposite sign, it's just, flip it to the past.
I'm Cancer South node.
Yes. And so this thing, right? So Cancer's always searching for a home and belonging. It can be uncomfortable and seem downright unproductive to uncover and explore the seemingly infantile neediness and this intangible feeling realm, but it's the doorway to intimacy with yourself and others. So that's the thing. It's the choice to get in and feel. And you're learning to soften your tendency to be hard on yourself and others and to be results oriented and to make time for self-care. Here's the thing with Cancer. If you think about these two traditionally, and I don't like the binary way of thinking, but traditionally we have taken Cancer and Capricorn and talk about them as being like the archetypal parents.
Yeah.
And traditionally Cancer is the nurturing parent and Capricorn is the authoritative parent. So Capricorn is the parental figure that wants you to do more and get out there and do your thing.
You should have tried harder.
Whatever. Yeah, you can do better. Whatever.
Yeah,
But the Cancer archetype is the one that just loves you and you always have a space to come home to, and it's never about what you do, it's always about loving you for who you are. And that's why, to your point, when someone really does that well, you really feel felt.
Yeah, you do.
You feel felt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And protected too.
Yes, 100%. Yes, there's no... Cancer, people may think that it's like a weepy, sad sign. You try to harm someone's family who's a Cancer, you will see the fiercest creature in the zodiac.
Oh, they're very protective.
And stones for this one: labradorite, unakite, jasper, and petersite.
I like that.
All right, let's get on to Leo.
Okay.
Destiny of open-hearted self-expression. Yeah. If you've got North Node in Leo, it's about fully opening your heart and expressing yourself as openly and vulnerably as you can.
It's not my North node. I'm glad. There's only so much Leo. You know what I mean?
It's my moon too, so I know.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, so North Node in Leo, it is about not playing small, taking up your space, not in a way that is selfish or taking away from someone else, but oftentimes people with the South Node in Aquarius have had a tendency to be on the outside looking in, the tendency to always look for the greater good.
Yeah.
When you have a North Node in Leo is ruled by the sun. The sun is the center of the solar system, and in yourself, that's the center of your being.
That's right.
So it is about coming back to heart, coming back to center, and it is about making it personal. I know that sounds probably funny because we oftentimes talk about how, people tend to take things too personally, but if you have a North Node in Leo, bringing more of your personal self is important, and it's what you're here to do. Now, part of this is learning healthy self-centeredness, which I just touched on a little bit.
Yeah.
Healthy self-centeredness, what I mean by those words is being centered in yourself. Right? Coming back to what is at the center of me? What makes my heart sing? Right? What is sort of the, I don't want to say biggest, because Leo doesn't have to be on a big stage. This is the other thing. People oftentimes think it means some sort of big time performer. But it does mean at least being with one person where you can truly open up and express yourself just coming from the heart. Leo needs that, needs to be able to do that.
There's also something really, my mom was North Node Leo with Aquarius Sun. And an interesting conversation down the road would also be like, what happens when you don't live into your North Node? You know what I mean? Like, because she just didn't.
Yep.
And I think it can be scary to live into your North Node. I mean, it's sort of like the final frontier in a way of like, are you going to step into your Dharma or are you not in this lifetime? But there is something very childlike about this placement and like almost like a not growing up thing, or like my mom, it was interesting for us growing up because she really liked spending time with us when we were little, but not as much when we were older because we weren't doing childlike things. But then when I had her, her grandchildren, it was like she just came to life again. You know what I mean? Because she got to do like the childlike thing. So I think that's interesting too. There is definitely like a playful. Does this resonate with you guys who have North Node Leo? Like kind of just like a playful. They're more comfortable with kids, is what I've noticed. Because she's not the only one where I've noticed like they're gonna gravitate toward younger people or just more sort of like youthful.
It's really common with any Leo energy to find people either working with children, doing inner child work and that type of stuff, because there's something about that. So when you think in the zodiac, when we equate it with ages, Leo is about 10.
Yeah.
It's that queendom of childhood. It's before you get awkward into adolescence. That's Virgo. But it's like when you're like kind of you're on the throne of your childhood. And so there's that feeling of, when it's like you put on the play at the school or you do the thing or, you're doing your lip syncing with your friends or whatever. There's that feeling of just...
And not caring what people think.
No, but that's the thing. But the thing with Leo, it's always a trippy situation because Leo's so worried about being embarrassed.
Yeah.
So like the natural tendency, and especially when we think about a South Node being Aquarius, the tendency is not to step into this spotlight, right? The tendency is to be more objective and step back and, whatever. It's like, it's more what everybody needs, not what I need. So there can be a constant sort of struggle between that. Yeah.
I love that Virgo would be the awkward adolescent because how like everybody at like 11, 12 years old just is kind of weird looking.
That's Virgo.
I mean, seriously, everybody at 11, 12, 13 years old, like those aren't the school pictures you want to frame forever, and that's Virgo. They're like
it's the acne and the oily face and all this and the hair growing out
like Napoleon Dynamite. Virgo is Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah.
I like that.
And truly, Virgo is the reaction to Leo, which is, Leo, you kind of reach the top of the pyramid, right? And then Virgo, all of a sudden, you're like, whoa, I thought I was, hot shit, but what happened now?
Oh my God, that's really funny.
Anyhow, so if you have North Node in Leo, finding ways that inspire and motivate yourself and others is the thing. With North Node in Leo, when you're doing what you love and you're just being authentic about it, you don't have to worry about who's going to like it. People will naturally, maybe not everybody, but the people who are into it, like they will be attracted to that passion.
Yeah.
And when you let your own inner child out, it's just automatically gives other people permission to do it too. And that's one of the most beautiful things.
Yeah.
One thing my teacher used to say about Leo that I like so much is she would say that when Leo is, again, healthy, in its best expression, because it's so good about, it wants attention and it knows that, it's nobody's better at giving you full attention. So when you've got a healthy Leo and you want to show or share something, it's almost like you feel like you're the only person in the world. They know how to make you feel special. And by the way, you guys, Leo wants to be special.
Yeah.
It's truly, it's a big deal. So despite fears of rejection or heartbreak, it's your destiny to take the risk.
Why are you laughing?
I'm just they're tripping out over you calling Virgos Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh. Okay, well, let's get back on track here.
Someone was like, I am not Napoleon
God,
Dynamite.
sorry, I didn't mean to offend all the Virgos in the room.
That's not, so again, we're not talking, we're just using examples for how the energy can feel, not for how it actually looks. Yeah, it's different. Crystal allies for Leo. Carnelian, orange calcite, and bumblebee jasper.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get right into Virgo since we've already gone there. North Node in Virgo, destiny, true service, to be of true service to yourself and others. The key point here is to yourself as well. It's not just about helping everybody else with everything else, although helping others is part of this archetype. in addition to health and service and improvement and work and all these things we talk about for Virgo, Virgo's also about having an accurate sense of yourself. We link it with purification, not because it's about taking the dirty stuff out, which is what everyone seems to think about. It's about distilling and purifying down to the pure essence of things, which is true for yourself.
Yeah.
With Virgo, part of it is figuring out what doesn't fit, what isn't me, what doesn't work, what doesn't serve. So it can feel like a huge self-improvement project, but at the heart of it, it's about getting down to the level of, hey, this is who I really am.
Yeah.
This is what tools I'm really working with. These are the things I actually need to develop and add to my toolkit. And now here's how I'm going to take, that work out into the world. And I'm using work as a really loose term. It doesn't have to be I'm going into the office. So.
Yeah.
So this idea of stripping away and filtering out what doesn't belong, that includes what's in your thoughts, beliefs, and the energy that you've taken on and need to let go of. So this is a process of refined self-improvement.
Yep.
And experiencing personal crises are so common with Virgo. You guys, it's one of the best ways that we as humans know to grow. And Virgo is an automatic attracts those situations so that you can learn, use healthy discrimination, you can use critical thinking skills, you can kind of sort out what's worth doing, what's not worth doing. South Node in Pisces can be overwhelmed with possibilities, overwhelmed with other people's energy. Sometimes it gets kind of what I like to call stuck in the field. And so also with Pisces, there's such a connection with whatever you want to call source spirit, something greater, that Pisces is the sign that's least connected to the ego. When we come back to Virgo, North Node in Virgo is also coming back into humanity.
Yep.
So a little bit like I talked about in Taurus, but even more so because oftentimes people coming North Node into Virgo have a really hard time sort of dealing with not just their physical body, but actually, oh my gosh, I gotta pay the bills and I gotta actually eat, and I have to, it's almost like those mundane chores. And we could get into long conversations of, to me, South Node in Pisces oftentimes is past lives on a kind of spiritual or a visionary path that was kind of secluded from those sort of, now I got to pay my bills and I actually got to take care of shit, which is
all of that stuff. Yeah.
So healing, this is a big archetype of healing, coming into figuring out sort of what's healthy for my body, how can I help other people with their bodies, in the same way of looking at meaningful work and meaningful service.
Sorry guys. We decided that we're gonna come back at the end and do the power words and the stones then. So
we're doing the stones.
We're doing stones now.
Power words.
You guys didn't do the stones for Leo.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did.
The entire feed is saying you didn't.
Yeah. We definitely did. We said carnelian, orange calcite, and bumblebee jasper. We did.
I Leo affirmed those. But we know what, it's not a problem to come back with the power words and the stones.
Yeah, Alexis, just please remind us at the end.
Is this is this good to put in the homepage?
I don't know why not.
Yeah, I think so. It's long, but you guys wouldn't mind having
I'm just going to save it as a PDF and upload it now.
Well, so it looks like you're going to get my notes, so I just want to say in advance that they were my I think they're pretty close to, you'll get more. If you're interested, you could read more because we're not reading through every bit of it, and they're kind of just to cue me up. But this will give you not just power words and crystal allies, but things you can do, activities to consider, and I think that might be useful to you. So Alexis, it's a great idea.
Yeah, we will lock the PDF though. This is her content though, so please don't use this content without her permission.
And that's true with all our Sage Goddess stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so you may find that you have special healing abilities and enjoy working with herbs, aromatherapy, crystals, any kind of earth-based tools. Working with animals, too, is another kind of Virgo. Anything with the earth, right? Earth remedies, earth-type things.
And medicine in general.
Yep.
And veterinary medicine.
Yep.
Like, all of us are really well aspected for this profile. Nursing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any of the helping professions.
Yeah, any.
That or process improvement is another good choice, right? Of literally figuring out the best way.
Medical administration can be a really good way of, or healthcare administration is another great
Numbers too,
position.
like even accounting can be a way to get down to the bit.
Yep.
So if you find yourself easily overwhelmed with possibilities and unable to focus, that would be your Pisces South Node. You can move forward by prioritizing visualizing, choosing a place to start, and using your analytical mind. Remember, it's about you don't have to take it all on. It's not all yours.
Yeah.
And the stones for this one, demortierite, nungerite, and green calcite. Okay, Libra.
Okay.
Destiny, love and partnership with others and life. So North Node in Libra, it's the call to partner with others. We've now flipped to the other side.
Yeah.
Right? So we've now talked about the polarity point for all the ones that are coming, because 1 to 6 is the first half of the zodiac.
That's right.
So remember we talked about Aries being the me? Now we're to the we, back to the we again.
Yeah.
So this call to partner with others and engage in relationships of all kinds. It's learning to cooperate, learning to have equal relationships, learning to find peace and balance. And with Libra, usually we find that peace and balance through really severe extremes and imbalances. Libra as a sign, it's funny, like all those little, like you'll see those little things look like the scales and they look like they're equal. It looks like this. Libra looks like this.
Yeah.
And it's always a struggle to, can we get a little closer to this? And so when you can embrace that, you can realize like you can't come into balance without experiencing imbalance.
That's true.
So
Libra's seeking balance, but it rarely finds it.
right, and it requires you to play with tension.
Yeah.
So the Aries way would be, I'll just do it myself and move my own way, whatever.
Yeah.
When you're thinking about Libra, I always think about a teeter-totter or a seesaw, right? If two people, if we're on each side, one of us can't just do it all. We both have to have a certain level of tension to keep it level. Same thing I think about on a tightrope too, right?
Yeah.
There's a certain level of tension. So this piece that I'm talking about in balance is not the absence of tension. It's the perfect amount of tension that holds things in that place.
I like that.
Yeah.
Except Libra doesn't like tension,
Nope.
and so then Libra will eject. You know, so that's the Libra medicine, I think, of the North Node.
Same
is
with
like how
conflict.
to learn how to live with conflict without just running from it or trying actively to avoid it.
Yep. And in this case, with the North Node in Libra, you'll find your default to be more the Aries side, which is, I'm just going on my own way, right?
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, exactly. Get out of my way or whatever's happening.
Yeah.
And so, and truly, Aries, Aries, one thing about Aries, it doesn't come, it's very direct. It's not coming from some sort of like a manipulative position.
Totally.
It's just not thinking about anybody else.
That's right.
So it's not actively discounting you. It's just like,
Oh, I forgot about you.
yeah, exactly. So when you have a North Node in Libra, this is a good point, right?
Yeah.
You're remembering that
yeah.
there are other people in your life and that you actually will get further in this lifetime partnering with them, working with them. The reason why I put in here partnering with others and life is because to me, North Node in Libra, it's not just choosing to cooperate and truly listen and get someone else's input and think about the we before the me. It's also about how you choose to partner with life. Aries in general can be very much fighting against life, right?
Yeah.
Or just fighting, pushing through life. North Node in Libra, one of the most healthiest things can be is to actively choose every day, I partner with life. Life is with me. We are a team. Because that's a whole different approach than it's me against the world, right? Or I gotta blaze my own trail.
A lot of North Node and Libra people that I know are single. Yeah, have problems with relationships.
And that's because that past life programming is going to be...
Uh-huh.
And that past life programming, it's not just ideas, you guys. It's past life real experiences where maybe relationships went totally south. Maybe, things happen where now we hold these memories of like, never trusted anybody again ever. Because both Libra and Scorpio that we're about to talk about are about learning to trust other people.
That's right.
And neither Aries or Taurus naturally like to do that. They like to be self-contained, self-directed, self-sufficient, So,
yeah, I'm curious if that resonates with you guys too. It's interesting.
So it's common if you have North Node in Libra, I think to the point, Athena, you were just saying, it's common to believe that your independence and your freedom are threatened by relationships.
Yes, yeah.
Which is part of it. And that creates resistance to the very thing your soul desires.
And that your soul's here to fucking do.
That's
You know
right.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this is what your work is.
And you'll find that the more you resist that, working with others or listening or cooperation or co-creating, whichever words you like to use there, you'll hit walls, meaning and this is also true when we look at the Scorpio Taurus archetypes back and forth.
Yeah.
You'll hit walls of what you can do by yourself.
Yeah.
And you literally won't be able to go any further. Then
Yeah.
your only choice, if I want this,
Yeah.
I will have to work with you. You know, it's that sort of
Yeah.
feel.
Yeah.
I know.
Being on the receiving side of that really sucks, though. Like, okay, I'll go ahead and work with you because I have to. It's like, oh, thank you.
I know. So again, if you want people to work with you, you might want to think about how you do it.
It's how you say it. Yeah, it's the delivery.
It's not easy. I tell you, anybody that's got strong Aries or Taurus, you just that self-directed energy. But to be mindful of it is important.
It is.
Because again, it's so instinctual just to default to it's just me. Even if you're in a partnership, it doesn't change things.
No, it doesn't. Mm-mm.
So for Libra, the crystal allies are blue kyanite, blue calcite, and rhodochrosite.
I like that too.
So let's jump to Scorpio. So this is another we sign, but it's a deeper dive with we.
It's a dark we.
It's a shadow dancing we.
It's a dark we.
Destiny of North Node Scorpio is about empowerment and soul level transformation. Yes. When you hit Scorpio in the wheel, it's at the deepest level. It's about eliminating anything that stands in the way of you being in your own power. Mm-hmm. And that alignment is a deeper soul level than more of just sort of a surface ego level. So there oftentimes there's a battle between the two when you are in Scorpio land. It's the call to transform and also to merge resources and energies with others. Scorpio as an archetype is about merging energies at the deepest levels. Yeah. So that can be, this is why we talk about sex with Scorpio. Yeah. Sex, deep emotional stuff, all kinds of intimacy. Also joint resources like money, where people both put in, the money to do whatever they're going to do. Also spiritual stuff, because anytime we do spiritual work, we're merging with greater energy. So which is why then the whole metaphysical mystery side of it kicks in here with Scorpio. So this is the path of confronting the shadow. Yeah. And South Node in Taurus, you guys, remember, it likes simplicity. Mm-hmm. It doesn't want to open the closet and look at what's in the back. It doesn't want to go under the bed. It doesn't want to touch any of that stuff with a 10-foot pole. It just wants to stay in my safe little groove, in my comfortable little place, with my comfortable little food. I know I'm making it sound, I'm minimizing it, but there is that symbol of like, it just doesn't want to go there. And so this is about looking at everything you've kept in the dark or in the closet. And you're learning that there are limits to what you can do on your own, just like I mentioned before, and that you can go further with someone else, but you have to let go of control and you have to trust somebody else. Now, I'm not suggesting you just jump in bed metaphorically with anybody. That's not what we're talking about here. Right. And some people with this placement, it's so deeply entrenched that they have to start with a pet for a long time. And I'm not kidding. Like the building of trust when you've been through experiences in this life or past life where there's been betrayal and loss and all kinds of trauma and drama,
it can be rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the fear comes up for sure.
But this is ultimately, with Scorpio, there's a draw. It's to go beyond. It's to get beneath the surface, get beneath the pretty face, and see what is in the guts of it. Mm-hmm. That's a very Scorpio type of thing. Mm-hmm. It's about actually wanting to know why. It's about getting deep into something, where Taurus is a simplicity. Scorpio is like a depth psychologist. I don't care what you've studied. Yeah. Like it wants to fully understand what makes you do that. Where is that actually coming from? And it's never satisfied with just like a simple answer. So this really getting to the truth is important. Let's see. So ultimately, you want to align with your soul's desire. You want to go deeper in relationships, including the one with yourself. Yeah. And to confront taboos, right? So this is a big thing too with Scorpio. It's really like looking at, why am I not supposed to do that? Yeah. Why is that forbidden to me? It's like the archetype of, let's open Pandora's box and see what's inside. Yeah. But just know that the Taurus is going to be like, are you kidding? Yeah. Because
I'll tell you what's inside.
But that threatens, Shifting between these archetypes, the letting go. It's funny because Scorpio can be a control freak as well. But it's a different kind than Taurus. Taurus is more of a hunker down, stay self-protected, stay in my own little space. Okay. And it's almost like, and I don't even want to see, don't show me, don't talk to me about it. And Scorpio is when you recognize that you got to feel alive, and to feel alive you got to get out of that little space, because that little space no longer has something to feed you with. Yeah. So, yeah, this is where I put in the notes, like getting naked, bearing your soul, letting someone see what's really in there.
Yeah.
Coming a little undone.
Yeah, and really learning what intimacy is, because I think there's a tendency with this the people I've known with this particular placement, like once they really get a taste of what intimacy is, they realize that they hadn't really had intimacy before. You know what I mean? But because Scorpio thinks they always know what intimacy is, and yet once they really experience it, I also find that this placement often does well with itself. Finding someone else who has North Node in Scorpio can be really helpful.
Well, because there's a desire to merge, but there's a fear around the merging. So if and you tend, oftentimes we trust someone who's in a similar place with us. Yeah. So there's something about that. Oh, okay. Well, if we both feel a little nervous about it or whatever,
then we can
but
help
why
each
don't
other.
we try that thing that we've never done? But it kind of has that feel, because Scorpio has that. It wants to push the envelope. It wants to test limits. But it just needs to have a safe container to do it. And so part of it is helping yourself have a safe container to do it in. Yeah. Yep. And the stones.
Donna says, I'm just screwed.
Well, maybe in a happy, literal way.
It can be a very sexy profile.
Oh my God, yeah.
I mean, yeah. I haven't ever had an intimate relationship with someone with this profile, but I've known people, and it can be very sexy, very alluring.
Magnetic. There can be it can almost be heart, like a moth to a flame. There's that feel, energy. And like, I know for me, I like a certain level of, I don't like to be possessed too much, but like I like a certain level of really realizing. Scorpio, by the way, is like the ultimate, like, you're mine. It's like,
yeah.
No, it's like
you're ensnared.
Yeah. So, and depending on how you like things, that can be a very big turn on for people. Yeah. Okay, so
unless you're a Sag moon and I'm like, fuck right off, you will not possess me in any way, darling.
I'm never letting you go. Never.
Back with that.
Scorpio is the serial monogamous, though, like just like traditionally, because it does tend to, there's a certain level of loyalty in there too. But we'll put the Sag next and into the free zone.
I like to make up like people in my head with profiles. Like, can you imagine like a Sag Sun with a Scorpio North Node?
Yeah.
I mean, talk about being your own worst enemy. Yeah.
Anyway. Well, but at least Scorpio and Sag together, they're both into the mystery. They're both into the metaphysics.
No, they are.
But
they'd be very interesting. It'd be a very interesting person.
But this idea of like ownership is a very different.
Yeah. Nope.
Okay. For Scorpio, we were looking at these. There's this astrologer, Frank Clifford. He's been posting these memes on Instagram about like if your sign was a country song. And for the Scorpio, one said, "I hate every bone in your body except mine." And we were all cracking up.
You guys say that to me. I want to follow that. That's really awesome. Oh my God.
Anyway.
I think that's the best quote ever.
I know.
Oh my God.
Okay, so crystal allies for you, North Node and Scorpio: obsidian, roulated quartz, and numite.
Those are real good.
Yeah. Okay, North Node and Sagittarius. This is me and Alexis.
Yay!
Woo woo.
Destiny. Return to your truth and follow your bliss. So, North Node and Sag is the call to expand your consciousness and connect with your personal truth. Sagittarius is an archetype of natural law, and we can look at that in things like the Hermetic principles, things that we study as far as just like the natural laws of the universe, but it's also natural frequency, natural state of ourselves.
Yep.
So anytime you're coming into North Node and Sag, there's a certain call back to the natural, back to just what you are. Now, it's also about discovering the unknown. So oftentimes people with this placement, they're going to want to travel. It doesn't always have to be physical travel. There's mental travel, there's spiritual travel, but journey is a big part of this, because to discover what your personal truth is and to discover kind of who you are, you have to get out of where you've been. Because with Sagittarius, it's about experience. It's not about, okay, so Gemini, the opposite, is about, I can look it up in a book. I know what China is. I've read, 10 chapters, right?
Uh-huh.
To Sagittarius, though, you have to be there. That's when it
that's funny
counts.
to Sagittarius, yeah.
It's so true.
Yeah.
And if you ever have a conversation with someone who's super Sagittarius, and if you try to talk about what you know in a book, and especially if they're a world traveler like my partner, they will just look at you like you're a complete, like anyone can read in a book. Also, you can think about Gemini oftentimes as like the map, right?
Yeah.
And then Sagittarius is the actual territory you're in.
Or the traveler itself, yeah.
But this thing about traveling, it's about putting yourself in foreign experiences, foreign culture, and that, by the way, it doesn't have to be, you could do it in your own city, but putting yourself into something where you don't have any conditioned responses because you haven't been there before, you will discover naturally how you show up and where you're at with that energy.
Yes.
That's why it's so powerful being in unknown circumstances.
Yeah.
But if you have North Node in Sag, there may be a big part of you that is either afraid of that, gets uncomfortable, the big space is not, like, it's funny, you guys, Gemini loves exploration too.
Yeah.
But it's like exploration in a contained space.
It's mental exploration.
Well, or even physical, but it likes to know, like, there's a fence or whatever. Here, I think about a kid in a candy shop or whatever. Sagittarius, there is no containment. And that's a whole different, that's like, you're not going to know it all. Gemini likes to know, I know what this means, and this sign means this, and if I go this way, it does this. Sagittarius, that's blown away.
Yeah.
So if you're used to using your logical mind to make sense of things, the North Node in Sagittarius pushes you to trust your intuition. It's always about an integration of intuition.
Yeah.
So learning to follow your gut, take the leap of faith. And again, this can oppose your tendency to rely on external sources of information and have a logical plan.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't just grab your phone
Or like,
and look it up.
Or like those books, like, like those travel books, like Welcome to Peru or whatever. Yeah.
I'm gonna say I am so much more comfortable with my South Node Gemini than I am with my North Node
course.
Sagittarius.
But that's true of most people, though, I think, right?
Yes.
So much so. And how many times a day do I say to you guys, like, I should have trusted my intuition.
Yes.
I would have had it right.
She really does.
No, I know, all the time.
And and my partner says this to me all the time. Words, words, words. You're all about the words, And he'll be like, can't you feel the meaning or the intention underneath them? You always make it about the words. And the truth is, I do. I have a tendency. You said this, and this word means this, and I'll double check it in the dictionary. And and for him, it's all about, he's like, and he'll also say, just because I say it doesn't mean I mean it, which is another thing that drives me crazy. Because Sag loves to just like start a little explosion over there. But I'm saying that this is like North Node and Sag is letting go of that need to like, I can figure it out, my head's got a handle on it, and it's about putting yourself in situations where you just got to sort of go with it. So you'll attract opportunities to show trust and confidence in yourself, right? And then you have to your point, you have a choice whether you want to choose them, right? Your chart is filled with past life stuff and patterns and wiring and things that is just kind of how you flow, although you can shift your perspective around them. But a lot of the chart is filled with potential. Whether or not you ever do anything with it's up to you.
Yeah.
So to your point, no. Everybody with a North Node in Leo is not going to choose to do it.
It's true.
Your choice.
It's true.
But if you're with us today, I gotta believe that on some level you want to, or we wouldn't be you wouldn't be in the conversation with us.
This part of astrology for me is truly where I think the big evolutionary opportunities lie. You know what I mean? Like, if you're really going to do this work of this lifetime, what we're talking about today is one of your big chances to do it, but it's also some of the scarier, edgier work to do, because it gets to the core of, like, you chose this contract, you know what I mean? You chose every aspect of it, and then the shit of it is you get here and you don't get to remember any of those conversations. So you're like, but this is a big part of the contract you chose. Big part of the contract you chose. Yeah.
And it always starts with awareness, right? Because that's what. But then again, just because I can say to you, oh, I totally get my North Node is this and all these things, the next step is, what can I live? And that sometimes is bite-sized pieces. So, for most of us, we're not just going to say, yeah, I'm going to do all this today. It's what can you actually live?
Yeah.
No.
Well, and in terms of reimagination too, before we go on,
Yeah.
it's like this, because that's the whole point of this retreat, is moving from your south node to your north node is the pathway of reimagination.
Yeah.
I mean, it actually is the most fundamental part of this whole 2 days. Because, like Alexis was saying, she's super comfortable in her south node. A lot of us are, right? Like, I always tell you, if I'm nurturing you guys too much, I'm probably off track. When you find me in mama bear mode, that's a comfort zone for me, but that's not my learning edge. And so, I would love for you to look at this particular session, especially, and we'll talk at the end of our time together today about your homework, because I do have homework for you for tomorrow. But just thinking about, what will it take for you to really move from your south node to your north node in this lifetime fully? Because that is the reimagination that I think this whole session is about.
I have, similar to how I put on my shirt, I put my north, you probably can't see it, but I have my north node and Sag symbol I drew on my shirt, and I buy Sagittarius t-shirts. I like moon Cancer stuff too, but I do that as an outward reminder, when I move this way out and in, I accelerate that growth for myself.
Can you actually stand up and show them in the camera? They'll want to see it.
Oh.
It's very cute.
Okay, can you guys see it?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
That's
so so like last night I was like, okay, so we're going to talk about north nodes, so
better.
anyway, there it is. But it's funny because and I can say this personally, I have so much Cancer. If you guys know anything about that, you can imagine how hard it is sometimes for me to do the North Node Sag stuff. Not the spiritual mental stuff, that's easy for me, but the physical stuff.
Yeah.
Like when I went to India a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And it's always a phenomenal life-shifting experience, but I always go through a whole bunch of physical fears and just stuff. Not about the travel itself, but again, for me, I have my own stuff. I'm just saying, you'll find there's those challenges. But when you do it, through the challenges.
Yes.
That's when the medicine really kicks in.
That's right.
And it's also when synchronicity just finds you. North Node is a magnet for synchronicity.
That's right.
And serendipity.
Yeah.
Which means it's extra powerful medicine.
Yeah.
You just have to be okay being a little bit uncomfortable part of the time.
Yeah.
And
Like, getting a Cancer on an airplane to go to India is North Node Sagittarius.
yeah. And I freaked out about the bathroom the whole time.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I had so many, I can't even begin to tell you how many things happened. I mean, truly. I think, what if I hadn't gone on that trip? And then I think how many things I haven't done because I'll just go home because it's more comfortable and I can, control my own little space and I'll have a mental journey. My Sagittarius North Node, I know for me, is that I gotta physically go.
Yeah.
Even when now, I can do a really good job of doing my Cancer self-soothing, meaning it's not like I can still be tender and kind with myself, and I can make choices to say, okay, how will it be easier on me, and you guys can do that too, right? So, for example, what it takes to do a South Node in Sag when you have my chart is different than what it is in your chart, but learn what it is you need to help yourself feel safe enough and comfortable enough to do something different.
Yeah.
It's not about just dropping all your comfort strategies.
Yeah.
Work
Learn
with
what
it.
you need. Yeah.
Okay, so we are, let's see, how far are we into here? To Sagittarius. Oh, I think the last important part here to say is that you're here to move beyond facts and mechanics into synthesis and concepts. And to experience the world and yourself in its wholeness. Again, Sag isn't about the little parts, it's about the big view.
Yeah.
And Sagittarius likes to have fun. So don't take things too literally.
That's right.
That's right. With Sagittarius on some level, it needs to be a good time.
It does.
And the stones for this one are lapis lazuli, yellow aventurine, and crazy lace agate.
Yeah, I think that's good. These are good stone correspondences. I like it. Lacey says she'll travel with you anywhere.
With me anywhere? Oh boy! You might want to spend a little more time with me before you make that commitment.
You have a companion. I know. Okay.
I just noticed there's a... Can you do me a favor? Can you make a note that there's no header for Capricorn?
Yeah.
Sorry, I know
just
Alexis
noticed it too.
Alexis is going to post this up here, and I just realized there's a header missing. Okay, on to Capricorn, which is ultimately the destiny of taking charge and being your own authority.
Yep.
And it's also about doing your great work. Whatever Capricorn shows up, there's this idea of what is your great work, because you're here to manifest it. If you've got strong Capricorn in your chart in any way, there's something for you to be doing. And it's not just busy work,
Right.
you know.
Right.
Eh,
It's paradigm shifting.
yes, but for some people, I just want to say, like, it's not always building a big business, for example. I mean,
No.
it can look lots of different ways. But whatever at the, I guess, deepest level your great work is, it's time to kind of bring that out. So this is the path of being accountable for yourself and developing your public image. And I don't like to use the word career, although that's an appropriate word to use. I say that because not everybody has a traditional career. But we all have a public identity.
Yeah.
How am I seen out there in the world? What if people who don't know me, look me up, or they get a glimpse of me, what are they going to say that I am or what I do? It's that piece.
I always call it the brand building
Yeah.
placement of the North Node. And I don't like the word brand, but I do think that people have, a personal brand. And it doesn't matter whether you have a company or a business or anything else. It's just sort of like your core identity to some extent. Yeah.
Yep. And here's the thing. South Node Cancer is my private home sense of self, right? My private sense of identity. Capricorn, public sense of identity. So you can see the pull between the two.
Yep.
Oftentimes people with South Node in Cancer, North Node in Capricorn have spent past lifetimes very focused either on family or on their own personal stuff, and now it's about coming out into the world in a bigger way, which is why it oftentimes involves career and social standing. But overall, it's the road of maturity and integrity. If you have North Node in Capricorn, because of your South Node in Cancer, it's easy to be over emotional.
Yep.
It's easy to take things personally.
Yep.
And it's easy to create dependency in your relationships.
Yes.
That is a natural Cancer thing to do. So
I've done all of those things. Yeah.
me too.
Yeah.
All my Cancer. So part of the learning comes through setting healthy boundaries, right? This is part of Capricorn. I set healthy boundaries. I learn what's mine and what's yours.
Right.
Capricorn's about responsibility, but that really is response and then ability. How able am I to respond to things when things happen in life, right? Cancer is much more kind of the, cry and fuss about it sort of thing. Capricorn is, what's actually going on? Is it mine to deal with? If it is mine to deal with, what do I need to do with it? Right? So there's that piece of it in there. And I know that for me, I work with this a lot, this idea of responsibility. I love thinking about how able am I to respond?
Yeah, that's a beautiful way of putting it.
And with Capricorn, you're learning new, more objective ways to respond, more mature ways to respond. So you're not like stuck in that sort of emotional space of feeling that, again, life's happening at you.
Yep.
And this is not easy work, by the way. Anytime you're working the Cancer Capricorn axis, like it's especially coming into Capricorn, it is like at the deepest level, you're requiring yourself to grow up. And there's a part of you inside, especially like the inner child part, that is just usually not super happy about it.
I've noticed for myself and for others too, it can make the Saturn returns more difficult having the North Node here. Yeah.
Well, yes, because Saturn would rule your North Node.
Yeah.
So it's an extra. So basically, if you have a Saturn return and you have North Node in Capricorn, Saturn rules your North Node.
That's right.
So basically it's igniting your path of Dharma destiny at the same time as your Saturn return. And so it's like an extra, are you stepping up? Are you taking responsibility? Are you in charge of your own life? Are you authoring your own destiny? These are all North Node and Capricorn things.
Yes.
So, part of this evolutionary intention is setting goals, working hard to achieve them, and acquiring respect and wisdom through your efforts. Capricorn also requires patience. It doesn't just like, it's awful, whatever. It's more like, let's actually figure out what's actually going on. What can we actually do with it? Now, when you experience tension with authority, resistance to growing up, or shame around not achieving expectations, know you're right where you need to be.
Yeah.
That's the perfect place to do the Capricorn work, which is step back, take responsibility, right? look from a more objective view and grow up. North Node and Capricorn, in many ways, you're learning to be your own parent.
Yeah.
And it's weird, you guys, because sometimes with Cancer energy, we tend to over-parent people, where somewhere inside of us, we haven't fully parented ourselves. So it's this weird dynamic of like, I'm taking care of all these people, and maybe even like myself, you know, with all my Cancer, and I've been some sort of manager or director since I was 18. But at the heart of it, like, it wasn't until I got older, I was like, oh my gosh, like I've overcompensated trying to be that parental authority when really I haven't stepped into it for myself. And that can be a big part of this as well.
Fascinating, isn't it? I know.
Scapulite, green, garnet, and jade.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Why did you laugh?
Because Lena said, but I want to be lazy.
Oh, and you're North Node Capricorn?
I think she is.
Of course, yeah. Just stay home. That's what Cancer would do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
And again, you know, I don't want to make it sound like Capricorn has to look like what Athena does. For some people, it's just simply stepping up and do it in their family.
Yeah.
Some people, it's what they do in their garden. But it's about, here's what I would say this. When you feel in yourself, hey, there is more for me, or you feel like, hey, this is the thing that I'm really meant to do, Capricorn is the part of you that says, and it's time to do it.
Yeah.
So whatever the thing is, it doesn't matter what the thing is. But if you're not
It's
holding,
the timing thing.
if you're not, which is another, Saturn rules time and Saturn rules Capricorn.
Yep.
If you're not stepping up and doing it, part of you is never going to be fully satisfied in this lifetime.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's wrong or bad.
But this is the other reason why North Node Capricorn people, we don't really need anybody else being hard on us. Because we are already like, you know what I mean? Like,
Are you saying that to me personally?
well, no, but I mean, anytime anybody here says anything like, oh, you could have, whatever,
Yeah.
it's like, listen, I've already like
Judged myself,
absolutely
didn't I?
flogged myself for that. So if you'd like to flog me again, that'd be great. But I've already taken care of it. Yeah,
That's actually a very helpful thing to share.
it's true.
And it's true with Capricorn in general, the tendency to like be hard on yourself, to judge yourself, to feel like you've not done enough, to feel like
Yeah, it's really tough.
yeah.
And at some point, I mean, it can get really brutal, and you have to step back and go, "You're human." You know what I mean?
Yep.
There are limits
Yep.
to what you can do.
For sure. Okay, we have just 2 more to go.
Yep.
Aquarius, destiny, self-liberation, ultimately is freedom from the past.
Yep.
Aquarius also is about serving community, so that part's in
Yes.
here too, but I feel like the big headline is more about the self-liberation, because where Capricorn is about stepping into sort of the space or the position where you sort of hold that in your life, Capricorn's also about conditioning, and Aquarius is a sign that follows, and it's about deconditioning. So it's about breaking down sort of what was built before that no longer serves.
Yeah.
Or what's become crystallized, you guys, because sometimes with Saturn is, you know, and it's important because at the time, if you have North Node and Capricorn, you need to crystallize things.
Yeah.
But then people with this next signature, they are realizing, oh, you know, that is no longer
need to
helping
unravel.
us. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yep.
So it's breaking free from old limitations. It's about being authentic even when people disapprove.
There's a lot of criticism, that can come with this placement, because you are usually breaking things down or shifting things around or doing things differently, and you'll run up against like, well, that's how we've always done it, or who are you to say we're going to do it? You know what I mean? Like there can be some of that energy here too.
Well, and not just from other people, but even the parts of yourself can do what you just described.
Yeah.
And here's the thing too. So it's the path of progression, especially for humanity. It's about learning to understand the needs of everyone versus just the individual. And coming from South Node in Leo, remember that's the most centered in self place.
Yep.
And so with Leo, there's a real attachment to being seen, right? To being special, to showing what I can do. When you come into North Node and Aquarius, it's about detaching from that, letting go of the pre-programming that I need people to love me and like me and give me a million, you know, like on social media is a perfect example, right? The minute I post something, if at least 100 people don't, whatever, you know, it means something.
Right.
Aquarius is about stepping away and actually being, you know what, I don't know that I need that level of personal attention from other people. I can step out and look at things more objectively. So there can be a fear, I put in here into my notes, there can be a fear with the South Node in Leo of being lost in the crowd. Meaning, if I don't prove to you what I'm doing, or if I don't somehow do something to wow you, or that somehow you won't see me. Yeah. Right? But that's an old programming or an old conditioning.
But North Node in Aquarius goes that's exactly the point.
Yeah. And the thing is, you're actually not losing any of your personal importance. You're just learning to see it and use it in a broader context. So I always,
and in service.
Exactly. And in a way that truly makes things better for everybody. Which means, we sometimes talk about Aquarius meaning sometimes you have to sacrifice the needs of a few to help a greater group. Which is an opposite perspective of when, from the Leo perspective, is, oh my gosh, this is like totally impacting me, or this is not how it is. Yeah. So,
but that can be an internal conflict with this placement that's really challenging to overcome.
Yeah, and I think about it sometimes between those two. I think about Leo, if we think about a performance going on, right? Leo's the star performer, right? Here's that main person on the stage doing whatever they do. And Aquarius is the audience. Well, but collectively, that's the experience. And so anytime you're working with either side of this axis or this spectrum, there's a negotiation around who's putting on the show.
Yep.
Is it the quote-unquote right or authentic show? Is it the right audience? Because if either one is mismatched, right? Like, I could be putting on the most authentic show, but maybe I'm continuing to do it for the people who are never going to receive it.
That's right.
Do you see? And or maybe everybody loves me and I'm super famous, but I just do what they want all the time, like a dog and pony show, and it's never what's in my heart to do. These are the negotiations between these two.
Yeah.
So we always say, this learning to find the balance between the two, no matter which side you're on, is going to be part of it. Yeah. So this is the path of self-liberation from roles, titles, expectations, and the ego itself. And so part of my notes, I say you'll grow exponentially when you use the power of your mind and social connections to improve the quality of life, protect the environment, and truly make a difference.
Yeah. Get over yourself.
It is. Get over yourself and see things in a greater context and realize, Aquarius is linked with the star card in the tarot. And in one of my decks, it has like all these planets. We may have talked about this before, with all these little like sort of silver threads that connect down.
Yeah.
And that's because with Aquarius, it's all about the interconnectivity and the interconnectivity of intelligence and how it all works together, meaning there is no one star of the show. Yeah. And that we can draw down and, and send up or out or whatever directions it is. So I like that feel of it a lot.
Yeah.
The crystal allies are amethyst, Botswana agate, and picture jasper.
I like picture jasper for that a lot.
Yeah. It's nice. Okay. By the way, Aquarius is the sign most connected with astrology. Others are, but that's the one traditionally correspondence-wise.
Interesting. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay, we've come to Pisces.
I know.
We're at the end of the zodiac.
Anybody got North Node in Pisces?
Yeah. I think Alexis would have hollered at us if there was something.
Yeah.
Yes. No.
I'm just keeping an eye because now we're getting toward the end, so I was curious what questions. Nancy Campbell says, I always feel invisible. What's your placement, Nancy? I'm just curious. Yeah.
The amount of knowledge that is being given here is so exploding my brain.
Yay. I told you guys this session was going to be gold. It's gold.
Yeah. Astrology in general will explode your brains.
It will.
Oh, yeah. Now all the comments are coming through. North Node Pisces.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
I'm not surprised we have a lot of them in a spiritual community.
Yeah, no, me either.
Yeah. And I bet you if we took a poll, it would be, it would align probably somewhat with us too, because what we're talking about, what we're doing.
Yeah.
It's a...
Karen, could you do a poll in the Soul Shift Facebook group? I'm just curious, North Node in Soul Shift. I know this isn't a Soul Shift retreat, but a lot of you are in Soul Shift, and I would just be curious, like how many people in Soul Shift, what the North Node breakdown is. Have we done that before, Alexis?
I think we did that recent. Oh, you know what? We did it after because Tara and I went live to give like a little prep meeting, and we did it then.
Oh, see, I haven't seen that.
Let me pull up.
I didn't see the results either.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, so
go ahead. Yeah.
Pisces, destiny, self-acceptance, and connection with something greater.
Yeah.
I say self-acceptance right off the bat because South Node in Virgo finds a problem with everything. And don't think when Virgo energy is being critical towards you, kind of like what you were sharing about the North Node in Capricorn, they are doing a way
Tougher job
on themselves than they're doing on you. So, yeah, so North Node in Pisces, it's the call to let go and have faith in something greater and to trust in a higher plan.
Yeah.
Pisces is like I was saying before, it's the least connected to ego. It's almost this liminal space between, I would say, this human space and our spiritual space. So at the heart of North Node in Pisces, we want to experience ourselves as part of spirit, as part of source. Yeah. And the full interconnectivity, the full unity of everything. And you can see how this is, we talked about how Virgo as the South Node, in the North Node part, but as the South Node now, being about self-accuracy.
Yeah.
Right? You see, that's the polar opposite of, now I actually want to lose all sense of myself. Right? Virgo, I want to get that sense of self-accuracy. Pisces, I want to let go of all of that and just feel how I'm part of everything else.
Yeah. Let go of the details.
So it's the path of learning to accept things as they are without needing to change or fix them. One of Pisces' beautiful gifts is just to accept things as they are. Nothing needs to be different. Nothing needs an adjustment. Nothing's broken.
It's really true.
Nothing's sick. Nothing needs my help. Now, we all know that on this human planet that sometimes there are people to help and things to heal. So I'm not saying it in a sense of stop doing those things. I'm saying it in the greater perspective from a Pisces vision or a Pisces state of consciousness.
They are very good with the flow.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, raising one, I can attest to that. Zoe will just go with the flow.
Well, this part probably because Pisces knows that that's all there is.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There's just an innate knowing that
here we are.
You're not gonna
Yeah.
And so this and this acceptance, you guys, this is so important, especially I think for us in our community, but probably the whole world at large, that self-acceptance, accepting yourself and your pain. It's not about making your pain go away.
Yeah.
But there's something about the acceptance, the allowance, the space you hold with it with Pisces, that even that, the grace, even that can shift the experience of it. Not saying it goes away, but there's a part of Pisces, not to fight it. It's not to make it that there's something wrong with me. Yes, there may be adjustments, things you can do to help heal yourself, but when you hold it from a place of, I'm whole and healthy as I am, and I have these things to tend to, it's a very different feel than, I've got 10 problems, and most of us, and a lot of people in my life, I know kind of lead with that.
Yeah.
This is wrong, this is this is here, and when we do that, we perpetuate the state.
This would be better if.
Yeah, but when we do that, I don't think it's consciously, but we literally are perpetuating the quote-unquote thing we're calling a problem. So this is a big part of the Pisces thing. Also, it's compassion, vision, unconditional love, and all kinds of magical thinking. It can be so creative, musically, visually, any way you can imagine. It is, to me, Pisces is the most, even though I know Leo is very much about creative self-expression, and Cancer is also very creative, and Libra is also artistic and creative, Taurus too, but I gotta tell you, Pisces takes the prize.
Yeah.
Because it is that inspired creativity that is directly tapped into the source. So, I mean, it's like when you become, you're at one with the muse, right?
Well, it's like mastery. Yeah, there's a mastery energy with Pisces. Yeah.
And I think, to me, it's because it is so connected with the source that it becomes a conduit for bringing that through, but it is very interconnected.
I also find they resist being taught.
Yeah, they don't need to be taught.
Yeah. Why would I take an art class? Why would I do that?
But think about this.
Yeah.
Pisces as an archetype.
Yeah.
Already part of everything. Everything's already me. Why would I need a class to be what I'm already part of, right? So it sounds funny, but and I know that North Node and Pisces, part of this is coming to this space, right? So North Node and Pisces is probably not naturally in that place,
right?
But other, especially strong Pisces placements very much is.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I don't need to learn to work the magic. I am the magic. You know what I mean? It's like the thing of it.
It's so true.
So
Oh my
the other
God.
thing is that you're learning that what you thought was real is mostly an illusion,
Yeah.
right? So this can actually add to the painfulness as you go through these moments of disillusionment of, I was holding to those things so tightly. Virgo, is the biggest external control freak of the whole zodiac. So here's that, I thought I had everything buttoned down. I thought I knew how it worked. And then all of a sudden you have these moments of, whoa, it's all melting. And, it's like a house of mirrors where everything becomes, all of a sudden you see it like everything you thought you had all organized and analyzed is just,
You don't.
out to sea. So you may have to struggle or suffer, I'm using that in quotes,
Yeah.
when you try to control things and get stuck in your head. That's your South Node. When you try to control things and get stuck in your head, again, not wrong, not bad, but if you can acknowledge, you're going to get the same results you've always gotten in some way.
That's right.
That's old medicine for you. So things like meditation, using your imagination, getting outdoors, breath work can really help you get in the flow. Don't hyper-focus on details or potential problems when it comes to following your dreams. It's like your biggest obstacle is yourself. If you could just move out of the way, it's like, it's all right there.
Yeah.
It's ultimately like Rumi, right? The universe is within. That is the discovery of a North Node in Pisces. And the stones are sodalite, lithium quartz, and stilbite.
Yeah, I think that's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sodalite, releasing fears of the unknown, because Sagittarius and Pisces, one thing they have in common, both of them, is about letting go into the unknown. A little different levels, but they both really have that need. And so it can be really helpful again to have something to hold. When you're just like letting go into the mystery, it can be really nice to have something to hold on to, So you remember that you're not lost. You're actually part of it, but it can feel lost.
Well, it's an untethering kind of.
Yeah. And if you're used to having tethers, it could be
Yeah.
And then we cling to the tethers and
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, and it can be like psychically so overwhelming.
Oh my gosh, because
This was amazing. I hope you guys really feel like you got a good deep dive. Do you want to go back through the power
Oh,
words real
yeah.
quick? Yeah. That won't take very, very long. We'll just list off the power words. But then we are, like I said, giving you this document too so that you'll have it for your notes.
It's already uploaded.
Alexis, I
onto
left the header
webpage.
off for Capricorn by accident. If you could just make a check
I'll
on it.
fix it.
Thank
I already uploaded it, but I'll
Yeah, it's fine. You guys will be able to you don't need the header. You
Yeah, so all of this information is already uploaded for you, but we're just going to go through the power words real quick. So if you missed a stone or anything, you've got all the papers yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually you'll get all this plus more, so it's extra bonus. Okay, so for Aries, power words: action, initiate, lead, courage, adventure.
Yes.
Crystal allies: sunstone, opalite, charoite. Taurus: simplify, ground, pleasure, wealth, ease, and self-worth. Mookite jasper, green aventurine, and yellow fluorite. Gemini: open-mindedness, communicate, flexibility, learn, and fun. Crystals are amazonite, sapphire, and blue opal. Cancer: intuition, empathy, nurture, self-care, and the most simple but effective, just feel. Crystal allies: labradorite, unikite jasper, and petersite. Leo: passion. Oh, we didn't mention this. You got a North Node in Leo, you gotta love what you do.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
I mean, that could just, or all kinds of shadow things come out.
Or you have the unhappiest colleagues.
Yeah.
Because they have to deal with you.
It's
true.
Okay. Passion, creativity, shine. Play, confidence.
Yep.
Crystal allies: carnelian, orange calcite, bumblebee jasper. Virgo: Accuracy, improve. Heal, organize, devotion. Crystal allies, demordiorite, noonderite, green calcite. I don't know why, but I love green calcite for Virgo.
I do too.
Just feels like Virgo.
Well, it activates their healing energy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so nice. Libra, love. I don't know if I said this, but Libra's always learning to love, so you can always know that it's yeah. That's a whole loaded topic in
Yeah,
itself.
sounds like that's another 2-hour conversation.
Yes. Balance, beauty, harmony, kindness, equality, and collaborate. Blue kyanite, blue calcite, rhodochrosite. Scorpio, desire, mystery, empowerment, depth, and transform. Obsidian, rutilated quartz, and numite. Sagittarius, freedom, truth, explore, believe, and wisdom. Lapis lazuli, yellow aventurine, crazy lace agate.
Oh, and the power words are already in the the journal too. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah,
So yeah, those are listed for you there as well.
Yeah.
cool. Capricorn, success, manifest, integrity, boundaries, accountability, and my favorite word for Capricorn, mastery. Scapolite, green garnet, and jade. Aquarius, innovation, authenticity, liberation, individuality, and vision. Amethyst, Botswana agate, and picture jasper. And finally, Pisces, imagination, compassion, dream, faith, acceptance, surrender. And again, those are sodalite, lithium quartz, and stilbite.
And I saw a question about whether these are stone allies just for the North Node or whether they're stone allies for the signs in general. And I would say signs in general. You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Alexis is, she worked her little correspondence magic for us on the stones, and
I think she did take
me, yeah.
choices.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you could work with these stones accurately for sun placement, for moon placement, or for North Node.
and it's similar in the way that you can, look at these different notes and activities and energies, and you can apply them, to different planets that those signs are in too.
Yeah, totally.
There's definitely some shared resonance, yeah.
Yep. Aw, so glad you guys enjoyed this. Yay!
They're loving it.
Yeah, this was juicy, and the more you know about why you're here, the easier it is to. And like I said, I wanted to keep bringing it back just to kind of close this session out to, how does this connect to reimagining your life? And it's because ultimately the work of your life is to go from your comfort zone, your south node, to your learning edge, which is your north node. And one of the ways if you're on track is to see how much of how much of your active living, right, your profession, your family, your relationships, and everything else is showing up in that south node energy, or how much of it is really showing up in that north node energy. And it's a good check for you. So because a lot of people like to the number one question I get asked is, how do I know if I'm on my path, or how do I know if I'm in the right place? And it's like, which energies are you activating? So I think this is a good, like I said, I'm going to give you homework tonight, just a couple of big questions to ask yourself. And one of those big questions is, if you were to put your south node and your north node on a long line, like a spectrum, I would want you to plot yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for me, like I would say, it depends on the day, and it kind of depends on what's going on. But again, when I find myself kind of in those Cancer patterns, that's just a big heads up to me, an internal check of like, not quite where I need to be. So it's a good ongoing way of keeping yourself accountable, I think.
And when I think about path, I mean, you are your path. So the more you know you, and you work with these things, the more you are actualizing your path. I think it's funny. You may have a different take on this, but when people talk to me about, oh, what's my purpose? Well, we can certainly talk about things that we're kind of meant to learn or grow or do, but ultimately, I think for all of us, our purpose is to be more of who we are.
Yeah.
And so, I don't think it's more complicated than that. And that comes through different activities and different things that we do. But that's it. You're not off your path. You can ignore parts of it. You can make decisions that are maybe more difficult on it. But it's you, and the more you bring it back to you, and the more you use tools, if you're into it, to be aware of it.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean,
I agree with you.
yeah.
It's as simple and as absolutely impossible as that.
I totally agree with that too. Yeah.
It's like, ta-da!
Yeah. Just go be you.
Yeah, just totally be you. There were questions about master numbers, which is more on the numerology side and not as much on the astrology side. So, but that might be something we would incorporate into a future, retreat like this or classes next year.
That's a great idea.
Oh, this is so good. I know. So so you have everything in the PDF, and so that's just additional information for you there. So I think we have a break now.
Yes. Well, the tea time was scheduled to start directly after this, but I think taking a quick 5 to 10 minute break is a good idea.
Yeah, let's take 10. We'll pick up at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, 4
Does that sound
o'clock
right?
is perfect.
Okay, and then we have tea time and hangout. I'm actually gonna go make some tea. We'll chai for me sounds nice right about now. So I'm gonna go. I'll do that as fast as I can. I'm gonna go use my little tea kettle and get my water going, honey. And then so we'll pick up right around the top of the hour. Everybody, bring your questions. I've got homework. I do have some teaching too that I'm going to be bringing into the time. So I would say it's probably about 15 minutes worth of teaching and then 45 minutes of just Q&A, and I'll wrap up with your homework for tonight. Yay!
And for those of you who haven't finished your dream board yet or wanted some assistance, I'm going to be sitting here doing my dream board while Athena is doing the tea time. I believe Tara wanted to join me as well. We'll see. Yeah. So we'll kind of switch cameras back and forth, and it'll just be a fun little crafting and tea time party. Yeah. So I'm putting you on hold.
And here if there's some weird astrology.
is my producer.
I like the producer.
She's doing a great job.
It's fun.
I got my tea, so I'm ready for you. Okay, so the next hour, the last hour of our day together is really a chance for me to share just a little bit more teaching with you, and then to answer any questions you have. Alexis and Tara are here too, and they're going to just occasionally kind of flip the camera like they just did, because they're working on vision boards.
So that you guys
Which
can
is
see
so
what we're
fun,
doing.
right? Yes.
So you guys can do it alongside with us if you would like, but I'm going to put it back on you for now.
Yeah. So, and so that just gives you kind of a way of thinking about how to enjoy this last session, because you may want to, you can kind of listen to me and be crafting. You don't have to be watching the camera if you don't want to. And we're so glad you guys have enjoyed this. Like I said, this has been a 6-month journey to get this retreat here, for at least 4 or 5 months that we've been working on it. So, and literally our whole team has been involved. So we're really glad that you enjoyed it, and yeah, it's fun to think about ways we might do something like this again in the future. So, and I know where a lot of you are, it's really hot right now. Where we are in California, it's not that hot. So, and then we're all like older ladies when it comes to our temperature preferences. So we all, well, most of us like to pump that AC way down.
You're old, but you don't like the AC.
Yeah, the rest of us are like, turn it down to 65, honey. And then we complain about being cold. Okay, so the last 2 pages of your workbook or your journal for tonight, for this evening, that we're hoping you're going to complete, are pages 23, which is just kind of this is your place to take notes during this part of our conversation. It says down at the bottom, this is your space to take notes and record your thoughts during our tea time hangout and Q&A.
Very clear instructions.
Very clear instructions. And then on the second 2 pages behind that, you've got a reflect page and a checking in page. Alexis, will you bring me my glasses when you get a second? Because I may need my readers to see the
here we go.
to see the the feed. I may need to blow you up a little bit. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, and you don't have to complete these pages, but it is kind of a nice, like, later you might be glad you did. You know what I mean? I often like to go back to something like this after I go through an experience and just see my thoughts again and what was I thinking, what was I feeling. So that is there for you. What I want to do right now is share some additional thoughts with you, kind of pull the different pieces and parts of today's sessions together a little bit, and end on a real practical note with you. A lot of you like practical application, practical exercises, ways that you can take things that are kind of like theoretical and spiritual and really bring them into your life and ground them. So I want to do that with you for a few minutes, and then the rest of the time will just be your questions and my best answers. We need to get sexy readers. I will tell you, these are not sexy readers. These are
sexy readers.
These are Amazon, in a 5-pack. Actually, I don't even know if it's going to help me with but anyway, I would love to have like really pretty gemstone fancies, so we'll see about making something like that. Okay. In Buddhism, there are what are called the 5 natural healers. And I want to share those with you because every time I think about this, every time I reflect on this, every time I teach this, people say that it really makes a difference. These are things that we take for granted. And one of my favorite parts of our conversation today with Yasmina, one of my favorite parts, was when she was talking about how she doesn't meditate. Did that resonate with you too? It's like we spiritual folks, bless our hearts, we make things really complicated, I think. And a lot of times people get really intimidated, like, okay, so I'm going to sit in this really special chair and I'm going to fold my legs a particular way and I'm going to have the right mudra. Oh, I forgot the mudra. Okay, never mind. Wait a minute. My dog is barking. Okay, hold on. Now I'm back. I'm totally going to meditate. And we don't think about meditation as just really the art of going through your life in a mindful way. To me, that is a meditation. And Buddhists would tell you that eating is a meditation, and that brushing your teeth can be a meditation, and even sitting here receiving what we've been sharing with you today is a meditation. So these are the 5 natural healers according to the Buddhist practice. Number 1 is spaciousness. It's really important to find ways, and I know it can be tricky because, I have 2 teenagers and a husband and a dog and a cat, and here at SG there's just, it's Disneyland for grown-ups, but there's a lot of stuff around. Creating spaciousness around yourself can be really challenging, but I think it's also a form of self-care. And so what I want to encourage you to do as part of your reimagining process is find some part of your life where you can create spaciousness. If you can't create physical spaciousness because you live in a small space and you share it with a lot of other people, and that's the case for a lot of us, if you can't create physical spaciousness, then I want you to think about creating some kind of spaciousness within. I've done different meditations with you over all these years where we've created like a sanctuary in your mind, or a place deep inside your heart where nobody else can go, right? These little sacred places within you. But spaciousness is one of the healers. The second is simplicity. Another reason that I'm so incredibly inspired by Yasmina, that's her mantra: keep it simple. Things don't have to be complicated. And in fact, the simpler you can make your life, especially as you're going through a transformation process, the better your life will be, in my opinion, and the easier time you will have going through any kind of change. Keep it really simple. I always share stories like this just because I think they illustrate the point. I even create simplicity in my life when it comes to clothing. I don't have a real diverse wardrobe. I have dresses. Most of them are very basic, and most of them I've had for a really long time. I have shawls, and then I have, kind of like my casual clothes, my, harem pants and little tank tops and stuff. I don't have a huge diversity of clothes because I find that stressful. I find keeping things simple is much easier. I don't have a huge makeup drawer. I don't really often change my makeup at all. I keep that routine really simple. Is this making sense? Like, just even how I operate, how I live my life, keeping things to a routine, keeping the routine simple, not overcomplicating things. And even when it comes to ceremonies, keeping ceremonies simple as you can, right? Candle, a stone, some smudging herbs, opening your circle, closing your circle, having a core set of tools that you use most of the time. I think simplicity is important, and I think the more complicated we make life, the more stressful we make life too. So that's a healer for you. Solitude. A lot of people don't like to be alone. I just do. I really like it, but I'm an introvert, and so I need time by myself every single day, completely alone, to recharge my batteries. I'm lucky because my partner's the same way. Dave doesn't like to be alone, but he does need time alone to recharge his batteries, and we both do. So we've just learned really easy, almost nonverbal ways of communicating when we need that time. If you aren't somebody who enjoys solitude, I would just recommend trying it in little fits and spurts. Again, it's hard sometimes, right? Like when my children were young, I don't think I was alone at all for years. Not even in the bathroom, right? Like little one's hands under the door, "Mama, are you in there?" You never have any time alone. But if your kids are grown or you don't have kids, or, hopefully you can find some time for solitude. Stillness. One of the things I want to remind you as you're going through this process too is anytime you shut off one of your senses, you instantly calm your central nervous system. My opinion is we as human beings were not meant to take in as much information and stimulation as we do today. And I think it's making us a little loopy. I think we've got too much media and social media. I think we have too much noise. I think we have too much pollution in the air. I think we have too much, being online and internet and searching and information. And, we used to just have books and encyclopedias and libraries, right? And there's a beautiful benefit to having access to so much information, but it's also a way of overloading and overwhelming us. And so one of the keys to healing is becoming still. And one of the ways you can become still, I don't think becoming still just means standing still. I think becoming still means just sort of siphoning off or shutting down some of your senses, closing your eyes, closing your computer, closing your eyes, and not just when you're going to bed. Putting on noise canceling headphones, but not playing music, right? Just to have silence, some really strong silence, or putting in earplugs. These are very simple, again, tips and techniques, but ways to create healing and peace. And this will also bring you clarity, right? This will also bring you clarity so that you will know how to, or hear guidance from your spirit guides about how to change and shift and transform. And then the last one is silence. Silence is very important. And I loved today that Yasmina was saying, sometimes she just sits in silence, and that's her meditation. She's not trying to talk or fill the space. And also learning to share silence with people that you love, that you can just sit with each other without having to speak and fill the space with words, is a form of healing too. What I want to do for my last little teaching for today, and then I'm going to open it up for questions. I made you this handout, and it's on your, what are we calling that page, Alexis?
The homepage.
Okay, so it's on your homepage for the retreat, okay? And so you can print this out. I'm going to read these to you. These are my favorite daily cleansing rituals. And I don't mean just physical cleansing, although that's on here too. One of the most important things you can do when you are trying to transform is really make sure that you are keeping your energy field clean and clear, so that you can, again, hear the voices of your spirit guides, tune into your own higher self and essential self for guidance and awareness. But these are also techniques for stress management. And what I want to encourage you to do is one of these a day at a minimum. They're really simple. They're really easy. I'm going to walk you through them right now. You've got the sheet to print out. I would recommend printing this out and putting it somewhere where you see it until you internalize it. And you might find that you really love some of these and don't love others, so you'll find your way through your practice. So the first one is dry brushing. Dry brushing, including your face and your whole body. Now, I'm very gentle when I dry brush my face and my neck because this is thinner skin than you have on the rest of your body. Dry brushing your skin. Your skin is the biggest organ on your body, as you know. And so it is taking in most of the information coming at you. Most of the energy that comes at you is coming at you through your skin. We also put a lot of things on our skin, which is great and it's beautiful, perfumes and lotions and treatments and all kinds of things. But we also want to cultivate a practice of keeping our energy field as clean and clear as it can be, which helps you to raise your vibration and maintain your frequency. Okay, a lot of us were talking earlier about, so how do you maintain your frequency? You keep your energy field clear, and keeping your body clear is one way of doing that. There's some really cool different dry brush options that you can get. You can get them on Amazon. You can get them at Whole Foods or Trader Joe's if you have those near you. It really doesn't matter what kind of brush it is. I like a natural bristle. But there's some really interesting ones, and Yasmina did a great video on YouTube about body exfoliation, and she goes into a lot more detail than I'm going to go into today. And she will actually show you how to use some of the tools. If you're interested, let me know. I'd be happy to bring my favorite ones in tomorrow and show them to you on camera, if that would be helpful to you. Not like a full demonstration, but to show you. I have 3 dry brushing tools that I use, and I would be more than happy to bring them in and show you. Yeah. Yeah, and you always want to brush in an upward motion. It's a great point that that Candy made. And the reason is gravity's already pulling you down, honey. Don't sit there and brush your boobs down. Why would you do that? Brush your boobs up.
Why would you do that?
That may be my quote of the day. Don't brush your boobs down. What did you learn today in your Reimagine retreat?
Don't brush your
Boobs down.
Don't brush your boobs down.
Says the under 30-year-old. Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway.
You know, but my boobs are big and they are not perky.
This is why you came, isn't it? Yes. Don't brush your boobs down.
So
Gua sha is another way of clearing energy because it moves energy through your field and it's a detoxifying practice. I am going to do a full gua sha tutorial for you soon. I promise it's coming. But again, that's something I can show you really quickly tomorrow. I'll bring some of my gua sha tools for the body and for the face. It's really important. Anointing with essential oils for clearing. Is such a great practice, right? A little bit of Palo Santo. Frankincense is one of my faves. If you have white sage oil, that's great. But frankincense is more accessible. It's more affordable. It is very effective for keeping your energy field clear. Myrrh is great. Cedarwood's great. Did I mention Palo Santo already? I think I did. Those are all great clearing oils. I also love me some eucalyptus and some rosemary. And I bet you have those in your cabinet already. You don't have to make fancy blends. One of the things I did to really spoil myself, and I hope this doesn't sound like Kardashian bougie because I'm not that kind of person at all. But a friend of mine recommended it and I splurged on it. I bought myself a towel warmer. It looks like a very small microwave. I got the cheapest one I could get on Amazon. I think it was like $60. And it's very small. And you can put washcloths in there and warm them up. So what I do is I take a washcloth, I wet it, I put it in there, I let it get warm, and then I bring it out, put some essential oils on it, and just put that over my eyes before bed. It really does wonders. It really helps me sleep especially if I'm going through one of my phases where I have insomnia. So I recommend getting a towel warmer. The other really cool thing that you can do with a towel warmer is you can get those stones, the flat kind of river stones they use for massage, and keep those in there and warm those up and put some oil on it and just rub it over your arms and your legs at the end of the day. This is a gift that you can give to yourself. So yeah, I do recommend getting a towel warmer if it's in your budget because it's such a luxury. And I can tell you when the kids don't feel good, it's so nice too because I make my own kind of Vicks Vapor Rub formula, which is just your basic essential oils. And then warm up a washcloth and then put it on their chest with the oils. I find that I use it more than I thought I would. The Kundalini breath of fire is great for clearing, and I'm going to teach it to you tomorrow as part of our breath work exercise. I'm going to teach you 2 different ways of breathing tomorrow because the Kundalini fire breath is so great and it absolutely does cleanse and purify your field. But it's really not good for people who have cardiac issues, respiratory issues, or anybody who's pregnant. So if you have any kind of health conditions, I'm going to teach you kind of the standard Kundalini breath, and then I'm going to give you an option for people who have health challenges. That'll be tomorrow. Really gentle goddess movement. Normally I do this standing up, but some people aren't able to be mobile, and so I always like to teach you different, ways of adapting simple exercises. So every morning, what I do is I put my hands at prayer pose, put them over your heart or just the center of your chest. Bring your hands all the way up over your head, but keep your palms together, and then just stretch your arms out. And then bring them all the way down in front of you, palms together, and back up to prayer pose. That's great, the sun. And then at night before you go to bed, just one more. And then really like a nice deep inhale on the way up. And then an exhale on the way down. And then one more inhale on the way up. It's actually an Egyptian practice. The priestesses would all do this together. The priests and the priestesses would greet the sun in the morning, because they always went to the temple in the morning, and then in the evening they would greet the moon, right? And then all the way through. And it's just a very gentle practice. There's nothing, it's not, going to get your heart going, but it is a way of sort of incorporating really gentle movement into your daily routines that helps to clear your energy field. Salt baths are important if you can do it. And if you don't have a bathtub, I really recommend, I'm sending you to Amazon for all kinds of things today, but I really recommend getting one of those foot baths. I really recommend it. I don't have one just because I do have a bathtub, but the people in my life that I'm close to who don't have bathtubs, especially some of you on the East Coast who are in, sort of tight quarters, don't have bathtubs, you only have a shower. Get yourself one of those foot baths. You can just get the cheapest one they got. It's nice if it heats up, you know what I mean, makes little bubbles for you or whatever it does. And put salt in there at the end of the day and just clear your feet. Your feet take in so much energy. They really do. Ideally, you'd put your hands in first, clear your hands in the salt water, and then put your feet in, clear your feet with the salt water before you go to bed. Foot, arm, and hand massage with stone tools. If you have a single terminated wand, I don't need to have one to show you this, but
I think there actually is one over here if you'd like to use it.
No, it's all right, Alexis. I got it. I'll use my pen just to show you. But if you have a single terminated wand, just at the end of the day, giving yourself a basic hand massage to move the energy through. Again, remembering that your hands are constantly sending, receiving. They're just transmitters. So just the palms of your hands and then the soles of your feet. It's nice too if you can give yourself an arm massage just to, improve your circulation. So just very gentle. It doesn't have to be anything strenuous. Make yourself a beautiful blend of oils to do this with. Lavender is really beautiful for nighttime. Petitgrain Surfleur is really nice too. Rose is wonderful for this. Salt baths do not ruin pedicures. I take a salt bath every day and I have cute little pedicured toes. So yeah. Are salt baths bad for you if you have high blood pressure? That I'm not sure about. I will tell you all I put in my bath is about half to 3/4 of a cup of Epsom, Himalayan, and Dead Sea salt blends, which is what the Sage Goddess blends are. So I don't use I'm not pouring, tons of salt into my bath. It's just enough. But it really does, it makes a massive difference. Salt baths make a massive difference. You'll be amazed. And these are things that if you can try to be consistent, again, I'm not saying to do 11 all the time. I'm saying pick one you like and start incorporating it into your routine. Lemon or celery juice in the morning. I drink the juice of one lemon every morning, 365 days a year. When I'm traveling, I always travel with lemons. I know it's weird, but I don't want to have to worry about going to a grocery store trying to find lemons when I get somewhere. So I always have lemons in my bag. I have a lemon tree at home, so I'm really lucky, but you can get really nice quality. Try to get organic lemons if you can. Meyer lemons have very few seeds, so those are the best for drinking. You want to drink your lemon juice in water. We're not drinking straight lemon juice, and dilute it in water, but it is an incredible purifier for the inside of your body. It will also help you maintain your weight, and if you combine lemon juice in the morning, water with lemon juice in the morning with a lower calorie diet, it will help you lose weight too. Epsom body washes are great too. It's better to do lemons if you can. Kaz is saying not to do lemons if you have kidney issues. So I would say if you have health conditions and concerns again, and you're worried about drinking anything lemon, you should definitely consult your doctor. Okay. Yin yoga poses at nighttime. I'm going to show you some what are called yin yoga poses. These again are and they're not even so much poses as they are exercises. Very simple things. And again, these are all things that you can do in bed. You do not need to be getting out of bed. You don't need a yoga mat, so there's no excuses. I like to take all the excuses away from myself. So the first one is, I just wrote down just to remind myself, I don't do this in any particular order. Rolling your shoulders backward and forward and really trying to get a full rotation going. You can do one at a time if it feels better. So first starting by rolling back. You can do it with me right now. And then rolling your shoulders forward. I try to do about 10 to 20 each. And then also rotating your wrists. Just rotating in small circles. And then, the reverse motion. This is just some very gentle, feminine yoga to move the energy through your body. Massaging your hands, same thing. Very gentle side bends. So if you do want to get up and out of bed, just gently reaching down to your left side, gently reaching down to your right side, as far as you can go. With yin exercise, the point is not to feel pain or stress the muscles. So this isn't like a stretching exercise to see how far you can go. This is just very gentle movement to move energy and help to keep your field clear. Warm, moist towel over your eyes before bed. I mentioned that to you. And then the 11th one is sending energy back to everybody with love before you go to sleep and calling your own energy back in. We send energy out all day, every day. We receive energy in all day, every day. So right before I go to bed, and again, I can't remember the last time I didn't do this. It's now just such a part of my routine. It's like praying for me, which I always do that too. So I always say, with a breath of love, I call all of my energy back to me. And with a breath of love, I send everyone's energy back to them in its original form. Amen, aho, and so it is. So whatever anybody sent to me during the day, if it was really wonderful, sweet, loving energy, they're going to get a big burst of all of their great energy back. If people sent me a shit basket during the day, they're going to get a shit basket right back. I'm not here to hold either of those, right? And a lot of times we don't know that we're giving people energy, right? I mean, energy vampires don't know they're energy vampires. I mean, they don't, you know what I mean? I always tell people, if you ask me if you're an energy vampire, I can guarantee you that you're not. Because the ones who really are, the ones who are laying all their shit on you and projecting onto you and all of that, they usually are doing that very subconsciously. So again, with a breath of love, calling all of my energy back to me. And do a nice full deep breath there. And with a breath of love, sending all of your energy back to you in its original form. And it just feels so good. It's like a reintegration of your energy field. And it's so important for you as an empath because we start to not feel whole. And it's because we're just giving and giving and giving, and we're not retrieving, we're not returning, right? So calling all that back is so important. Oftentimes, people who project their shit out the worst are not aware that that's what they're doing. Because you know what? To them, they'll call it something else. I'm not projecting, I'm speaking my truth. Right? So they don't realize what they're doing. So they'll give it another name or another way of thinking about it, but it's the same thing, right? So, all right. So that is the conclusion of my teaching for the day. Now I'm just here for the fun chitter chatter. So let's chat. What questions are on your mind?
While you look through the feed for questions, should Tara and I show what we're doing?
Wouldn't you guys like to see the I'll keep talking and you can listen to me respond, but you can check out what they're doing. It's more interesting than watching me drink tea. Aw, it's pretty.
Tara recently pointed out to me, because it wasn't something I ever paid too much attention to, but she recently pointed out to me that my midheaven is in Leo. So I actually, and my Chiron is also in Leo, so I do have a lot of Leo medicine, Leo work going on. I live on my Chiron line, for those of you who took our astrocartography class. So a lot of Leo, and I'm finding myself more and more in like the spotlight here at Sage Goddess, and so it's just something that I'm working on. So this bottom part here,
beautiful.
this is the Leo that I feel like I am.
A nice one.
And then this is the Leo that I kind of want to aspire to be that, which is very Athena, sovereign,
More
gold.
roar.
Athena has ridden a lion like this many times in Denver. And then I put the sun over here, and yeah, that's the point. That's what I put a lot of thought into. And then I put this gnome here because I thought I was clipping out magazines for Athena yesterday, and I put this in there as a joke. And so now
I don't like gnomes.
She hates gnomes, so now I feel like I should I feel
don't
like
do
I should put him
gnomes.
on mine. Do you want to share any of
Hate is a strong word, but I dislike gnomes.
She does not like gnomes.
Oh, that's pretty.
Sure, you want me to hold it for
Yeah,
you?
you know where the lineup is better.
Yeah, let me just put this here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which part are you trying to show? The whole thing?
Whatever. Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah, so my word, well, one of my words right now is balance. That's something that I need more of for myself. Horses are wild horses specifically, not horses that are ridden, because that for me very much links up with my Sagittarius North Node, which is being wild and free. And down at the bottom there's a thing that says, it's not my work, it's my passion.
I put that on mine too.
I know, I saw that from Alexis's too.
Yeah.
And I'm a Life Path 3, and one of my favorite quotes, or just one of the things I've written on my own little bulletin board at home, is that 3 is the creator, not the worker.
Yeah.
And for me, that's a whole life-shifting paradigm that I'm trying to move into. So
That's interesting because Zoe said something very similar the other day when I took her out to lunch for like a girls' lunch, and she said, "I don't think I'm going to be a good worker one day."
Aww.
Yeah, and I said, "Well, that makes me very nervous. What are you going to be?" And she's like, "I'm a maker." Yeah, you know, and I was like, "Okay, but you can be a maker, and that's your job."
Yeah.
Those are beautiful. You guys are doing a beautiful job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But the word, for some of us, for lots of us,
Yeah.
just giving something a different word
Yeah.
changes everything.
Mm-hmm.
I encourage people
Agreed.
oftentimes, especially if they're over attached, like, I gotta work on myself, I'll say, give it a different name.
Yeah.
Call it purple feathers, I don't care what it is, but there's something about that.
Yeah, no, it is, and some people really have, you're right, a resistance to it, and so then they won't be able to address it if they can't name it in a way that resonates. I like that. Let's see, Erica Evans. I know we said we wouldn't talk about houses with the North Nodes, but my North Node is in Cancer in the 10th, which is ruled by Capricorn, which is my South Node. I feel like this has made things more of a challenge. Probably.
North Node in Cancer in the 10th house?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's an example of really trying to integrate the Capricorn type energy with the Cancer type energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's just polarity, right? So it's just it's like a double click on the polarity. So it just is an extra step, I would say, you know.
But I will say this, that taking an energy and putting it in a polarity place, until you learn to work with it, can feel like you're not where, can feel again like you're kind of at odds with the energy.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately North Node in Cancer in the 10th house is coming into that inner sense of home and emotional stability in the 10th house. Like part of that is coming into that place out there in the world. Because the 10th house is where things happen as the houses. 10th house is literally me out there in the world, my responsibilities, my public sense of self.
Yeah.
So if you want to look at it that way, maybe the Cancer emotional healing qualities are about taking them more out.
And not retreating as much.
Yeah.
Like getting out of your shell. Which I bet you, Erica, you're probably nodding your head and going,
And I could see someone who's doing healing work, who's well known as a healer, for example, being in that space. Or a counselor, any of those kind of Cancer things.
Yep. How have my gifts grown since I started Sage Goddess? That's a really great question. It's a profound question. It's an amazing thing to realize it's 11 years, in just under a month from now. I don't know that my gifts have grown, but I've grown. And I would definitely say that I have more confidence and more self-awareness now than I did when I started it. But I think that's just age and time, you know. I've been really blessed because I've been able to meet and work with so many people around the world. And so I feel like I've learned a little bit from everybody who's come across my path. So I would say I've learned from the people around me in a really powerful way, but I've also, I think I know who I am now more than I did then. And so, yeah, I think there's just a different, like when I look at the videos from 10, 11 years ago, there's like a hesitation in my own eyes, you know what I mean, that I don't see now. But I don't know. I would be curious, you know, to hear what you guys see. But I hear that from people a lot when they're like, when I go back to those videos from like, you know, 9, 10 years ago, it's like, it's almost like you're asking, like, welcome to full moon. You know, versus like,
did you mean to be here?
Did you find me by accident? You know, I'm more sure now than I was then that this is what I'm supposed to be doing, and it's incredibly difficult to do this, what I do. You know, it's beautiful, and I'm so blessed to do it, but it's not easy. So, but then if you were to look at my birth chart, there's no way you would see me doing anything else. You know, North Node Capricorn, with that moon right there in the last degree of Sagittarius and Sun in the 10th house, you know, there's a lot of indicators. So I feel more sure. Christiana said, Athena, my son and I are same nodes, opposite. He is so special to me. Do you share this with any family? So you mean like flippy floppy north-south node? I don't share that with anybody. No, I don't have anybody in my life who has North Node Cancer. But it's interesting because that would be kind of a feedback loop between you guys that would probably result in a really deep relationship. What I have with Zoe is her moon is in Leo, so we see each other there. And what she has with Dave, her sun is Pisces and his moon is Pisces, and then you know, Nick and I are both fire signs, and then he has Cancer rising, so he's got this really like sort of tender underbelly. So there's a lot of little, and which reminds me of my dad who's a Cancer sun, so there's a lot of, and he was named after him, so there's a lot of like those things, you know, where like we're all edgy with each other. But it's interesting that you have that with your son.
Can I speak on that?
Yeah, please.
Hi. So, I actually, Karen, who's in the feed, as you guys know, she has the opposite as I do, and she and I work extremely closely together. She and I, like with Athena, we moderate the Facebook groups and everything, and I can say that I think we actually really, we really even each other out, and we haven't had any scratchy moments or anything. I'm sure that will happen eventually because it happens in all relationships, but as of now, I would say we even each other out really well. And as far as working together goes, I would say we fill in a lot of each other's gaps. Not that she has any gaps, to be honest, but I feel like she fills mine in. So I don't know, I think that's the first really special relationship that I've had where we're kind of the opposite nodes. And Tara and I are the same, and she and Karen are opposite, and I know she loves working with her as well. So
I always think it's cool. I mean, it can also be annoying, but it's cool because, well, 2 of my writers have the opposite mind. So we kind of have an ongoing conversation about what that means for us. But when you find someone else who's been where you're going and you've been where they're going, if you're really conscious about it, it is like the best teaching and the best example that you can have.
It's true. Yeah, I think that's true. No, I'm glad you mentioned that too. Let's see. How do I get rid of negativity creating migraines in me from my surroundings? This is Jill. And Alma's ready for a nap.
So are we.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. Negativity isn't, in my opinion, something to get rid of. You know what I mean? All human emotions are useful. I really do believe that. What I tell people is you just can't live there. You know, it's not, everybody's going to get angry sometimes. Everybody's going to get frustrated and resentful sometimes. Everybody's going to get tired and cranky sometimes and judgmental and all of those things. So if you say, well, I just need to get rid of negativity, or it's kind of like the same conversation I have sometimes with people around like ego death. Like, I just wish I could just be rid of my ego. And it's like, yeah, your ego serves a purpose. I mean, if you really believe this is an intelligent universe, then you've been given an array of emotions, and they all have value. I think the most important thing is to, and this has been what I've been trying to teach you today, especially with that protonic speaking that I was talking about earlier, is reframe. You know what I mean? When you watch yourself, make it an exercise this week, document it in your journal. Take the next 7 days and make a note every time. You can do it on your phone too. Like, just open up the notes thing in your phone. Every time you say, I don't want this, or I wish this would stop, or I need less of this, or, you know, where you're framing something in a negative way, try to reframe it into a positive. So instead of saying, I don't want to argue with you anymore, try reframing it to, I would really like to find a way to have more productive conversations with you. That may not seem like a big deal, but it's an entire shift of energy. Again, remember, we've been talking about polarity today, right? All emotions exist on a spectrum, and the goal is to balance out. If you're in too much of a negative place, is to balance it out by shifting the polarity and reframing. And so that's what I would recommend that you do. Over time, if you are an inherently kind of negative person, and I'm not judging you when I say that. My mom was kind of like that. I mean, my mom just kind of looked at the world often through a lens of like seeing what was wrong instead of what was right, you know, seeing what needed to be fixed instead of what was already working. You know, I don't like this, I don't like that, I wish you wouldn't do this, why are you doing that? And so if you can train yourself to look at the world a little differently, and juxtapose that against what we heard from Yasmina today, right, which is, I'm just so lucky I have a fucking hose to go hose myself down outside. Like, most of us would not look at that as something to be really excited and grateful for, but she does, and it's sincere. Now, I think that's an extreme example, and to me that like puts her on a pedestal, because I'm not there yet. If I was living in her house and I had to go hose myself down outside, I'd be bitching about it. I'll just be real with you, like, that wouldn't work for me for very long. But I do think there's real value in analyzing how you communicate, and just trying to reframe. If you're constantly in that negative mindset, trying to reframe toward, how can I say things in a way that just shifts the energy? I'm still communicating the same message, but I'm communicating it from a more balanced perspective, and it's one step at a time. But and then in terms of the density of energy, right? If you're getting migraines, Jill, from the density of the energy, this list is very important. It's very, very important, because breathing, cleansing, nurturing, taking care of yourself, moving energy. And I didn't even mention, I hope you can see that this list, I tried to do things that were either really easy and free or almost free, right? I didn't really put gemstones on there. You can certainly incorporate stones. There are stones that you can use, like shungite, to filter negative energy out of your field. And my house is covered in shungite. This office is covered in shungite. So just because, you know, we're bombarded right now. And there is a lot of dense, heavy, negative energy in the field right now. I don't think I have to tell you that. And it's certainly more dense than I've experienced in my almost 49 years. So it's very important to, now more than ever, cultivate a clearing practice to help to balance some of that, so that you can find greater joy, and it doesn't seem so far away. Sonia said, I'm still so new, I'm not sure how to connect to my spirit guides. One thing you might want to do, I do teach classes on this, so and I'm not saying this to promote my classes, but Soul Shift might be a great class for you, because that's really the focus of our classes this year, And you can go to sagegoddess.com/programs and learn more about Soul Shift, because that might be something you want to consider joining, because I do teach and do a lot of guided meditations, one every month. And then we do Elder Council, which is just about connecting with your spirit guides. So meditation is the easiest way to connect with spirit guides. And then you can start to get into breath work, shamanic journey work. There's lots of resources on YouTube as well. So, but if you're new, sometimes it's nice to have a teacher and a classroom and peers and classmates who can support you in your journey too. Let's see. Cassandra says, "Hey Athena, I also have Capricorn North Node." I'm sorry. And you mentioned that it can make Saturn returns rougher. I just entered mine. Any advice? Yeah, it just, Saturn's a taskmaster, right? I mean, Saturn is just all about, like, have you learned the lessons? Have you done the work? You should have learned them faster and done it better. And it's it's like, Saturn has a paternal, a father, but not the sweet loving father. It's like the heavy-handed father energy. So it just means that your Saturn returns are those, Saturn coming back to the place it was when you were born. And it's those moments when the universe says, if you aren't where you're supposed to be, it holds you to account, right? And so that's when you see people get married or get divorced or, I don't know, run away or move to another country or, all of a sudden go back to college or drop out of college or whatever. It's like big life choices and decisions tend to happen in those portals. And it just means you're going to feel extra pressure around the timing of yours. So for me, it was like, I remember I finished my PhD during my first Saturn return at 29. And I would not allow anything to happen that would mean that my degree got posted after my 30th birthday. I was a fanatic about it. And even my doctoral dissertation advisor at the time was like, Athena, it doesn't matter. Just, if it's a month later, who cares? You're still graduating. And I was like, no, it has to post before my 30th birthday. I had this whole huge pressure. And I think that was an example of Saturn and a North Node in Capricorn. Because it didn't matter. It was ridiculous. I don't know why I did that. But you couldn't have convinced me at the time. Let's see. Emily Butler, I keep falling asleep and coming in and out, but love this day. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, don't put pressure on yourself. Anything you missed, you can either go back and watch it later or you didn't need it. The nice thing about a retreat like this is there is no pressure and it's not cumulative. And when I say I have homework for you tonight, I want you to put a washcloth on your eyes and answer a question. Okay? But this isn't like, you're not coming into one of my doctoral seminars, so just relax and enjoy. My intention, our team's intention, was that this would just be a little oasis for you. Just a little like, oh, that's fun to think about. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, if I take that back into my life and incorporate that, that might help me feel more peaceful or more connected or so. Yeah, just enjoy. I'm so, so glad. Thank you for all of your kind comments, by the way. I really appreciate it. Let's see. If you have more technical astrology questions, I would really recommend having a session, whether it's with Tara or another astrologer. She's fantastic, though. And her website is taraall.com, TARAAAL.com. And you can find her there. My best friend Kirsten Powers has worked with a lot of astrologers around the world, and she had a reading with Tara, and she called me afterward and she said, "How did you get so lucky to find that one?" And I was like, "No, I know. I'm very lucky." She's like, "She's the best astrologer I've worked with." So I thought that was really a profound compliment. I'm so glad. Vanya says, I was working on my art journal while listening, as it is so meditative and inspired by your, Tara's, and Yasmina's words. I love that. I love that you were doing your art while you're listening. It's so beautiful. And Kaz is having chai with me. Boobots says, help, my OCD has been so extreme and debilitating, especially last couple of years. Recommendation for any books, work, etc. for stability, spirituality. Yeah, it's tough, and I think OCD is an interesting one to me because the people in my life who have OCD tend to be the smartest people in my life. And oftentimes I think it's just, it's really just the fact that those of you who are so bright and so dialed in, so energetically aware and sensitive, it's how can you not just be constantly, surveying and taking in energy?
Can I speak to that?
I would love for you to speak
I'll
to
come
it.
sit
Yeah,
next
yeah,
to
come
you.
sit with me. I should have made you some tea.
Oh no, that's okay. I have my I've got my tea right here.
So let's see what Alexis has to share, and then I'll piggyback.
Hi guys. So what I was gonna say about this is I just recently started seeing a therapist a couple months ago, and I was talking to him about how I have like just generalized anxiety issues and like social anxiety in particular, and just a bunch of different stuff. I'm sure we all are there sometimes. And so we've been talking a lot, and he thinks that I may have OCD. Now, I wouldn't go as far as to say that it's debilitating for me, at least, but I have been working with him on it, and a lot of what he's saying it makes a lot of sense to me. And I haven't been like officially diagnosed because I think he's a therapist. I think you have to get like tests done and stuff, but we've been working on breathing exercises.
Nice.
And we're going to talk about breathing more tomorrow. But he's just been explaining to me that if I do have it, or whatever anxiety I'm having and stuff, he's just saying that he's been saying that OCD is driven by anxiety and fear, and at least mine is, and it makes a lot of sense. And so he's just been helping me make intentional moments out of things, because one of the ways it affects me is I have a thing with locking my door every day. I always I get to my staircase outside of my apartment, and I think like, oh man, did I forget to lock my door? And I always have to go back and check, and it's just like this ongoing thing. And so he's just been like, make a breathing moment out of locking your door, or when you're feeling this way, or like when something's just really really bothering you, just like breathe in about it. And I know that's the advice I've been given, and I feel like it's been helping me a lot. And I know you've said that a lot, and as he was saying it too, it's really funny, like just like taking what you teach and everything, and then a lot of what he tells me, I'm just like, but yeah, like Athena talks about that all the time, or I talk about it all the time at Sage Goddess and everything. And it really is interesting what deep help this actually is, so yeah. Breathing, it's been working really well for me.
I like that intentional moment thing.
Exactly, yes.
Because then you stop yourself, and you won't have to go back and go, did I lock it? Because you took that moment to really be present when you were doing it, because I think that's part of it too.
Yeah.
And I think too, I that's been my experience with, and I'm not a therapist, I should say. I have a PhD, but I am not a therapist. Although helping the number of people I have over all these years, I have a lot of expertise, but it is not official in any way. So don't take this to the bank, honey. But what I will say is I think Alexis is right, and I think that OCD is a function of intense awareness and intelligence combined with fear and anxiety, okay? And so one of the things that I advise people to do, and it helps me a lot too, is remind yourself as often as you can that almost nothing that you are really afraid of, like, it will happen, right? Almost nothing. And the challenge is you can't get that time back. So all the time that you spend worrying about possible things, possible outcomes of things, and running things through your head over and over and over again, the more you can consciously come into dialogue with yourself about how unrealistic, 95%, 97%, sometimes 100% of your fears and concerns are, it will help you become more present, more mindful, and more aware. And having that really nurturing inner dialogue with yourself, right? Like, okay, we're in this place again, and let's take a breath, let's have a mindful moment, right?
Exactly.
And let's remember that whatever it is that we're kind of spun up about right now. Another way of thinking about it too is the what they call the 7-7-7 or the 10-10-10 rule, which is, will this matter 7 hours from now, 7 days from now, 7 months from now? right? So if you're really worked up about something and you ask yourself, okay, is this going to matter 7 hours from now? Well, it might. Is it going to matter 7 days from now? Maybe. Almost nothing that you're spun up about is going to matter 7 months. In fact, 7 months from now, you might have trouble remembering what it is you were even thinking about on that day. So it's those are some little practical tips and techniques. Obviously, there's lots of routes people can go and work with, medications, with clinicians and other things like that. But these are some, just some energetic techniques to remind you. The other thing too that I do with my energy worker is, one of my teachers is, when we are stressed, we tend to lean forward, right? If you think about it, and what that does is it collapses your chakras. It literally stops the flow of energy. So when you notice yourself doing that, what you actually have to do is do the reverse and lean back, which opens the central channel. It's an instant relaxation of the vagus nerve, which is the largest nerve in your body that touches every body system. So again, just now, try leaning forward and notice how everything constricts, and then try leaning back and just notice how everything becomes spacious again, right? So even just noticing your posture is really important. And thank you for asking the question. I think it's good for us to acknowledge. I mean, and I love how we've not made a lot of progress in our society in the last decade or so in a lot of ways, but where we have made progress, I think, is that we've normalized talking about mental health.
Absolutely. Yeah. I can remember even as you said, the last decade, because I remember even when I was growing up and stuff, knowing that there was stuff wrong and everything, and I remember begging my mom to let me go to a therapist, and I don't think she took it seriously, because I am fortunate, and I don't think my issues have been too debilitating, there's always that day where it feels like it, but overall I'm able to have a functional life, but I don't think she took it seriously, and so she never wanted me to no, we're not gonna do that, or no, and it's just kind of weird. I don't understand,
Whereas Zoe's I overthink, and she's look, I found this thing on TikTok, 10 tips for overthinkers or whatever. Now kids have all these access to resources, and there's no shame about it. So hopefully those are some helpful tips for you. So I'm going to pause here because we are at the end of our time. We will have more time tomorrow. There's a little bit of a longer tea session, and I won't have any teaching during tomorrow's Q&A. I just wanted to share some of those clearing tips with you. So your last little bit of homework for tonight, in addition to thinking about what questions you might want to ask tomorrow, right? Salt bath and yin yoga to close out this day. I love it. I would like you to do one of the cleansing techniques tonight, even if the only one you do is all my energy back to me with a breath of love, all your energy back to you with a breath of love, even if that's the only thing you do. And then here's the question I would like for you to reflect on tonight. I believe that transformation and reimagination really comes down to asking yourself some big questions. For me, a big question is something that I can't just answer yes, no, or quickly. Okay, so here's the big question I want you to sit with tonight. You can journal about it, or you can just simply reflect on it as you're falling asleep, or maybe while you're taking your bath. What is asking to be released from your life right now? And what is asking to come into being or into focus? And I'd like you to just isolate it to one. What is one thing that is asking to be released from your life right now? At the end of today, you might go, you know what? It's tension, it's anxiety, it's asking to be released. And what's one thing that is asking to come into focus? Well, it may be, self-awareness, or some of the tips and techniques that Yasmina shared today, right? Just pleasure and beauty, right? Beauty wants to come into focus. I need to look around my life and start seeing things as beautiful instead of as, dreadful. I need to be grateful that I have a hose. You know what I mean? That's such a great metaphor. She's got a hose to hose herself down outside, and she's just real happy about it today. And you know what I mean? That's a paradigm shift. So yeah, one clearing technique, one thing that needs to be released, one thing that needs to come into focus. And then we will be with you tomorrow morning, starting at 9 tomorrow. We start at 9:30 tomorrow.
Oh, yay! So we're a little bit later. Don't forget to fill out your reflection page at the end of the night as well. And I would love to see your dream boards. If you guys have made them, please post them on any of our Facebook groups that you're in. We would love to see them.
One of the things we're going to talk about tomorrow is how to start to get what you need. How to get the energy you need for transformation, both on the physical plane, the material plane, and on the spiritual plane. So I saw, Kaz's comment that she feels stuck. I think tomorrow, between the breath work that we're going to do, between talking about the dream work we're going to do, and then understanding these different planes of reality and how we can work with those two planes to resource our needs for this shift and this transformation. I think tomorrow is going to be another real game changer. So cheers, everybody, from my chai to yours. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your evening.
Bye, guys. Thank you for being here.
I think you're getting a little email tonight, by the way. Keep an eye out for it. And your code at sagegoddess.com, you have 23% off today. I forgot to tell you. Don't tell anybody else, though. It's only for you. The code is RETREAT. So if you wanted to get one of these carnelian priestess rings, there's only like 18 of the rings left, by the way. If you want it, they're almost gone. I checked before we restarted today. But 23% off at sagegoddess.com while we have the retreat going with code RETREAT.